If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, The Collapse. November 2021. The reality of Manchester United's decline was no longer something that could be hidden behind commercial revenue figures or social media engagement statistics. It was laid bare on the pitch, broadcast globally for the world to see. The 186th Manchester Derby had just concluded at Old Trafford. It kicked off at 12:30 p.m. on a Saturday, a time slot usually reserved for fiercely contested, high-energy encounters. Instead, the match had not been a contest at all. It had been an execution. Headline: City turn on the style to win 186th Manchester Derby with ease. Headline: Manchester United humbled again at home, 2-0 in a calm annihilation. Manager Ole Gunnar Solskjær, desperate to stop the bleeding following a historic 5-0 home humiliation by Liverpool just 2 weeks prior, opted for a deeply defensive setup. He deployed a 5-3-2 formation, David De Gea in goal, a back five of Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Victor Lindelof, Eric Bailly, Harry Maguire and Luke Shaw, a midfield trio of Scott McTominay, Fred and Bruno Fernandes, with Mason Greenwood and Cristiano Ronaldo isolated up front. The tactical plan was to sit deep, absorb pressure, and hit on the counter-attack. It failed within 7 minutes. Manchester City took control of the ball from the first whistle. In the 7th minute, João Cancelo, operating with total freedom on the left flank, whipped a dangerous, curling cross into the 6-yard box. Eric Bailly, attempting to clear the danger, awkwardly sliced his clearance. The ball skewed off his shin and flew directly into the roof of his own net, leaving De Gea stranded. From that moment, United collapsed mentally. City enjoyed nearly 70% possession, pulling United's midfield apart with simple, relentless passing triangles. United managed a pathetic 4 touches in City's penalty area for the entire match. It was men against boys. If not for David De Gea, the scoreline would have matched the Liverpool disaster by half-time. In the 29th minute, De Gea made a spectacular double save, first denying Gabriel Jesus from close range, and then instinctively parrying away a sliced clearance from his own defender, Victor Lindelof, preventing a second United own goal. But the resistance was futile. On the stroke of half-time, City scored their second. It was the culmination of a 26-pass move that saw the visitors hold the ball for 1 minute and 38 seconds without a single United player making a tackle. Cancelo again provided the delivery, floating a ball to the back post. Luke Shaw and Harry Maguire hesitated, expecting the ball to roll out of play. Bernardo Silva did not hesitate. He squeezed past Shaw and prodded a tame finish that somehow deflected off De Gea and into the net. 2-0. The second half was a masterclass in possession football as City simply toyed with United. Phil Foden hit the post. John Stones missed a clear chance from 6 yards. United chased shadows. When the referee finally blew the full-time whistle, Old Trafford was already half empty. The fans who remained voiced their displeasure with a chorus of boos. The media fallout was instantaneous and brutal. The post-match sports programs transformed into autopsies. In the Sky Sports studio, former United captain Roy Keane did not yell. His voice was dangerously quiet, laced with pure disgust. "I don't know what I'm going to say, it's so poor," Keane stated, staring flatly at the camera. The difference in class, of quality, of decision-making, everything, it was men against boys. United were awful, it's unbelievable. Phil Foden said it was a tough place to come. It's not. Ask Everton, ask Villa, ask Liverpool. Teams are coming here and getting joy. Keane leaned forward, systematically dismantling the squad. "I look for characters. McTominay, Fred, these players aren't good enough for Manchester United. I wasn't shocked when Bailey sliced the ball into his own net. He's erratic, he's got that in him." For the second goal, Luke Shaw and David De Gea are established internationals. How can they not smell the danger? These boys are too casual. Ole has to take responsibility. I've defended him for the last couple of years. They've got to get more out of these players. I'd like to go in hard on the United players, but today I'm feeling sorry for them. I think some of them aren't up to playing for Manchester United, particularly at home. He finished his analysis with a damning conclusion. This team doesn't fight. I wouldn't say they threw the towel in because that's tough to square at any team, but they don't have that desire and fight to stay in there. This team doesn't have personality. There's only one yellow card today, for Ronaldo. I'm not saying go and get 7 or 8, because that doesn't win you matches, but it is a derby game. You have to show some emotion. After watching them today, I understand why fans would want to leave after an hour. Gary Neville, looking visibly drained beside him, echoed the sentiment. Shell-shocked. Panicked. Not interested. The commentary in the first 10 minutes said it all. There's no hiding place after this. United are going to be absolutely demoralized. They've lost everything: discipline, organization. It's a calm annihilation. The board hesitated. The international break arrived, offering a 2-week pause. The hierarchy clung to nostalgia, hoping the time off would reset the squad's fractured mentality. It didn't. 2 weeks later, on November 20, 2021, the team travelled to Vicarage Road. Watford were a team fighting relegation. They had not won a home game since the opening day of the season. They were viewed as the perfect opponent for a struggling United side to regain some confidence. Instead, it became the final nail in the coffin. Solskjær reverted to a 4-2-3-1 formation: De Gea, Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire, Shaw, McTominay, Nemanja Matic, Jadon Sancho, Fernandes, Marcus Rashford and Ronaldo. The disaster began in the 5th minute. Scott McTominay clumsily bundled Joshua King to the ground inside the penalty area. The referee pointed to the spot. Ismaila Sarr stepped up. His penalty was poor, and De Gea parried it away. Kiko Femenia rushed in and smashed the rebound into the net, but VAR intervened. Femenia had encroached into the box before the kick was taken. A retake was ordered. Sarr stepped up again, and remarkably, De Gea saved it a second time. It should have been a wake-up call for United. It was not. Watford dominated the midfield, winning every second ball and bypassing Matic and McTominay with ease. In the 28th minute, Watford's relentless pressure paid off. Emmanuel Dennis cut a simple pass back into the centre of the box, and Joshua King slotted it past De Gea. 1-0. Just before half-time, the situation worsened. Ismaila Sarr found space on the right side of the penalty area and fired a low, powerful shot into the far corner. 2-0. At half-time, standing in the away dressing room, Solskjær looked at a squad that had stopped running for him. He made 2 changes, bringing on Donny van de Beek and Anthony Martial for McTominay and Rashford. The change provided a brief spark. In the 50th minute, Ronaldo headed a cross back across the 6-yard box, and van de Beek nodded it into the net. 2-1. For a moment, a comeback seemed possible. Then, the captain imploded. In the 69th minute, Harry Maguire, who had already been booked, attempted a heavy touch near the halfway line. He lost control of the ball, lunged desperately to retrieve it, and took down Tom cleverly. The referee immediately produced a second yellow card, followed by a red. Maguire handed the captain's armband to Bruno Fernandes and trudged off the pitch, his head bowed. Down to 10 men, United's structure completely disintegrated. In stoppage time, Watford added 2 more goals. João Pedro fired a shot through De Gea's legs in the 92nd minute, and Emmanuel Dennis drove a finish into the far corner in the 96th. A crushing 4-goal humiliation. Watford 4, Manchester United 1. When the final whistle blew, the away end erupted into furious boos. Solskjær, looking utterly broken, walked over to the travelling supporters. He raised his hands in a gesture of apology. The boos only grew louder. Bruno Fernandes, clearly agitated, stepped in front of his manager, gesturing wildly to the fans, pointing to himself and his teammates, indicating that the players were to blame, not just the manager. The fans rejected the gesture, shouting back at the players to get off the pitch. Inside the away dressing room at Vicarage Road, the silence was suffocating. There was no shouting, no throwing of boots. It was the quiet of a broken team. Harry Maguire sat in the corner, his head in his hands, staring at the floor. Cristiano Ronaldo sat quietly in the opposite corner, his jaw tightly clenched, offering no words to his teammates. Bruno Fernandes paced the small room, his frustration evident but ignored by the rest. When Solskjær finally walked in, looking pale and completely drained, nobody looked up. The squad wasn't fighting each other, they were entirely apathetic. The next morning, the inevitable text arrived from Executive Vice Chairman Ed Woodward. Headline: Ole Gunnar Solskjær sacked by Manchester United after Watford humiliation. Headline: Solskjær axed, the end of an era at Old Trafford. The club released an official statement, Ole will always be a legend at Manchester United, and it is with regret that we have reached this difficult decision. While the past few weeks have been disappointing, they should not obscure all the work he has done over the past 3 years to rebuild the foundations for long-term success. Michael Carrick will now take charge of the team for forthcoming games, while the club looks to appoint an interim manager to the end of the season. But the media didn't just stop at the manager and the defense. The spotlight swiftly turned to the most famous player on the pitch. Cristiano Ronaldo had returned to the club in a blockbuster summer transfer. He had scored late, dramatic winners in the Champions League against Villarreal and Atalanta, but in the Premier League, the tactical cracks were impossible to ignore. Headline: Is Cristiano Ronaldo the real problem at Manchester United? Headline: A nostalgic mistake, how Ronaldo broke United's tactical rebuild. The pundits tore into the Portuguese forward, analysing his impact on the team's overall structure. He's not suited for this system, Jamie Carragher argued on Sky Sports Monday Night Football, utilising touchscreen graphics to highlight Ronaldo's lack of movement off the ball. You cannot play a high-pressing game in the modern Premier League with a striker who simply does not press. Look at Liverpool with Firmino, or City with Jesus and Foden. The defending starts from the front. With Ronaldo, United are effectively defending with 10 men. It's not his fault, he's 36 years old, but the signing was a commercial buy, not a footballing one. He has completely unbalanced the squad. Solskjær had built a counter-attacking team with Rashford, Greenwood and Martial. Now he's been forced to accommodate a luxury player, and it has broken the entire system. Paul Merson wrote in his weekly column, Ronaldo was a bad buy. Yes, he'll get you goals, his finishing is still world-class. But he disrupts the entire rhythm of the team. United were finishing second playing fast, counter-attack football. Now they are trying to feed a static target man, and the midfield is being overrun every single weekend because there is massive gap between the forwards and the middle of the park. The toxicity leaked out of the television screens and onto the streets of Manchester. The match-going fans had reached their absolute limit. The anger was no longer just about the results on the pitch, or the manager, or the players. It was about the rot at the very top. It was about the ownership. It was about the Glazer family. Outside Old Trafford, the protests began. These were not small, disorganized pockets of disgruntled fans. These were massive, highly coordinated blockades orchestrated by fan groups like the 1958. For fans like Liam, a third-generation season ticket holder in the Stretford end, the Watford match had been the absolute breaking point. The sheer apathy of the players was worse than the defeats. Liam marches shoulder to shoulder with thousands of fans down Sir Matt Busby Way. The sky is thick with the acrid yellow and green smoke of flares, representing the original colours of Newton Heath. He helps hold the edge of a massive, heavy canvas banner that stretches across the entire width of the road. It reads in bold black letters, Glazers out, the cancer of Manchester United. Liam stands outside the megastore at the east stand of Old Trafford. The massive glass doors are locked shut, the heavy metal security shutters pulled down completely. He joins a mob of 3,000 fans chanting relentlessly, the sound echoing off the stadium walls. We want Glazers out. We want Glazers out. Security guards stand inside the darkened store, nervously watching the sheer volume of people pressing against the steel barricades. The Carrington Training Complex. A line of 6 tactical police vans blocks the main entrance. Hundreds of fans sit directly in the middle of the road, refusing to move. They block the path of the players' luxury SUVs, forcing the squad to turn around and find alternative, secure entrances. The message is clear: business as usual is over. The London corporate offices of Manchester United in Mayfair. Protesters gather with megaphones, shouting financial statistics at the glass building. They hold up large printed placards detailing the exact amount of money taken out of the club. The signs read, Debt FC. 16 years of theft. 1 billion paid in interest. The protests reached peak stage over the course of the following 2 weeks. Every single home game was preceded by a massive march. The stadium atmosphere shifted drastically. It was no longer a place of support, it was a hostile, toxic environment. The chants inside Old Trafford were focused entirely on the director's box rather than the players on the pitch. Love United, hate Glazers, echoed around the Stretford end for 90 minutes straight. In the corporate world, money talks, and fear makes it walk. Inside the United boardroom, panic set in. Richard Arnold, the club's managing director, and Ed Woodward began fielding disastrous phone calls. Global sponsors, the absolute lifeblood of the Glazers' debt repayment model, were growing highly nervous. The visual of their carefully curated company logos being displayed directly behind furious, rioting fans and a failing, disjointed football team was a public relations nightmare. A major automotive sponsor, heavily favored to sign a multi-million-pound training kit contract extension, immediately paused all negotiations. A secondary technology sponsor contacted the commercial department, threatening to invoke a break clause in their contract, citing severe reputational damage caused by the ongoing fan unrest, the toxic media coverage, and the club's plummeted league position. The financial bleeding had officially started. Joel and Avram Glazer, dialed into a highly secure conference call from their offices in Tampa, Florida, looked at the internal financial projections provided by their accountants. The numbers were grim. The stock price on the New York Stock Exchange was dipping steadily. The global brand, once thought to be bulletproof, was taking a severe battering. The annual dividend payouts they relied upon, the very reason they held onto the club, were at immediate risk if these vital revenue streams dried up. The asset was becoming toxic. The protests were no longer a nuisance, they were threatening the bottom line. Headline: Glazers finally ready to fold? Owners explore selling Manchester United. Headline: The end of an era, Man Utd owners hire bankers for potential sale ahead of sponsor exodus. The news sent shockwaves through the financial and sporting worlds. The Glazers officially retained the Rain Group, an elite investment bank, to act as their exclusive financial advisors and handle the sale. The bidding war commenced almost immediately, though it was largely conducted in the shadows of high finance. A prominent Qatar-based financier, Sheikh Khalid Al Thani, threw his hat into the ring. Backed by immense wealth from the Gulf state, Al Thani's group submitted an initial bid. However, they lacked a cohesive operational strategy for the club, submitting erratic preliminary bids structured heavily with complex, high-interest debt, the exact same financial maneuvering that the fans were currently protesting against. Other American hedge funds sniffed around, looking to buy minority stakes to inject short-term cash, but the Glazers realized the situation was untenable. They wanted a clean exit, and they wanted it before the valuation of the club dropped any further. Then came Axiom Global Partners. Axiom wasn't just another investment fund, they were a corporate behemoth. They boasted a current market valuation of $200 billion. They held significant, influential stakes in the world's most powerful corporate giants: Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Amazon, TSMC, and Pfizer. They were the silent, data-driven architects of global capital. But their foray into the world of sports had been highly unconventional. Unlike the sovereign wealth funds of Saudi Arabia or Qatar, Axiom didn't buy global giants to use as state-sponsored PR tools. Axiom bought neglected, underfunded clubs and brought a breath of fresh air into their ecosystems. Over the past 5 years, they had quietly acquired Estrela da Amadora in Portugal, SV Meppen in Germany, and, most notably, KMSK Dienz in the Belgian 2nd Division. Each acquisition followed a restorative, modernizing pattern. Axiom arrived, immediately invested heavy capital into upgrading decaying training facilities, prioritized sports science and youth development, and implemented a smart, data-driven recruitment system run by advanced algorithms. They didn't gut the clubs, they elevated them. Within just 3 seasons, they had successfully guided KMSK Dienz from the Belgian 2nd tier all the way to promotion into the top-flight Belgian Pro League, making the club financially self-sustaining in the process. Now, Axiom Global Partners wanted to apply that same regenerative model to the biggest distressed asset in the world. At Carrington, the reality was stark and perfectly suited for Axiom's approach. The training facility, once considered state-of-the-art in the early 2000s, had been left to stagnate by the Glazers. The gym equipment was outdated, the roof in the media center notoriously leaked during heavy Manchester rain, and the sports science department was relying on antiquated player tracking technology. Axiom didn't just see a broken team, they saw a decaying infrastructure completely ripe for their modernization playbook. The financial landscape of the deal was complex and highly inflated. While Manchester United's actual stock market capitalization had plummeted to around $2.4 billion in late November 2021 due to the on-pitch failures, the Glazer family lived in a different reality. They privately demanded a massive premium, valuing a full, 100% takeover of the club at $6 billion. They were daring the market to meet their price. Axiom moved with decisive, corporate efficiency. They had zero interest in public bidding wars or prolonged media spectacles. To completely bypass the Rain Group's negotiations, blow out the Qatari bid, and eliminate any hesitation from the American owners, Axiom submitted a clean, uncompromising, and historic bid. They offered $6.5 billion in pure cash for 100% of the club, explicitly guaranteeing the immediate liquidation of the $500 million debt the Glazers had saddled the club with since 2005. It was an offer that defied standard market logic, an overpay of astronomical proportions based purely on Axiom's belief that they could rebuild the club's infrastructure and drastically multiply its global revenue once they implemented their proprietary models. It allowed the Glazer family to walk away with a massive, immediate profit. The Saudis stalled. Al Thani refused to match a steady $6.5 billion cash bid without securing external loans. The other minority stake consortiums immediately backed away, completely priced out of the market. While the Rain Group and Axiom finalized the dense legal paperwork, Michael Carrick quietly stepped in as caretaker manager to hold the fort. On November 23, he oversaw a tense but disciplined 2-0 victory against Villarreal in the Champions League, securing knockout stage qualification. It was a brief moment of professional pride on the pitch, but in the corporate background, the real seismic shift was taking place. On a cold Tuesday morning, inside a law office in London, the final signatures were applied. The Glazer family officially sold Manchester United to Axiom Global Partners. Headline: Done deal. Axiom Global Partners completes historic $6.5 billion buyout of Manchester United. Headline: The Glazers are gone. A new era begins at Old Trafford. The streets of Manchester erupted. Pubs around Old Trafford, from the tollgate to the Bishop Blaze, overflowed onto the pavements. The green and gold scarves were tied around lampposts and street signs in celebration. The cancer, as the fans called it, had finally been cut out. The debt was gone. The Americans were gone. The celebration in Manchester was fierce, but it was incredibly short-lived. The focus of the global media, and the anxious fanbase, immediately shifted to the pitch. Who would Axiom Global Partners, a company famous for its reliance on cold data and modern infrastructure, put in charge of the most heavily scrutinized dressing room in world football? They needed someone to replace the interim setup immediately. Less than 48 hours after the ink dried on the historic takeover documents, an official club statement dropped on Manchester United's website, crashing the servers within minutes and breaking the internet. Headline: Axiom announces surprise appointment, Marcus Miguel Silva Vale named new Manchester United manager. Headline: Who is Marcus Silva Vale? The world scrambles to find information on United's unknown new boss. In England, the appointment was met with sheer bewilderment. However, for those who had watched his rise on the continent, the reaction was very different. They knew exactly what was coming. Headline: The tactical illusionist, European journalists warn Premier League of Vale's deceptively brilliant mind. The English pundits are laughing because they don't know his name, warned a prominent Portuguese tactical analyst on Twitter, sharing threads of Vale's complex system at DNs. But Vale is a master of hidden variables. He operates like a grandmaster, playing blindfolded, casually deceptive, calculating, and always 10 steps ahead of his opponent. He builds pressing traps that look like gaping defensive vulnerabilities, right until they snap shut around you. The Premier League won't know what hit them. Chapter 2, The Inquisition. The Jimmy Murphy Centre at the Carrington Training Complex had hosted hundreds of press conferences, but it had never felt quite like this. Usually, the unveiling of a new Manchester United manager was a grand, almost theatrical coronation. There would be a parade of club executives, long speeches about the Manchester United way, and a manager reciting rehearsed lines about the history and prestige of the badge. Today, the atmosphere was entirely different. It felt clinical. It felt like an interrogation. The room was packed to absolute capacity. Over 100 journalists, photographers, and broadcast crew members were crammed into the space. The air hummed with a tense, cynical energy. Axiom Global Partners had just executed a $6.5 billion hostile takeover, and their very first act was to hand the keys of the world's most scrutinized football club to a man who, 48 hours ago, most of the people in this room had to Google. Marcus Miguel Silva Vale was 27 years old. His appointment completely shattered the record for the youngest manager in Premier League history. He had promoted KMSK Dns to the Belgian Pro League. It was a fine achievement. But this was Manchester United. The English press corps was ready to tear him apart. At exactly 2 p.m., the side door opened. There was no grand entrance. No procession of executives. 2 silent representatives from Axiom Global Partners stood at the back of the room, arms crossed. Marcus Vale walked in alone. He wore a simple, unbranded black suit over white shirt. He didn't wave to the cameras. He didn't look nervous. He simply walked to the desk, sat down behind the battery of microphones, and pulled a silver pen from his inside pocket. A club official placed the ceremonial contract on the table. The cameras erupted into a blinding frenzy of flashes. Marcus didn't blink. He calmly signed the papers, closed the folder, and looked up at the sea of expectant faces. He leaned into the microphone. "Good afternoon," Marcus said. His voice was steady, carrying a faint, untraceable European accent. "I would like to start by formally thanking the new board of directors at Axiom Global Partners for this opportunity. They have recognized my talent and my methods, and we are completely aligned on the future of this football club. That is all I have to say in terms of an opening statement. Let's begin." The room paused for a fraction of a second. No pandering. No talk of Sir Matt Busby or Sir Alex Ferguson. Just a cold invitation to start. A dozen hands shot into the air. The media officer pointed to the front row. Simon Stone from the BBC stood up, holding his recorder. "Marcus, welcome to Manchester. At 27 years old, you are officially the youngest manager in Premier League history. You are younger than several players in your own dressing room, and you've come from managing Dians in Belgium. With all due respect, it's a massive leap. How do you justify this step up to the biggest club in the world?" Marcus looked at Stone. He didn't bristle at the underlying condescension. Marcus began, his tone conversational. "Football doesn't change that much across borders. The pitch is the same size. The ball is the same shape." A slight pause. "Only the noise around it does." James Ducker of the Telegraph was next. "But has Belgium really prepared you for this level? The Premier League is relentless. The scrutiny here is unlike anything you've ever experienced." "Preparation is interesting," Marcus replied, tilting his head slightly as if pondering a philosophical question. "Sometimes, it just means you've already seen what's coming. Why should the fans believe you're ready for this?" Pressed Samuel Luckhurst of the Manchester Evening News, his tone sharp. "They've just chased out the Glazers, they are demanding instant success, and you are a complete unknown to them." Marcus offered a very slight, enigmatic smile. "They shouldn't," Marcus said simply. The journalists paused, pens hovering over notepads. A subtle unease settled over the front row. Managers usually came in desperate to win the press over, offering grand promises and emotional sound bites. Vale was giving them absolutely nothing. His economy of language was unnerving, he wasn't leaving any loose emotional threads for them to twist into controversial headlines. "It's more interesting if they don't," Marcus continued, his voice perfectly level. "Belief tends to arrive after results anyway." Henry Winter from the Times stood up. "Marcus, just to follow up on that. Is your achievement of promoting Dians in Belgium truly enough to become the Manchester United manager?" "It depends who is asking," Marcus answered smoothly. "For rivals, yes. They will look at the resume and assume we are weak. For fans, no. They want a famous name to make them feel secure. But we know at the end of the day, results shut all the talk about my appointment." The press pack exchanged glances. They were probing for weakness, looking for defensive answers to paint him as out of his depth. Instead, they were hitting a wall of calm, deadpan logic. Melissa Reddy from Sky Sports took the microphone. "Were you surprised when United approached you? Or rather, when Axiom decided to install you here?" "A little," Marcus admitted, leaning back slightly in his chair. "I expected it slightly later." "Has this come too early for you in your career?" Melissa followed up quickly. "Timing is rarely perfect," Marcus replied. "This is, close enough." The line of questioning shifted. If they couldn't rattle him regarding his credentials or his age, they would test him on the dressing room. Manchester United's squad was notoriously difficult, fractured by massive egos, high wages and player power that had already seen off Jose Mourinho and Ole Gunnar Solskjær. Laurie Whittle from The Athletic stood up. "Marcus, this dressing room is full of global superstars. Champions League winners. World Cup winners. You haven't managed players of this profile. How will you command respect from elite players who are older than you?" "Respect is simple," Marcus said, his eyes locking onto Whittle's. "You either help them win, or you don't. Players respect the person who makes their job easier on the pitch. The age is irrelevant. The rest is just ego." Karl Anka, also from The Athletic, jumped in. What if senior players question you? What if they challenge your methods because you lack a top-level playing career? They should, Marcus answered immediately. It would be disappointing if they didn't think. He let the sentence hang in the air for a moment, allowing the journalists to digest it. They'll stop questioning once things make sense, he added quietly. Have you spoken to the players yet? Asked Neil Custis from the Sunday. Given the state of the team after the Watford match, surely you've addressed them. Not yet. Why not? Custis pushed. I prefer first conversations to be useful, Marcus said. A few journalists let out small, involuntary chuckles. It was a subtle, yet devastating critique of the current state of the squad's mentality. There was no point in an emotional rallying cry, he needed them on the training pitch. Rob Dawson from ESPN raised his hand. This team lacks consistency. They can beat Tottenham and draw with Atalanta, then get completely outclassed by City and Watford. Can you fix it quickly? Consistency usually appears once confusion disappears, Marcus stated. Following up on that, Dawson continued, what do you see as the biggest problem at the club right now? From the outside looking in. Marcus looked down at the desk for a moment, then back up. I wouldn't call it a problem. Another slight, disarming smile touched the corners of his mouth. More like, several answers waiting to be applied. Jamie Jackson of The Guardian glanced at his notepad, crossing out his planned follow-up. Vale was impossible to bait. He was neutralizing loaded questions with cold logic, refusing to validate their crisis narratives or throw any players under the bus. Are the issues tactical or mental? Jackson asked instead. A lot of pundits have suggested the players simply stopped running for the previous manager. Those are connected, Marcus replied, his tone shifting into something slightly more analytical. If you solve one properly, the other tends to follow. A player who knows exactly where to stand and where the ball is going looks very motivated. A player who is confused looks lazy. Will your Belgian style work in the Premier League? Asked a reporter from the Daily Mail. The physicality and pace here are entirely different. Styles don't win games, Marcus deadpanned. Correct decisions do. Will you adapt your philosophy to suit the Premier League, or will you impose your philosophy on it? If you need to force a philosophy, it's probably the wrong one, Marcus answered smoothly. To the left of the desk, the Manchester United director of communications shifted uncomfortably, gripping his clipboard tightly. He was used to managers delivering rehearsed, sponsor-friendly platitudes. Marcus was speaking without a PR filter, completely ignoring the unwritten rules of media engagement. Simon Stone took the microphone again, trying to bring the focus back to the intense pressure cooker of Old Trafford. Marcus, you seem very relaxed right now. But are you truly ready for the scrutiny? Every decision you make, every substitution, every dropped point will be analyzed globally for days. I've noticed people enjoy talking, Marcus said, looking around the packed room. He paused, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make a few reporters shift uncomfortably in their seats. It doesn't affect the game very much. How do you handle criticism, though? Stone pressed. Because it will come. Depends if it's useful. Marcus offered a slight, dismissive shrug. Most of it isn't. Were you promised transfers in January? Asked James Ducker. The midfield clearly needs investment. Promises are unreliable, Marcus stated, cutting off the speculation instantly. We'll make decisions when they're necessary. How much control do you actually have? Ducker followed up. Enough. The delivery was so perfectly deadpan that a ripple of hushed murmurs went through the room. Melissa Reddy stood up again, looking at Marcus with genuine curiosity. You seem very calm. Almost detached. Do you truly understand the magnitude of what you've just taken on? Marcus didn't answer immediately. He let the question sit. He looked slowly across the front row of journalists, his expression unreadable. If things were truly difficult. That faint, knowing smile returned. I wouldn't be this calm. A few veterans in the room, men who had seen Jose Mourinho crack and Solskjær unravel under this exact spotlight, exchanged quiet looks. The 27-year-old wasn't cracking. He was almost bored by them. But there was one topic they had been circling, the massive elephant in the room that had dominated the media landscape for weeks. A quarter of a mile away, inside the first-team canteen at Carrington, the massive television screens usually playing Sky Sports News had been switched to the live feed. David De Gea and Bruno Fernandes sat at a corner table, their food entirely untouched. They were staring silently at the screen, watching this unknown manager dictate terms to the English media, waiting for the inevitable question. Samuel Luckhurst, knowing this was the headline everyone wanted, stood up and took the microphone. "Marcus, let's talk about the squad you are inheriting. Specifically, Cristiano Ronaldo." The room went dead silent. Every camera lens zoomed in a fraction closer. The clicking of shutters intensified. "He is the highest profile player in the world," Luckhurst continued. "But the tactical debate surrounding him is massive. Will Cristiano Ronaldo be part of your plans?" Marcus didn't flinch. He didn't reach for his water glass to buy time. "Scoring goals is the most difficult thing in football," Marcus said, his voice steady. He took a small pause. "So, leaving the world's best scorer out would be a very strange decision, wouldn't it? So you see him as a guaranteed starter?" Luckhurst pressed. "Guarantees are dangerous." Marcus's slight smile returned, tempering the previous statement. "But players who solve difficult problems tend to play." Laurie Whitwell interjected. "Do you think Ronaldo still fits in a modern system?" "He is 36. Systems should fit good players," Marcus corrected gently. "Not the other way around." Karl Anka took the microphone, pushing the tactical angle further. "There are major concerns about his pressing. The stats show he is among the lowest in the league for attacking pressures. How will you deal with that?" Marcus looked at Anka. His expression shifted into one of mild, polite confusion. "Pressing?" Marcus asked. "Yes," Anka followed up, leaning forward. "Ronaldo doesn't press much." Marcus nodded slowly, maintaining the look of someone who had just been handed a minor, slightly interesting piece of trivia. "Ah, thank you." He let out a small breath. "I didn't know that." His lips curled into a slight smile. "I'll have to rethink everything now." For a second, nobody knew how to react. Then, a few journalists in the second row laughed. The scattered laughter was laced with disbelief. He was openly mocking the media's obsession with pressing stats, treating their biggest talking point like an amateur observation. And he was doing it without raising his voice. While the press corps chuckled, the two Axiom representatives standing at the back of the room remained completely stone-faced. They didn't smile. They knew exactly what he was doing. Anka, smiling slightly despite himself, pushed back. "But seriously, pressing is incredibly important in modern football. Won't his lack of movement off the ball be an issue for how you want to play?" "Only if you design the game poorly," Marcus answered smoothly. He leaned forward slightly. "You don't need 11 men to press. You just need to control the triggers." The humor vanished entirely, replaced by absolute tactical certainty. "Will you build the team around Ronaldo?" asked Henry Winter. "Yes." It was a one-word answer. "No caveats. No conditions. Do you think he can still perform at the highest level here, week in and week out?" Winter continued. "He's been doing it for quite a while," Marcus pointed out, his tone bordering on dry amusement. "It would be unusual if he suddenly forgot." "How do you manage a personality like Ronaldo?" asked Simon Stone. "He demands the ball, he demands to win, and he is visibly frustrated when the team fails." "You don't manage personalities," Marcus corrected, his voice firming up. "You give them situations where winning is the easiest outcome. The personality manages itself when the environment functions correctly." "What's your message to Ronaldo specifically?" Stone asked. "Before you meet him tomorrow." Marcus took a slight pause, visualizing the player in question. "Do what you're already very good at." Another small smile. "I'll handle the rest." Somewhere in Europe, super agent Jorge Mendes was likely already frantically making phone calls to assess what this meant for his most famous client, but in the room, it sounded like an ironclad guarantee. The press officer at the side of the room stepped forward, tapping his watch. "Okay, we have time for one final question. Let's go to the back." A journalist from a European outlet, who had been quiet the entire session, stood up. "Marcus, given the current state of the club sitting outside the top four, tactically disjointed, recovering from a massive fan protest and an ownership change, what is your realistic objective? What would you define as a successful season for Manchester United this year?" The room quieted down. It was the standard closing question, designed to establish the baseline of expectations. Most managers in this situation would talk about stabilizing the ship, fighting for the top 4, or building a foundation for next year. Marcus looked directly at the journalist. Winning the Champions League. His delivery was completely deadpan. His face was a mask of absolute neutrality. The room was stunned. A heavy, palpable silence hung over the Stretford suite. A few journalists actually stopped typing and looked up from their laptops, their mouths slightly open in disbelief. Manchester United had just been dismantled by Watford. They were a tactical disaster. The idea of them winning the Champions League against the likes of Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, or Manchester City was absurd. Marcus looked at the sea of shocked, bewildered faces staring back at him. Slowly, Marcus laughed. It was a quiet, genuine chuckle that broke the suffocating tension in the room. Seeing him laugh, the journalists immediately assumed he was breaking the tension with a massive, self-aware joke. A wave of laughter swept through the room. Pens started moving again. It was a good line to end on. The new 27-year-old manager had a dry, sarcastic sense of humor. Marcus stood up from his chair. He buttoned his suit jacket and turned to the media officer, thanking him. He looked out at the press corps. "Thank you all for coming," Marcus said politely. He took a step away from the desk. Then, he stopped. He turned back, placed his hands flat on the desk, and leaned down so his mouth was an inch away from the center microphone. The laughter in the room began to die down as they noticed his posture. Marcus looked out at them. The amusement was completely gone from his eyes. His expression was dangerously serious. "By the way," Marcus said, his voice echoing cleanly through the suddenly silent room. "I was not joking." He held their gaze for 2 long seconds. "Winning the Champions League is a successful season for Manchester United. Anything below that is not accepted for me." He didn't wait for a reaction. He didn't look at the raised hands that instantly shot back up into the air. Marcus Vail turned and walked out of the room. The moment the heavy door clicked shut behind him, the silence shattered into a chaotic frenzy of 100 journalists instantly hammering on their keyboards, desperate to tweet the quote before the broadcast even finished. Chapter 3, The Aftershock. The heavy, soundproofed door of the Jimmy Murphy Center clicked shut behind Marcus Vail. For exactly 2 seconds, the press room remained suspended in absolute silence. The 100 journalists, hardened veterans who had spent decades covering the soap opera of Manchester United, were collectively processing the fact that a 27-year-old had just treated them with complete, unvarnished indifference. Then, the room shattered into a chaotic frenzy. Chairs scraped violently against the floor. Laptops were flipped open. Broadcasters barked into their headsets, demanding immediate live feeds to their respective studios. The Manchester United Director of Communications stood helplessly at the front of the room, his meticulously crafted PR run-of show completely obliterated. Vail hadn't just gone off script, he had burned the script in front of them. Within 5 minutes, the video clip of Marcus leaning into the microphone and deadpanning, "Winning the Champions League is a successful season for Manchester United. Anything below that is not accepted for me," was clipped, uploaded, and viewed over 4 million times across global platforms. The hashtag number Marcus Vail shot to the #1 trending topic worldwide, bypassing global news events, political summits, and entertainment launches. The sheer audacity of a manager taking over a broken, disjointed team that had just been humiliated 4-1 by Watford, and immediately promising the biggest trophy in European football, sent the footballing world into overdrive. On Twitter, the reaction was a rapid-fire blend of shock, tactical analysis, rival mockery, and sheer delirium. The timeline refreshed faster than the eye could read. At Fabrizio Romano, Marcus Vail completely changes the script. Unbelievable press conference. Axiom Group has given him full control of the club. The Champions League quote is already historic. Large red circle. At David_Ornstein, sources inside the room describe the atmosphere as stunned. Marcus Vail's refusal to engage with standard media narratives marks a drastic cultural shift at MUFC. The Axiom era has truly begun. At Statman Dave, Vail hinting at pressing triggers rather than 11-man pressing. In Belgium, his Dians team allowed 15 passes per defensive action, PPDA, but led the league in high turnovers. A trap-based system. He doesn't want endless running, he wants efficient traps. At Karl Anka, I asked about Ronaldo's pressing. He treated the question like a typo. Vail either has the greatest tactical workaround in modern history planned, or he is incredibly naive. Time will tell. But his absolute certainty is unnerving. At Jonathan Olsen, fascinating to watch Vale dismiss the romance of the United Way. Pragmatism over philosophy. The Champions League promise is absurd, but his diagnosis of the team's confusion looking like laziness is spot on. At Miguel Delaney, Axiom's new man has just put the biggest target on his own back since Jose Mourinho's Special One introduction. The arrogance is breathtaking. If he loses his first game, the English press will crucify him. At Tifo Football _ initial analysis of Marcus Vale's KMSKDNs, mid-block, heavily reliant on central compactness, forcing the opposition wide before triggering aggressive, multi-man traps. If he implements this at United, the current midfield pivot is in for a massive shock. At Liam Paul Canning, I don't know if this guy is a tactical genius or a psychopath, but he just told the entire English media to cry about it. I'm fully strapped in. My manager. Large red circle fire. At Mark Holdbridge, a 27-year-old just walked into Carrington and told the media he's winning the Champions League. No PR. No excuses. I am absolutely buzzing. He didn't come to make friends. At the Man Utd way, he called the players confused instead of lazy. He said guarantees are dangerous. He backed Ronaldo but on his own terms. I haven't felt this alive as a United fan in years. At UTD faithful, rival fans are laughing now, but did you see the Axiom reps at the back of the room? They didn't even blink. This is a cold, calculated corporate machine. Glazers would be apologizing right now. At Stretford Paddock, if he fails, that clip will haunt him forever. But if he actually pulls this off, build the statue tomorrow. At Axiom Watch, Axiom Global Partners just proved they aren't here for commercial clicks. They brought a corporate assassin to Old Trafford to gut the culture. At Opta Joe, 27, at 27 years old, Marcus Vale is the youngest manager in Premier League history, 5 years younger than the previous record holder, Attilio Lombardo, 32. Prodigy. At City's N99, delusional. We have Pep and we still haven't won the UCL, but this kid from the Belgian 2nd Division thinks he's lifting it with Fred and McTominay? Loudly crying face. At Anfield Watch, they get battered 4-1 by Watford and hire a 27-year-old who thinks he's playing Football Manager. This is going to be a brilliant car crash to watch. At AFC Gunner, even Arteta took years to build a structure. You can't just walk in and win the Champions League with a broken squad. Arrogance will be his downfall. At Chelsea Transfer, United fans getting gassed over a press conference. Let's see him try his pressing traps against Tuchel's Chelsea this weekend. At Rio 35, never seen an introduction like that. You demand the UCL on day one, you better have the training sessions to back it up. Pressure is on. Eyes. At GNEV2, still processing what I just watched. A cultural shock to the system at Old Trafford. At GNEV2, follow up, but I will say this, he didn't look like he was acting. That wasn't a PR stunt. He believes it. While the fans were euphoric on social media, the financial institutions and the gambling markets took a starkly different view. They dealt in cold probability, not emotion. Within an hour of the press conference, tens of thousands of United fans, drunk on the new manager's unwavering confidence, flooded the betting apps to place futures bets on Manchester United lifting the European Cup. Normally, a massive influx of cash on one outcome forces bookmakers to slash the odds to protect their liabilities. Instead, the major British bookmakers Sky Bet, Paddy Power, and William Hill did the exact opposite. Their risk analysts looked at the data, a shattered squad, a chaotic defensive record, and a completely unproven 27-year-old manager stepping into the most ruthless league in the world. The analysts collectively decided that Marcus Vale was completely out of his depth. Rather than lowering the odds, Sky Bet actively increased Manchester United's odds of winning the Champions League from 40/1 to a staggering 80/1. William Hill followed suit, pushing them to 100/1. They were effectively inviting the public to throw their money away, loudly broadcasting their absolute disbelief that this broken team could navigate past the likes of Bayern Munich or Real Madrid under a rookie. The real debate, however, was raging on YouTube. Manchester United's fan media had become a global industry unto itself, and Marcus Vale had just handed them the greatest piece of content of the decade. On the United stand, Mark Goldbridge was live. His face was flushed, he was pacing back and forth in his gaming chair, and the live viewer count in the top corner of his screen had just ticked past 120,000 concurrent viewers. The chat box was a blur of text moving so fast it was completely unreadable. "Are you absolutely mad?" Goldbridge yelled into his microphone, slapping his desk. "Did I just hear that correctly? Did a 27-year-old bloke, who was managing in the Belgian second division a year ago, just sit in front of Simon Stone, James Ducker and the entire English media mafia, and tell them he's winning the Champions League?" Goldbridge leaned into his camera, his eyes wide. "He didn't give them an inch. They tried to bait him. They tried to get him to throw the players under the bus. Oh, they don't run, do they? And what does he say? A player who is confused looks lazy. Bang! Tactical accountability. He's just told the previous coaching staff they didn't know what they were doing without even raising his voice." He paused, clicking his mouse to highlight a super chat that flashed on the screen. "Right, let's get into the chat. Danny from London donates £5, Mark, he's 27. He's a kid. How is Ronaldo going to listen to him?" Goldbridge read aloud. He leaned back, gesturing with his hands. "Danny, mate, I don't care if he's 12 years old if he knows how to set up a midfield. Age is a number. Look at Julian Nagelsmann in Germany. Football is changing. The days of the old school, red-faced British manager screaming at players while chewing gum are over. It's about data. It's about systems. And did you hear how he spoke about Ronaldo?" He pulled up the clip of the Ronaldo pressing question on his secondary screen. "Look at this part," Goldbridge said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "Karl Anka tries to hit him with the stats. Ronaldo doesn't press. Vale looks at him like he's just told him water is wet. I didn't know that. I'll have to rethink everything." The sarcasm is unbelievable. He treated them like children. "I'll tell you what, I don't know if he'll last 6 months, but finally, we have a manager who isn't terrified of the media. He's arrogant. I love it." Another super chat popped up. Goldbridge pointed at the screen. "Sarah in Manchester donates £10, I love the confidence, but isn't promising the Champions League just setting himself up to get sacked by May?" "Sarah, it's a massive risk," Goldbridge agreed, nodding vigorously. "It's the biggest risk I've ever seen a manager take on his first day. But think about the psychology of it. We've had managers come in here talking about transitions and rebuilds for 8 years. Oh, we need 3 transfer windows. Oh, we are aiming for top 4. Vale comes in and says, forget the rebuild. The standard is the Champions League. It's terrifying, but it's exactly the shock to the system this pampered dressing room needs." Goldbridge scrolled down the chat, picking out another comment. User RedEvil99 asks, "Mark, is he actually going to bench Ronaldo if he doesn't fit?" "No, he's not," Goldbridge said immediately. "And he told you why. Scoring goals is the hardest thing in football. He's pragmatic. He's not going to bench the greatest goalscorer in history just to prove a point about pressing. He's going to build a system around him that means Ronaldo doesn't have to press. I don't know how he does it, but that's what he's planning. The man is a machine." Across the digital landscape, on Stretford Paddock, the tone was slightly more measured but equally stunned. Stephen Howson sat in his studio, flanked by 2 tactical analysts, dissecting the press conference word by word. "Look, you have to separate the bravado from the substance," Howson said, tapping his desk. "The Champions League quote is the headline. The media will feast on it. But look at what he actually said about the football. Styles don't win games. Correct decisions do. He's telling us he's not a romantic. He's not coming in to play the United way just for the sake of it. If we need to sit deep and counter, we will. If we need to dominate possession, we will." "But Stephen, the Champions League," one of his CO hosts interjected. "He's put a massive target on his back. Pep Guardiola at City with infinite money still hasn't won it." "I know," Howson replied. "But think about the dressing room. He walks into a squad that is mentally shattered after Watford. The standards are on the floor. If he comes in and says, let's try to get top 4, he's accepting mediocrity. By demanding the Champions League, he is telling the squad, I don't care how bad you were yesterday. As of today, you are elite, or you are out. It's a massive gamble. But it's the exact opposite of Ole's arm around the shoulder routine. This guy is cold." The shockwaves rapidly transferred from digital platforms to traditional broadcasting. On Sky Sports News, the afternoon panel immediately scrapped their planned segments regarding the upcoming weekend fixtures. Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher were beamed in live via satellite, dominating the main broadcast. "Gary, I have to start with you," the presenter prompted, looking at the monitor. "Axiom brings in a 27-year-old unknown who guarantees the Champions League. Your thoughts?" Neville let out a long, exhausted breath. "I'm flabbergasted. I really am. We've just been taken apart by Watford. We can't string 3 passes together against a high press. Our midfield gets overrun by relegation candidates. And he's talking about winning the European Cup? It borders on the absurd. But, what he said about confusion looking like laziness, that is a brilliant footballing observation. He clearly knows the game. He's diagnosed the tactical rot instantly." Carragher, however, was not smiling. He looked deadly serious, leaning aggressively toward his camera lens. "I completely disagree, Gary. I think he's setting himself up for a massive fall, and it all comes back to the Ronaldo answer," Carragher stated firmly. "He basically sat there and mocked Karl Anka for bringing up pressing stats. He said you don't need 11 men to press. In 2021, against Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool, or Thomas Tuchel's Chelsea, or Pep Guardiola's City, that is tactical suicide. You cannot carry a passenger out of possession in the modern game. He's naive. If he thinks he can just build a cage around a 36-year-old striker who doesn't want to run, the top teams in this league will carve him wide open. He's asking for trouble." Down the M62, at the Etihad campus, the reality of Vale's comments was already being presented to the established elite. Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola was holding his own scheduled press conference ahead of a domestic fixture. A journalist inevitably brought up the quotes echoing out of Carrington. "Pep, the new United manager just promised to win the Champions League this season. You have an incredible squad here at City, and even you haven't managed to win it for this club yet. What do you make of his comments?" Guardiola paused, taking a sip of water. He rubbed his bald head thoughtfully, his expression carefully neutral. "I do not know him personally," Guardiola said, choosing his words with polite caution. "He did an incredible job in Belgium. I have read some reports on his structure there. But, the Champions League is the most difficult competition in the world. We have tried for many years. We have unbelievable players, incredible infrastructure, and we are still fighting for it. It is not as simple as sitting at a desk and saying you will win it. The reality is on the grass. But, we welcome the challenge. It is good for the city to have strong competition." Over at the AXA Training Centre, Liverpool's Jurgen Klopp offered a much more animated response when asked the same question. "He's 27. Klopp asked, his eyes widening before letting out a booming laugh. "My God, I feel incredibly old today. Look, what can I say? It is a bold statement. Very bold. Manchester United is a massive club with massive problems right now. To walk into that fire and say, we will win the biggest trophy, you either have a master plan that nobody else can see, or..." Klopp smiled, tapping his temple. "Or you are a little bit crazy. But in football, sometimes the crazy ones are the most dangerous. We will see how they play. Words are easy. Defending a counter-attack is hard." In the broadsheets, the tactical analysts were already digging far deeper than the TV pundits. Jonathan Wilson published a rapid reaction piece in The Guardian titled, "The Enigma of Marcus Vale, Why Pressing Triggers Might Solve United's Ronaldo Problem." Rather than dismissing the arrogance, Wilson decoded it. He explained how Vale's system at Deans relied on baiting the opposition into specific zones rather than exhausting the forwards with endless, aimless running. Solskjaer's United pressed individually, leading to fractured lines and massive gaps, Wilson wrote. Vale's Deans did not press high. They sat in a compact mid-block, deliberately leaving the opposition fullbacks open. The moment the ball was played wide, the trap snapped shut. Multiple players collapsed on the zone simultaneously. If Vale can convince United's disjointed midfield to operate as a single, coordinated net, Ronaldo's lack of individual pressing ceases to be a systemic vulnerability. He becomes the designated outlet for the transition. While the analysts theorized, the mechanics of the football industry were churning behind the scenes. In a pristine, glass-walled office overlooking the harbour in Lisbon, super agent Jorge Mendes turned off his television monitor. He did not look amused. He picked up his secure mobile phone and immediately dialed his top English fixer based in London. "I want a complete dossier on Marcus Vale by tonight," Mendes ordered in rapid Portuguese. I want his tactical setups, his relationships with executives, his psychological profile. Everything. He just publicly claimed he will handle Cristiano. Nobody handles Cristiano but me. I need to know if this boy is a genius who can actually deliver the Champions League, or a fool who is going to ruin my client's final years at the top level. Get me the data. Simultaneously, a very different kind of analysis was happening on the ground level in Manchester. Inside the Tollgate, a popular pub a short walk from Old Trafford, the afternoon crowd was glued to the screens. The atmosphere was a volatile mix of cautious optimism and hardened cynicism. Liam, a younger season ticket holder who had marched against the Glazers just weeks prior, was watching the replay of the press conference with a pint in hand. "Did you hear him?" Liam said, turning to the older men at his table. He didn't give a toss about the United way. No talk of the class of '92. No nostalgia. Just pure results. An older fan, nursing a stout, shook his head. "It's disrespectful. You come to Manchester United, you pay your respects to the history. You don't sit there at 27 acting like you own the place." Sir Alex would have never stood for that kind of arrogance without earning it first. "Sir Alex isn't here anymore, Dave," Liam fired back. "The United DNA rubbish is exactly what got us battered 4-1 by Watford. Solskjær lived on nostalgia and it killed us. This bloke Vale?" He called them confused. He looked right through the media. "I don't care if he's 27 or 77. We needed a corporate killer, and Axiom just hired one." Inside the Carrington training complex, that corporate efficiency was moving silently through the corridors. Down the hall from the Jimmy Murphy Center, in the first team coach's office, Michael Carrick and Mike Phelan sat in an agonizing limbo. The television in the corner was muted. Solskjær's coaching staff had not been formally dismissed by Axiom during the takeover, nor had they been contacted by Marcus Vale since his arrival in the building. They were staring at their phones, surrounded by tactical whiteboards filled with outdated set-piece routines. They didn't know if they were meant to be planning tomorrow's training session or packing their belongings into cardboard boxes. Suddenly, Phelan's phone buzzed on the desk. Carrick looked over instantly. Phelan picked it up, reading the short, clinical text message from the newly installed Axiom sporting director. "Marcus Vale requests the presence of all coaching staff in his office at 4 p.m. Please be prompt." Phelan looked up at Carrick. "Well," Phelan muttered. "We aren't sacked yet. But he wants to see us." Carrick checked his watch. It was 3:45 p.m. "Let's hope he's more talkative with us than he was with the press." But the most critical reaction to the new regime was happening just down the corridor, inside the glass-walled first-team canteen. 25 multimillionaire athletes sat around the tables. The live feed of the press conference had ended, and the silence was suffocating. The air was thick with a mixture of fear, relief, and profound uncertainty. Harry Maguire sat near the front, his massive frame hunched over the table, his arms crossed tightly. Despite the massive target the Champions League quote had just placed on their backs, he didn't look entirely terrified. Beneath the anxiety, he felt a strange, quiet sense of relief. He was exhausted. He was physically and mentally tired of the chaotic, vibes-based tactics that left him completely exposed in one-on-one situations against faster attackers. When Marcus said, "If you solve the tactical problem, the mental one follows," Maguire felt a flicker of hope. He didn't want an arm around his shoulder anymore, he desperately wanted rigid, functional instructions that made sense. He just wanted a manager who would tell him exactly where to stand. Across the room, Donny van de Beek exchanged a quiet, speaking look with Jadon Sancho. Both players had arrived for massive transfer fees, only to be completely marginalized and confused by the previous regime's lack of structure. Solskjær had promised them minutes, but consistently fell back on his trusted favorites regardless of form. When Marcus stated to the media, "Consistency usually appears once confusion disappears," Donny gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. For the outcasts, the cold logic of the new manager wasn't a threat, it was a lifeline. A clean slate governed entirely by performance, not status. In the far corner of the canteen, separated slightly from the main groups, sat Cristiano Ronaldo. He was leaning back in his chair, his arms folded across his chest. He hadn't reacted to the jokes, the deadpan delivery, or the shock of the journalists. He hadn't spoken a single word to his Portuguese compatriots, Bruno Fernandes or Diogo Dalot. But his eyes were sharp, calculating. Ronaldo had worked under the greatest managers in the history of the sport: Ferguson, Mourinho, Ancelotti, Zidane. He despised weakness. He despised managers who tried to appease the media, who bent to the narratives of journalists who had never kicked a ball at an elite level. Marcus Vail had just stood in front of the world and declared that he would build the team around him. More importantly, he had dismissed the media's obsession with pressing, correctly identifying that a striker of Ronaldo's age and caliber shouldn't be wasting energy chasing shadows in areas that didn't matter. Do what you're already very good at. I'll handle the rest. It was a bold, arrogant statement. It was exactly the kind of statement Ronaldo respected. But it also carried an implicit challenge. Vail wasn't bowing to him. He wasn't acting like a fan who had been handed the managerial job. He was effectively saying, I will fix the tactical mess. I will structure the team to give you the ball in dangerous areas. And when I do, you had better not miss, because I will not accept failure. Ronaldo uncrossed his arms and stood up. The scraping of his chair against the floor echoed loudly in the silent canteen. Every head turned to look at him. Anthony Martial, Marcus Rashford, David De Gea, they all watched the 5-time Ballon d'Or winner to see how he would react to the 27-year-old who had just claimed total ownership of his narrative. Ronaldo didn't look at them. He didn't offer a rallying speech or a gesture of frustration. He simply grabbed his custom protein shake from the table, took a sip, and walked out of the canteen, his posture perfectly straight, heading directly toward the private gym. As the heavy glass door swung shut behind Ronaldo, Luke Shaw let out a long breath, finally breaking the silence that had gripped the room. He leaned over to Scott McTominay, his eyes wide. Well, Shaw muttered quietly. Training tomorrow morning is going to be absolutely mental, isn't it? McTominay didn't reply. He just stared blankly at the muted television screen on the wall, where Marcus Vail's name was still flashing in bold red letters across the ticker. The comfortable, nostalgic era of Manchester United was officially dead. The execution of the new order was about to begin. Chapter 4, The Half Space. Marcus Vail did not linger in the Jimmy Murphy Centre to revel in the chaos he had just caused. As soon as the heavy door clicked shut, leaving the frenzy of the English media behind, his posture changed entirely. The rigid, professional stance he had held behind the microphones vanished. He buried his hands deep in his trouser pockets and adopted a deceptively lazy, almost slouching gait. He strolled down the quiet, carpeted corridor of the executive wing at Carrington with slow, unbothered steps, looking more like a man wandering through a public park than the newly appointed manager of the biggest football club in the world. He headed straight for the temporary office assigned to Alexander Vance, the CEO of Axiom Global Partners. Marcus didn't knock. He simply pushed the door open and wandered inside. Alexander Vance, a man who usually projected an aura of terrifying corporate authority, looked up from his dual-monitor setup. The moment he saw Marcus, the cold corporate veneer completely dissolved. A genuine, bright smile broke across Vance's face. Well, Vance said, leaning back in his leather executive chair, looking highly amused. I watched the feed. Winning the Champions League. You really couldn't help yourself, could you? Marcus slumped comfortably into the armchair opposite the desk, tilting his head to the side. He pulled a small, circular red magnet, the kind used for player tokens on tactical whiteboards, from his pocket and began casually rolling it back and forth across his knuckles. Ah! Marcus said, his voice carrying a breezy, effortless tone. They looked so tense, Alex. I just thought I'd give them something to write about. It saves them the trouble of inventing a crisis. Vance laughed, standing up and walking around the desk. We are already fielding calls from sponsors, Vance noted, though he didn't sound concerned. They are simultaneously terrified and thrilled. The global engagement metrics are off the charts. But you've set the bar to the absolute ceiling, Marcus. There is no grace period now. There never is, Marcus replied lazily, flipping the red magnet like a coin and catching it effortlessly. His half-closed eyes looked up at the CEO. The data models are clear. The squad is completely unbalanced, but the individual ceiling is high enough to bypass the structural rot if we simplify their instructions. We just need to survive until January. I'll have the capital ready for the winter window, Vance promised, leaning against his desk. But you need to sort out the dressing room first. Solskjaer's ghosts are still walking the halls. I'm dealing with them now, Marcus said. He pushed himself up from the armchair with a quiet sigh, stretching his arms. Time to go meet the executioners. Marcus left the executive wing and navigated toward the first team tactical suites. Inside the main coach's meeting room, the atmosphere was thick with uncertainty. Michael Carrick, Mike Phelan, Kieran McKenna, and Richard Hardis sat around the large central table. They had watched the press conference. They knew the culture was shifting violently. The door opened, and Marcus strolled in. He didn't carry any folders or tactical binders. He didn't stand at the head of the table to command the room. Instead, he pulled out a chair, slumped heavily into it, and leaned his elbows on the table, resting his chin on his palm. He looked completely relaxed, almost sleepy. The coaches exchanged quick, confused glances. This wasn't the terrifying corporate assassin they had seen on television 10 minutes ago. "Gentlemen," Marcus began, his tone polite and easygoing. "Thank you for waiting. I know the last 48 hours have been a bit loud. You have all served this club through a highly volatile period. My intention today is not to completely dismantle the foundation you've maintained. I hope that all of you will continue to coach the players and remain part of the first team staff moving forward." Mike Phelan gave a slow nod, visibly relieved. Kieran McKenna leaned back, processing the information. But Michael Carrick kept his hands flat on the table. "Marcus," Carrick said, his tone respectful but firm. "I appreciate the offer. Truly. But after everything that's happened, I think it's best if I step away. I want to leave the coaching staff and look for new challenges. The club needs a clean break, and I'm too deeply tied to Ole's tenure." Marcus didn't react with surprise. He just continued rolling the red magnet over his knuckles. "I see," Marcus said smoothly. He gave a slight nod. "Michael, can we speak in private for a few minutes after the meeting concludes?" Carrick hesitated for a fraction of a second, then nodded. "Yeah. Of course." Marcus turned his attention back to the rest of the room. "For the rest of you, I want the training schedules to remain exactly as they are for today and tomorrow morning. Continue how you have been training the squad. I do not want to introduce a radical tactical shock to their physical routines immediately. Keep the drills standard. We will sit down and talk about my specific tactical integrations tomorrow afternoon. Thank you all for coming." Phelan, McKenna, and Hardis stood up, shook Marcus's hand, and filed out of the room. As the door clicked shut, Marcus let out a soft exhale. He looked across the table at Carrick. "I want you to stay, Michael," Marcus said, dropping the sleepy act just a fraction. "I genuinely want you to remain at the club and continue coaching at least for the rest of the season. After May, it will be entirely your decision if you want to leave or pursue a managerial role elsewhere. But I need you here." Carrick frowned slightly. "Marcus, you just told the press you're going to win the Champions League. You're bringing in a completely new philosophy. The players look at me and see the past 3 years of failure. You don't need my baggage." "Ah, but I watched you," Marcus countered, a faint smile touching his lips. "I watched the Champions League match against Villarreal you managed 2 days ago. The 2-0 win." Carrick blinked, surprised. "I saw the defensive block you set up," Marcus continued, flipping the red magnet onto the table. "You dropped the line, tightened the space between the midfield and the defense, and forced them wide. You neutralized their central overloads. It wasn't spectacular, romantic football. It was incredibly smart, pragmatic football. You understand the mechanics of the game." Carrick shifted in his seat, slightly disarmed by the specific tactical praise. "Just for this half-season," Marcus requested, leaning forward slightly. "As a former Manchester United player, a man who won everything here, you can do that much for the club, right? If it is a matter of compensation under the new Axiom contracts, I will personally speak with the hierarchy and see that you are taken care of." "It's not about the money, Marcus," Carrick said immediately, shaking his head. "It's never been about the money for me here." "I know," Marcus agreed softly. "Which is exactly why I need you. I don't just need your footballing brain, Michael. I need you here to know what the players' mentality will be like." Carrick looked at the 27-year-old manager, and suddenly, he understood. Marcus wasn't asking him to stay to design training drills. Marcus was asking him to stay as an informant. A psychological translator. Marcus was going to implement alien systems, drop massive egos, and completely rewrite the dressing room hierarchy. Carrick realized that Marcus wanted him there to read the room, to predict which players would rebel and which would submit, so Marcus could adjust his traps accordingly. It was brilliantly calculating. I am going to ask them to do things they might initially think they shouldn't, Marcus said, confirming Carrick's realization. You know who will respond to cold logic, and who will completely shut down. I need that data. Carrick processed the request. But before he committed, he needed to know if the man sitting across from him was actually a tactician, or just a corporate psychologist. Watford, Carrick said suddenly, his voice testing the waters. Second half. We were getting completely overrun in the double pivot. How would you have fixed it? Marcus didn't blink. He stopped rolling the magnet. I wouldn't have played a double pivot, Marcus answered instantly. Watford's wingers tuck inside during transitions. Your pivots were chasing shadows. I would have dropped Matic into a single pivot, inverted Wan-Bissaka to overload the center, and forced Sarr to stay wide. You lost the game because you surrendered the half spaces. Carrick stared at him. The answer was instantaneous, flawless, and surgically precise. It was exactly what Carrick had thought in hindsight, hours after the damage was already done. Marcus had mapped it out without even looking at a whiteboard. Despite the clinical nature of the arrangement, Carrick sensed that Marcus genuinely valued his presence. It wasn't a trap, it was a partnership based on harsh realities. Carrick, whose entire professional life had been defined by his loyalty to Manchester United, let out a slow sigh. Until the end of the season, Carrick finally agreed. I'll stay. I'll help you bridge the gap. And no need for compensation talks. My current contract is fine. Thank you, Michael, Marcus said, his easygoing smile returning. He scooped up the red magnet and stood up. I appreciate it. Now, tell me, where is Cristiano? He didn't stay in the canteen, Carrick noted, standing up. He went straight to the private gym. Ah. Perfect, Marcus said, turning toward the door. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Marcus wandered down the winding, modern corridors of Carrington toward the high-performance physical conditioning center. He walked with his hands in his pockets, his posture perfectly relaxed. As he passed the physiotherapy rooms, Bruno Fernandes and Diogo Dalot stepped out into the hallway. Seeing the new manager, they stopped. Boss, Bruno said, extending a hand, his expression a mix of deep respect and intense curiosity. Welcome to the club. Thank you, Bruno. Diogo, Marcus replied, pulling a hand from his pocket to shake theirs politely. We watched the press conference, Dalot added carefully. It was very clear. Marcus offered a lazy half-smile. Clarity is the goal. Rest up, gentlemen. We have a lot of work tomorrow. He continued down the hall, offering brief, cheerful greetings to a few other players stretching near the indoor turf, never stopping long enough to invite deep conversation. He pushed open the heavy glass double doors of the private first-team gym. The room smelled of rubber mats and sweat. Heavy bass thumped quietly from the corner speakers. In the center of the room, Cristiano Ronaldo was seated on a leg press machine, methodically pushing a massive amount of weight with controlled, rhythmic precision. A few other players were in the gym. Alex Telles was on a stationary bike, and Jesse Lingard was doing core work on the mats. Seeing Marcus enter, Telles immediately stopped pedaling. Lingard sat up. Congratulations on the appointment, boss, Telles said, wiping his forehead with a towel as he walked over to shake Marcus's hand. Thank you, Alex, Marcus replied breezily. Lingard echoed the sentiment, shaking his hand. At the center of the room, the heavy iron plates of the leg press clanged together as Ronaldo locked the machine. He sat up, grabbing a towel draped over the seat, and walked toward Marcus. Congratulations, Marcus, Ronaldo said. His English was perfect, his tone polite but carrying the inherent authority of a man who had conquered world football. He extended his hand. Thank you, Cristiano, Marcus said, meeting his grip. Telles and Lingard, sensing the immediate shift in the room's atmosphere and realizing the new manager was here for a highly specific reason, quickly gathered their water bottles. See you tomorrow, boss, Lingard muttered, gesturing to the door. Telles followed closely behind. The glass doors clicked shut. Out in the hallway, Lingard and Telles exchanged a deeply bewildered look. They had been bracing for the infamous hairdryer treatment, a furious, chest-thumping dressing down from the new dictator who had just threatened the whole squad's standards on live television. Instead, they got a sleepy, cheerful greeting from a guy playing with a magnet. The sheer unpredictability of it left them completely unnerved. Inside, Marcus and Cristiano were left completely alone in the massive gym. Marcus exhaled slowly. He walked over to a heavy plyometric box, slumped down onto it, and leaned his elbows on his knees. He looked up at Ronaldo through half-closed eyes, casually rolling the red magnet over his knuckles. Ronaldo sat on a nearby bench, draping the towel around his neck. He was analyzing the 27-year-old, waiting to see if Vale would act like a terrified fanboy or a rigid dictator. The lazy posture threw him off entirely. "I'll be honest with you, Cristiano," Marcus began, his tone conversational and surprisingly light. "I am a massive fan of yours. Not just for the goals. Everyone loves the goals. I am a fan of your spatial awareness. I spent years studying your off-the-ball movements during your time at Real Madrid." Ronaldo's eyebrows raised slightly. "Ah, the 2017 Champions League final in Cardiff," Marcus mused, smiling slightly as he flipped the magnet. "The way you manipulated Giorgio Chiellini. You kept making dummy runs to the near post to drag him out of his zone, over and over. And the one time you held your run, Carvajal found you for the cutback. It was a masterpiece in cognitive overload." Ronaldo let out a short, genuine laugh. He hadn't expected a granular tactical breakdown of a specific dummy run from 4 years ago. "Most people just think I run fast and shoot hard," Ronaldo said, his tone warming slightly. "They don't see the chess match with the centre-backs." "Well, the English media certainly doesn't," Marcus agreed cheerfully. He paused, tilting his head. "Speaking of the media, what did you think of the statement I made at the end of the press conference?" Ronaldo leaned back, wiping a bead of sweat from his temple. "I think that should be the standard answer of any Manchester United manager," Ronaldo said flatly, his competitive edge instantly flaring up. "When you manage this club, you should say you will win the Champions League, or you will win the Premier League. Anything else is small club mentality." Ronaldo let out a brief sigh, looking around the gym. "But, seeing our current position in the league, the points we have already dropped, and the squad depth compared to City and Liverpool, winning the Premier League will not be possible this season. The gap is too big. The Champions League, however, will be possible. If things get right in the club. If we stop playing like schoolboys in transition." Marcus nodded slowly. "And what about you?" Marcus asked lazily. "What do you want to achieve for Manchester United, and for yourself, this season?" Ronaldo didn't hesitate for a second. "The same as you," Ronaldo stated, his voice hard. "The Champions League for the club. And for me, the Golden Boot. I came back to England to prove I am still the best in the world. I want to score the most goals." "Good," Marcus said softly. "Then we have the exact same objectives. But if we are going to achieve them, things have to change immediately. Starting with your positioning." Ronaldo narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of defensiveness appearing. "My positioning?" "Yes," Marcus said. He didn't stand up. He just pointed the red magnet at the floor. "Under Solskjær, you have been playing entirely centrally. You are isolated against 2 massive Premier League centre-backs every game. Because our midfield cannot progress the ball, you are dropping deep to receive it. You are touching the ball 40 yards from goal. It is a complete waste of your lethality." Ronaldo nodded slowly. "The service has been terrible. I have to drop deep just to feel the game." "You will never drop deep again," Marcus instructed, though his tone remained completely breezy. "I am forbidding it. Furthermore, you will not be playing centrally anymore." Ronaldo crossed his arms. "You want to put me back out on the wing? Like I was 20 years old?" "No," Marcus clarified. "I want you operating exclusively in the left half space. The channel between the opposition's right back and their right-sided centre-back." Marcus stopped flipping the magnet, holding it between his thumb and forefinger. "About the other players' positions, leave it to me," Marcus said, his easygoing tone making the absolute tactical dictatorship sound like friendly advice. "Don't think much about it. Our left winger will hold the absolute maximum width to pull the fullback out. That opens the massive gap in the half space. That is your zone. You wait there. And when the ball is progressed into the final third, you make late, explosive diagonal runs into the box. I will provide you the chances. You just have to score." Ronaldo stared at Marcus, visualizing the movements. His tactical brain instantly recognized the efficiency of the plan. By operating in the half space, he wouldn't have to fight with his back to goal. He would constantly be receiving the ball facing forward, running onto it dynamically. "I like it," Ronaldo finally said, uncrossing his arms. It gives me momentum. Exactly, Marcus said cheerfully, pocketing the magnet. You are here to score goals. Which brings me to the next point. You are my designated penalty taker. If you are on the pitch, you take the penalty. No hesitation, no discussions with Bruno or anyone else about who feels confident that day. You are here to score goals, and with that, you will be one step closer toward the golden boot. Ronaldo offered a short nod. And as for out of possession? Marcus waved his hand dismissively. You heard the journalists. They are obsessed with how much you run. Pressing? Ah, don't worry about it. Just play your natural game. When we lose the ball, just position yourself in the vacated space for the counter-attack. I will take care of the defensive structure. Ronaldo leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. It was exactly what he wanted to hear. A manager who understood his physical reality and was willing to build a tactical framework that maximized his strengths rather than demanding he conform to an exhausting, generalized system. But then, the atmosphere in the gym completely shifted. Marcus's slouch vanished. He sat up perfectly straight. His half-closed, sleepy eyes snapped fully open, locking onto Ronaldo with a cold, piercing intensity that instantly sucked the air out of the room. The breezy, eccentric tone completely evaporated. However, Marcus said, his voice dropping an octave, becoming quiet, hard, and utterly unyielding. If I am going to build this entire team around your output, Marcus stated, holding absolute eye contact, I need you at peak physical lethality in May when we are in the Champions League knockout stages. Not burned out in January. Ronaldo frowned slightly. I am always fit. I train harder than anyone. I know you do, Marcus acknowledged coldly. But human body does not care about your work ethic. Therefore, in the future, I might leave you out of the squad completely when there is a European fixture midweek against lower-tier opposition, or if the calendar gets congested. I will manage your workload aggressively. Ronaldo opened his mouth to protest, a reflex born of his obsessive desire to play every single minute. Do not come to my office afterwards telling me I broke promises or disrespected you, Marcus warned, cutting him off, his voice like ice. You know your physical condition more than I do, and you know which matches actually matter for your legacy. I will rotate you to preserve your legs for Anfield, for the Etihad, and for the Bernabeu. That is non-negotiable. Ronaldo stared at the 27-year-old. For a long moment, the silence in the gym was heavy. Very few managers had ever dared to dictate terms to him so bluntly. But as Ronaldo processed the demand, the anger didn't materialize. Instead, a sense of professional respect settled in. Vale wasn't benching him to prove a point to the media, he was preserving him to weaponize him for the matches that defined history. Ronaldo let out a breath and nodded slowly. I understand. If it is for the Champions League, I will accept the rotation. Good, Marcus said. Instantly, the terrifying intensity vanished. The lazy half-smile returned, and he slumped back down slightly, the goofy persona snapping back into place as if nothing had happened. And don't worry, there will be a few signings arriving in the winter transfer window to improve the squad. A proper defensive pivot, so our centre-backs stop getting exposed. Cristiano nodded, completely disarmed by the whiplash of Marcus's personality shift. The prospect of actual midfield reinforcements was exactly what he wanted to hear. We understand each other, Marcus, Ronaldo said, standing up to his full height. Marcus stood up lazily, extending his hand. We do. They shook hands firmly. Ronaldo pulled Marcus in for a brief, strong hug, a traditional footballing gesture of unity. Rest up, Cristiano, Marcus said cheerfully, turning toward the door. I'll see you on the grass tomorrow. See you tomorrow, boss, Ronaldo replied. Marcus pushed open the heavy glass doors and disappeared down the corridor, his hands back in his pockets, his lazy gait returning. Ronaldo stood still for a moment, staring at the empty doorway. He had expected an amateur. Instead, he had just been comprehensively outmaneuvered by a tactical grandmaster playing a very dangerous game of psychological chess. Ronaldo walked over to his gym bag and pulled out his phone. He opened his messages, tapped on Jorge Mendez's name, and typed out a rapid, short text. Stand down. Don't brief the press. I like him. He hit send, dropped the phone back into his bag, and walked back to the leg press machine. The noise and the chaos of the outside world didn't matter anymore. The execution had begun. Chapter 5, The architect. By 6 p.m., the media circus outside the Carrington Training Complex had swelled. Sky Sports news vans were parked haphazardly along the verges, and dozens of paparazzi stood by the exit barriers, their long lenses focused tightly on the gate. They were waiting to catch a glimpse of the new 27-year-old manager leaving in whatever sleek, heavily tinted supercar he had undoubtedly acquired. A matte black Mercedes G-Wagon rolled past the gates. The camera flashes erupted like a strobe light, capturing Victor Lindelof in the driver's seat. A few minutes later, a silver Range Rover SVR departed, carrying Luke Shaw. Nobody paid any attention to the immaculate, boxy, forest green 1994 Volvo 850 estate that quietly rolled out through the gates 10 minutes later. Marcus Vail drove with one hand casually resting on the bottom of the steering wheel. The Volvo looked like it belonged to a retired geography teacher. It was the ultimate sleeper car, an eccentric choice that perfectly mirrored his personality. Under the unassuming, retro exterior, the chassis had been entirely rebuilt and the engine swapped for a heavily tuned, modern electric drivetrain. It was completely silent, terrifyingly fast, and entirely invisible to the press. The interior of the car was filled with the rapid, high-pitched chatter of an audio feed playing at 4x speed. It was the tactical broadcast of Chelsea's recent match against Leicester City. To anyone else, it sounded like electronic gibberish, but Marcus was casually dissecting Thomas Tuchel's pressing triggers just by listening to the referee's whistle and the frequency of the players' shouts. He navigated the dark, winding roads toward Hale Barnes, a wealthy suburb south of Manchester. 20 minutes later, the Volvo pulled up to the heavy security gates of his newly acquired residence. The gates slid open automatically, recognizing the vehicle's encrypted transponder. Marcus parked in the underground garage and took the private elevator up to the main floor. The villa was a masterpiece of modern, minimalist architecture. It featured vast expanses of floor-to-ceiling smart glass that automatically adjusted their tint based on the external light. There were no grand chandeliers or excessive displays of wealth. The space was dominated by clean lines, muted tones, high-speed fiber optic routing hubs discreetly built into the walls, and a completely integrated AI climate and security system. Marcus dropped his keys on the kitchen island, took off his suit jacket, and walked over to the boiling water tap to brew a cup of green tea. He leaned against the marble counter, closing his eyes for a moment. The silence of the house was a stark contrast to the absolute noise of the footballing world he had just thrown into chaos. As the tea steeped, Marcus allowed his mind to drift back, past the press conference, past his time in Belgium, all the way back to 1994. The world looked at Marcus Vail and saw a 27-year-old prodigy. They saw a boy who had finished a degree in advanced mathematics and behavioral economics by the time he was 12. What they didn't see, and what they could never comprehend, was the truth of his existence. Marcus had been reincarnated. In his previous life, he had been a completely ordinary man, albeit a die-hard, obsessive Manchester United supporter. His previous life had ended abruptly, leading to a surreal, unexplainable encounter in a white void with an entity that referred to itself simply as a random omnipotent being. The Rob had offered him a second chance, a new life, and a singular gift of his choosing. Marcus hadn't asked for superpowers or magic. He had asked for intellect. Specifically, the terrifying, unparalleled, multi-layered intellect of Kisuke Urahara. He had been reborn in 1994 to a wealthy American venture capitalist, Arthur Sterling, and a Portuguese heiress, Maria Silva. From the moment he could speak, the Urahara intellect had manifested. He processed variables at a frightening speed. He saw the world not as a series of events, but as a complex matrix of cause and effect. His parents, recognizing his terrifying genius, had pulled him from traditional schooling immediately, opting for elite homeschooling. By his teenage years, Marcus had quietly taken control of his father's investment portfolio remotely. Using his cognitive processing speed to analyze global market data and design autonomous AI trading algorithms, Marcus had turned his family's millions into hundreds of billions from his laptop, all while physically standing on touchlines managing college teams and earning his coaching badges in record time. He was the unseen brain, the architect, the absolute core of Axiom Global Partners. His father was the public face and the owner on paper, but Marcus had built the empire from the shadows. There were no external shareholders. The Axiom board consisted entirely of his family, Arthur, Maria, his younger sister Elena, and his maternal grandparents. It was a closed, impenetrable dynasty, and Marcus was its engine. Yet, despite his corporate supremacy, the obsession from his past life had never faded. He watched Manchester United rot under the Glazer family. He watched the commercial decay, the tactical incompetence, the loss of identity. So, he decided to buy them. It had taken a decade of meticulous planning. First, he changed his public surname from Sterling to Vale, adopting a distant family moniker. Axiom's elite cybersecurity teams then systematically wiped all digital records linking Marcus to the Sterling family. If the English press discovered that the son of Axiom's owner had essentially bought Manchester United just to appoint himself manager, the nepotism narrative would trigger a media apocalypse. To the world, Marcus Vale was simply a brilliant Portuguese tactician. He used Axiom to buy lower league clubs in Europe, building his managerial resume. When it was time to make the jump, he seamlessly left his position at KMSK to his assistant, a man he had been preparing for the role for some time. When the Glazers hesitated to sell United, Marcus hadn't waited. He used shell companies to anonymously finance the massive fan protests, coordinating the blockades of corporate sponsors, creating a public relations nightmare that tanked the club's stock price and forced the Glazers to the negotiating table. He had engineered the entire crisis just to provide the solution. Marcus opened his eyes, picked up his tea, and walked into the living room. He slumped lazily onto the massive modular sofa, pulling his phone from his pocket. He dialed a highly secure international number. It rang twice before it was answered. Well, the deep, aristocratic American voice of Arthur Sterling echoed through the speaker. I just watched my son terrify the English press establishment on live television. They looked like you were speaking Greek to them. Marcus let out a soft, breezy laugh, taking a sip of his tea. Hello, Dad. They were just expecting someone a bit more conventional. Did you catch the Champions League quote? The family board certainly caught it, Arthur replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Your grandfather nearly choked on his port, and Alexander Vance had to talk your grandmother out of flying to Manchester to scold you personally. You've placed a massive target on the asset on day one. It's not a target, it's a standard, Marcus corrected lazily. Marcus. I still don't get your obsession, Arthur sighed heavily. You built Axiom. You engineered the algorithms that own stakes in half of Silicon Valley. You could be running the global economy from a private island. Instead, you spent $6.5 billion in pure cash for a distressed asset, just to stand on a cold touchline in Manchester and argue with men who kick a piece of leather for a living. It's a good thing your personal hidden accounts dwarf Axiom's public liquidity, or the rest of the board your mother, sister, and grandparents would have actually murdered me for approving that cash layout. Marcus picked up a steel-tipped dart from the coffee table and lazily tossed it across the room. It buried itself perfectly in the triple 20 bed of a bristle dartboard mounted on the far wall. I didn't buy their current revenue, Dad, Marcus said simply. I bought a sleeping global monopoly. Once the tactical variables are fixed, the valuation doubles. And besides, football is dynamic. It's a puzzle that fights back. It's fun. Fun, Arthur repeated dryly. Whatever you say, son. Well, we now officially own Manchester United. Axiom is fully committed. I hope you bring the club to where it belongs. Good luck this weekend. And call your mother. I will. Speak soon. Marcus tapped the screen and dialed his mother. The conversation was significantly shorter and entirely devoid of corporate finance. Maria Silva was a massive Manchester United fan herself. She excitedly congratulated him on achieving his childhood dream, but quickly pivoted to the squad. Marcus responded with his usual breezy, polite deflections, assuring her he viewed the superstars merely as variables in his system. Oh, before I forget, Maria added. Your sister called. Elena says she's going to come up to Manchester to audit your operational structure. She thinks she can run the club's commercial department. Marcus chuckled. His younger sister, Elena, was currently in her second year at the London School of Economics, pursuing a rigorous degree in business management. She had inherited their father's corporate ruthlessness. Tell her to stay at university until she learns how to read a defensive pivot, Marcus replied lazily. I don't need university students auditing my wingbacks. Love you, Mom. I have to go to work. Once he hung up, the familial warmth evaporated. His eyes narrowed slightly. The relaxation period was over. It was time for logistics. He dialed Alexander Vance, pulling another dart from the table. Marcus, Vance answered immediately. I assume you're out of Carrington. I am. Comfortably settled, Marcus replied, sitting up slightly on the sofa. He tossed the second dart. It landed directly beside the first. Give me the situation report on the training equipment. We cannot waste a single day with the current infrastructure. They are already on their way from the warehouse, Vance confirmed, the sound of keyboard clacking echoing slightly in the background. When you told me to initiate the purchase orders 3 weeks ago, I had everything shipped to a private storage facility in Trafford Park. We have a fleet of logistics trucks moving everything to Carrington tonight. The installation teams have already bypassed the press via the rear service entrance. Timeline? Marcus asked. They will be fully installed, calibrated, and online within 48 hours, Vance stated efficiently. Perfect, Marcus nodded, visualizing the massive technological overhaul. Let's run through the inventory. Starting with the tactical and cognitive tech suite. Confirmed, Vance read from his manifest. The tactical AI camera masts are being bolted onto the floodlights surrounding pitches 1, 2, and 3 right now. The Pixelit system is integrated. It will auto-track every player movement and feed the raw positional data directly to your servers. Good. The dressing room smart boards. 6 massive 85-inch interactive touchscreen displays. 2 unrolling carts for the training pitches, 4 mounted in the tactical briefing rooms and the home dressing room. The VR pods. Marcus pressed, tossing his final dart into the treble 20. The Be Your Best VR systems are being calibrated in the secondary media room. The headsets are charged. Players can start running virtual simulations of next-generation scanning and decision-making drills by tomorrow morning. And the biometric tracking. 3 crates of the latest catapult GPS and biometric harnesses. The local antennae are positioned around the main pitch. We will track heart rate, acceleration, and micro-movements the second they step on the grass. Marcus took a slow sip of his tea. Excellent. Move to the medical and recovery laboratory. Vance clicked a key. This required upgrading the electrical capacity in the East Wing, but our contractors handled it. The modular electric cryotherapy chambers are being wheeled in now. No nitrogen tanks, just heavy-duty power to drop the ambient temperature to -110 degrees Celsius. 4 hard-shell hyperbaric oxygen therapy pods are assembled in the recovery lounge. The anti-gravity treadmills, the Alter-G units, were forklifted into the physio room an hour ago. The red light therapy panels are mounted on the walls, and the compression therapy hub is fully outfitted with zero-gravity chairs and the Norm A-Tech pneumatic boots. The medical staff will need to be briefed on the new protocols, Marcus noted, his voice dropping into a clinical, ruthless tone. If any of the old medical staff resist the new biometric protocols, terminate their contracts immediately. I will not have my data corrupted by outdated sports science. Noted. I'll pass the directive to HR, Vance said. For the performance gym, the iron weights are gone. We've replaced them entirely with data-driven resistance. The Kaiser pneumatic machines are connected to the central air compressor. The 1080 Sprint robotic resistance cables are plugged into the indoor turf area. 12-watt bikes are preloaded with the customized VO2 max protocols. Force plates have been dropped directly onto the gym floor. And finally, the pitch equipment, Marcus said. The BlazePod-led cognitive reaction lights are unboxed. Hundreds of wireless pods ready to be placed on the grass for reflex training. The Eurogoal automated ball machines are fully programmable and sitting by the goalkeeper training area. We swapped the rigid metal dummies for pneumatic inflatable mannequins. And the human element? Marcus asked. Our team of Axiom quants are already moving into the Carrington server rooms as we speak, Vance confirmed. The data analysts will be operational before the players arrive. Marcus leaned back into the sofa, a genuine smile crossing his face. He had just dragged Manchester United's training facilities violently into the modern era. Excellent. Now, the plug-and-play tech handles the next 48 hours, Marcus said, leaning forward. But what about the 6-month action plan? Carrington's core infrastructure is still fundamentally decaying. Phase 2 is completely drafted, Vance assured him. We are breaking ground next month on a permanent, 3-story data and analytics center overlooking the primary training pitches. We are completely gutting the old medical wing to install a bespoke, in-ground hydrotherapy suite with variable current resistance pools. And the academy pitches. They are being expanded, Vance continued smoothly. We're laying down 2 new elite hybrid grass pitches matching the exact dimensions and turf composition of Old Trafford. Finally, we're completely overhauling the dietary complex. We're bringing in Michelin standard sports chefs whose kitchens will integrate directly with our biometric data to automate personalized, cellular-level recovery meals for every player. What about planning permissions with the local council? Marcus asked, knowing how bureaucratic Manchester could be. Axiom's legal team expedited them this morning. By May, the Glazers' decaying facility will be genuinely world-class and completely unrecognizable. Marcus leaned back into the sofa, a genuine smile crossing his face. He had just dragged Manchester United's training facilities violently into the modern era. That is exactly the timeline I need, Marcus agreed. Which brings me to the next piece of the puzzle. Did you speak with Solskjær? Vance paused for a moment. I did. The meeting took place at a hotel near the airport this afternoon. And? What was his reaction to the head of global recruitment offer? Marcus asked. He was surprised, Vance admitted. And obviously still quite emotional about his dismissal. But he listened. I laid it out exactly as you briefed me. I told him that Axiom recognizes his eye for raw talent. We analyzed his original transfer targets. He wanted Holland, Bellingham, and Rice before they became famous. The Glazers ignored him for commercial reasons. Exactly, Marcus said, his voice hardening slightly. Solskjær's failure wasn't in his talent identification. His failure was his inability to withstand the political pressure. Look at his away record in 2020. Look at how he dismantled PSG in Paris. He knows how to build a counter-attacking team. He just needs Axiom to protect him from the media so he can scout in peace. He tried to please everyone as a manager and ended up pleasing no one. Shielded by our corporate structure, he would be brilliant. I made all of those points, Vance assured him. He asked for a week to think about it. He loves the club deeply, Marcus, but he needs to overcome the pride of stepping down from the managerial seat to take a backroom role. Give him the week, Marcus ordered smoothly. Don't pressure him. If he accepts, we integrate him immediately ahead of the January window. If he declines, we move to the secondary targets on the recruitment list. Understood. Is there anything else on the corporate side? Marcus asked. The marketing department is having a minor panic attack about how to frame your press conference for the social channels, Vance chuckled. They don't know whether to lean into the arrogance or try to soften it. Tell them to do nothing, Marcus commanded lazily. Let the quotes sit in the air. Silence is far more intimidating than a curated PR graphic. I will see you tomorrow, Alex. Good luck with the first training session, Marcus. I don't need luck, Marcus replied breezily. I have variables. He cut the call, tossing the phone onto the cushion next to him. The house was completely silent again. Marcus stood up and walked over to the massive floor-to-ceiling window that looked out over the dark, manicured grounds of the villa. He slipped his hands into his pockets, his posture returning to its default, lazy slouch. A faint, enigmatic smile touched his lips. The pieces were on the board. The media was in an absolute frenzy. The old coaching staff had been repurposed. Cristiano Ronaldo had been given his parameters. The training ground was currently being gutted and rebuilt into a technological fortress. And the Glazers were nothing but a bad memory. Marcus Miguel Silva Vale closed his eyes, his terrifying intellect already simulating 1,000 different variations of tomorrow morning's training session. The era of nostalgia was over. The era of the architect had begun. Chapter 6, Team Meeting. Thursday morning in Manchester was exactly as expected, cold, heavily overcast, and damp. At 7:15 a.m., the green 1994 Volvo 850 estate glided silently into the Carrington Training Complex. Marcus Vale navigated past the security barriers, completely ignored by the handful of early arriving paparazzi who were desperately scanning the road for Lamborghinis and customized Range Rovers. Marcus parked in the manager's designated spot, cutting the electric engine. He stepped out into the freezing air, wearing a standard-issue club tracksuit jacket zipped up to his chin and his hands buried deep in his pockets. He adopted his usual lazy, slouching gait as he walked toward the main complex. Carrington did not look like a normal training facility this morning. It looked like a high-end tech startup in the middle of an aggressive office relocation. Axiom's logistical teams had worked relentlessly through the night. As Marcus entered the main reception, he had to step around two technicians in high-visibility vests who were running thick black fiber optic cables into the ceiling panels. Down the hall, the doors to the primary tactical briefing room were propped open, revealing a team calibrating a massive 85-inch interactive touchscreen display mounted securely to the front wall. Out on the training pitches, the heavy Manchester fog obscured the tops of the floodlights, but Marcus could see the scaffolding where the new Pixelit AI camera masts had been bolted into place. By 8:30 a.m., the players began to arrive. The reactions to the overnight transformation were entirely grounded in the reality of professional footballers, a mixture of mild curiosity, slight apprehension, and typical dressing room banter. They were used to managers changing the menus or rearranging the lockers, but having an army of technicians installing VR pods down the hall was new. Scott McTominay and Harry Maguire walked into the home dressing room, stopping short as they saw the rolling smartboard parked next to the tactical whiteboard. "What's all this, then?" McTominay asked, tossing his wash bag into his locker. "Looks like we're playing FIFA. Axiom stuff, isn't it?" Maguire muttered, looking at the sleek black surface of the screen. "Suppose we can't hide from the cameras anymore." Their attention was quickly diverted when a club sports scientist walked in, carrying a large plastic crate filled with brand new catapult GPS and biometric harnesses. "New protocol from the manager, lads," the sports scientist announced, though he looked just as bewildered as the players. "Everyone wears a vest for every single drill today. The data goes straight to a new server room in the East Wing. We're live tracking everything." Luke Shaw, who was still recovering from concussion protocols and restricted from full contact training, picked up one of the vests and inspected it. "Well, better make sure you're actually running today, Scotty. The laptop guys are watching." Marcus did not immediately address the squad. He stayed in his office, letting Michael Carrick, Mike Phelan, and Kieran McKenna run the morning session exactly as they always did. He wanted to observe the baseline before he introduced his variables. At 10 a.m., the squad was out on the immaculate grass of Pitch 1. The air was filled with the sounds of modern training, the sharp thud of boots striking synthetic leather, the staccato shouts of communication, and the blowing of Carrick's whistle. They were running a standard 5v2 rondo. Bruno Fernandes, Diogo Dalot, Fred, Victor Lindelof, and Jesse Lingard formed a tight circle, snapping the ball between them while Jadon Sancho and Donny van de Beek chased shadows in the middle. Marcus wandered out of the main building. He didn't carry a clipboard or a stopwatch. He strolled across the grass with his hands in his pockets, his shoulders slumped, watching the drill through half-closed, sleepy eyes. He looked like a casual spectator who had accidentally wandered onto the pitch. The players noticed him immediately. The intensity of the passes increased by 10%. Everyone wanted to impress the new boss, especially the one who had just threatened their jobs on global television. Marcus stopped a few yards away from the rondo circle, pulling the small, circular red tactical magnet from his pocket. He began rolling it across his knuckles. "Morning, gentlemen," Marcus said, his voice breezy and cheerful. "Morning, boss," several players echoed between breaths. Marcus watched the ball zip from Bruno to Fred, then into the center where Donny nearly intercepted it before Lindelof poked it away. "Looks like fun," Marcus noted lazily. He stopped rolling the magnet and slipped it back into his pocket. "Mind if I jump in for a minute?" The circle hesitated. Players exchanged quick, confused glances. Managers, especially young, highly tactical ones, rarely joined in physical drills. They usually stood on the periphery, shouting instructions and maintaining a rigid barrier of authority. "Sure, boss," Bruno said, stepping back slightly to widen the circle. "Donny and Jadon are still in the middle." Marcus stepped into the circle, taking a position between Lindelof and Bruno. He kept his posture entirely relaxed, almost slouching. "All right," Marcus smiled. "Don't go easy on the suit." Carrick blew the whistle. The rondo restarted. For the first 30 seconds, the players deliberately avoided passing to Marcus. They were terrified of drilling a heavy ball at the manager and making him look foolish, or worse, getting yelled at for a poor pass. The ball moved safely between the Brazilians and the Portuguese. Marcus noticed. "Come on, Bruno," Marcus called out, his tone teasing. "You're freezing me out. Give me the ball." Bruno, never one to back down from a challenge, received a pass from Fred. Instead of taking a safe touch, Bruno turned and whipped a heavy, knee-high pass directly at Marcus, applying enough pace that a normal amateur would completely miscontrol it. Sancho immediately pressed Marcus, sensing the heavy touch. Marcus didn't tense up. As the ball arrived, he didn't try to kill it with his instep. Instead, in one fluid, lightning-fast motion, he dropped his shoulder, let the ball bounce perfectly off the outside of his right boot to absorb the pace, and instantly flicked it directly through Jadon Sancho's legs to Dalit on the other side of the circle. Nutmeg. The players froze. A collective "Stundu" erupted from the surrounding squad members. Sancho stopped running, looking down at his own legs in absolute disbelief. Marcus hadn't just controlled the heavy pass, he had executed an elite, perfectly weighted one-touch nutmeg against a 70 million pound winger without even breaking his lazy posture. Dalit laughed in shock, immediately passing it back to Fred. Marcus simply shrugged, a goofy, easy-going smile on his face. Ah, lucky touch. The grass is very nice here. It wasn't a lucky touch. Before Marcus had been reborn, he had played decently, but the intellect of Urahara Kisuke meant his spatial awareness, cognitive processing of velocity, and neuromuscular coordination were operating at a terrifyingly elite level. He saw the geometry of the pass before Bruno even kicked it. The dynamic of the rondo shifted instantly. The players realized that he wasn't just a laptop nerd who looked at spreadsheets. He possessed genuine, top-tier ball control. The respect level in the circle silently skyrocketed. They started pinging the ball to him at full speed, and Marcus casually linked up the play, his one-touch passing flawlessly precise. He stayed for 10 minutes, mingling, joking when someone made a bad pass, and blending seamlessly into the squad's dynamic. He didn't try to assert dominance by shouting, he asserted it by proving he belonged in the circle. When Carrick blew the whistle to end the drill, Marcus stepped out, patting Sancho sympathetically on the shoulder. "Keep those legs closed, Jadon," Marcus teased gently. Sancho laughed, shaking his head. "Didn't expect that, boss." Fair play. After the morning session concluded and the squad had eaten lunch in the canteen with Marcus casually sitting among the players rather than isolated at the coach's table, the atmosphere shifted toward the business of the weekend. Marcus left the canteen and headed for his office. He caught the eye of the Portuguese midfielder who had tested him in the rondo. "Bruno. My office, please." 5 minutes, Marcus requested. Bruno wiped his mouth with a napkin, nodded, and followed shortly after. Marcus's office was sparse. The desk was clear, save for a tablet displaying a vast array of biometric data. Bruno knocked and entered. "You wanted to see me, boss." "Sit, Bruno," Marcus said, slumping into his chair and leaning his elbows on the desk. He pulled out the red magnet, rolling it back and forth. "We need to talk about your role for Sunday." Bruno sat down, his posture instantly intense. "I am ready," Bruno said. "Where do you want me?" "Behind Cristiano." "No," Marcus said flatly, the lazy tone remaining, but the instruction completely absolute. "You are not playing as a number 10 anymore. The number 10 role in this team is dead." Bruno frowned, genuine confusion crossing his face. Since arriving in Manchester, he had been the undisputed creative fulcrum operating just behind the striker. "Then where?" Bruno asked. "You are going to play as a number 8, Marcus explained, using the magnet to trace a line on the desk. "Slightly deeper. On the right side of a midfield diamond." Bruno processed the information. "A box-to-box role." "A dictating role," Marcus corrected. He stopped rolling the magnet. "Bruno, I have analyzed every pass you have made in the last 2 years. Your work rate is elite. Your vision is world-class. But your decision-making is heavily flawed by your desire to be the hero." Bruno stiffened slightly at the direct criticism, but he didn't argue. "You constantly attempt low-percentage, high-risk through balls," Marcus continued smoothly. "You try to force the final pass every single time you touch the ball in the transition. When it works, it's a highlight reel. When it fails, which is 70% of the time, the team is completely exposed to a counter-attack because you have surrendered possession while our fullbacks are pushed high. I take risks to create chances," Bruno defended himself, leaning forward. "If you don't take risks, you don't score. If you take stupid risks, you lose 4-1 to Watford," Marcus countered. His voice didn't rise, but the absolute certainty of the statement hit Bruno like a physical blow. Marcus let the silence sit for a moment before his easygoing smile returned. "I don't need you to be the hero anymore, Bruno," Marcus said gently. "I need you to be the architect. In this number 8 role, I want you to hold the ball. Dictate the tempo. Recycle possession. If the killer pass isn't 90% guaranteed, do not play it. Turn around and pass it backward to the pivot. Keep the ball." Bruno looked deeply uncomfortable. Holding the ball and playing safe went against his fundamental footballing instincts. I need your vision for something else, Marcus added. When you receive the ball in the right half space, and you see the left side of the pitch is empty, I want you to hit long, raking, diagonal passes to our left back to completely switch the side of play. Furthermore, when Mason Mount and Reece James press you on Sunday, your instinct will be to try a blind flick around the corner to escape. Don't do it. You will turn your body, shield the ball, and pass it backward to McTominay. Break their pressing momentum with safety. Hold the ball. Recycle safely. Switch the play to the fullbacks, Bruno repeated, summarizing the rigid instructions. Exactly, Marcus smiled. Bruno let out a long breath. It is against my nature, boss. But I will try. That is all I want, Marcus nodded. Try it on Sunday. If it truly doesn't suit you, we will sit down on Monday and make the necessary changes. And one more thing, Marcus added casually, his eyes locking firmly onto Bruno's. Cristiano is the designated penalty taker. As long as he is on the pitch, he takes them. No hesitation, no discussions. I want absolute clarity on that. Bruno gave a short nod, respecting the clinical chain of command. Understood. Thank you, boss. I'll see you in the meeting. 10 minutes later, the entire first team squad filed into the primary tactical briefing room. The old whiteboards were gone. In their place, the massive 85-inch interactive touchscreen display illuminated the darkened room. Marcus stood at the front, his hands in his pockets. Good afternoon, Marcus began, his tone breezy. Inside this room, the only thing that matters is Sunday. Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. He tapped the massive screen. A perfectly rendered digital pitch appeared, complete with player icons. Firstly, I want to make one thing clear, Marcus said, looking across the rows of players. The slate is entirely clean. Everyone in this room will get a chance to prove they fit the system. Your data will dictate your minutes. The fringe players Donny van de Beek, Jesse Lingard, Alex Telles sat up a little straighter. For Chelsea, we will play a 4-4-2 diamond. A ripple of surprise went through the room. Tuchel plays a 3-4-2-1, Marcus explained, preempting the confusion with cold logic. By using a midfield diamond, we put 4 central midfielders directly against Jorginho and Kanté. We choke the center of the pitch and force their wing-backs to do the creative work. We outnumber them exactly where it matters. Marcus began tapping the icons, assigning names to the positions. David, Marcus said, looking directly at David de Gea. Chelsea presses with high intensity. There is no need to build from the back. When Reece James pushes up to press, he leaves 40 yards of empty grass behind him. If the short pass to the centre-backs isn't 100% safe, do not kick it centrally for Thiago Silva to head away. Kick it long into that vacated channel behind their wing-backs. Or use long throws to bypass their first line. I do not care about possession stats. De Gea gave a firm nod, visibly relieved to be spared the anxiety of passing through an elite press. Up front, Anthony Martial and Cristiano Ronaldo. Martial looked up in surprise. Anthony, you act as the number 9. Drop slightly deeper to link up the play with the midfield, Marcus instructed. Cristiano, you drift left into the half space. When we trigger a pressing trap, you do not watch the tackle. You immediately run into the blind spot of their furthest centre-back. Anticipate that we will win the ball. Be in a position to receive before we even recover possession. Ronaldo gave a short, firm nod. At the tip of the diamond, the number 10 role, Marcus said. Jadon Sancho. Jadon, I am giving you a free role in the middle, Marcus explained, his voice dropping into its serious register. You do not stay central. You coordinate with the fullbacks to create 2 versus 1 overloads against the Chelsea wingbacks. Go where the space is. Also, Thiago Silva reads the game perfectly, but he lacks pace. When we counter, I want you to make an out-to-in sprint directly at him. Force him to commit to you. The moment he steps toward you, slip the ball diagonally for Cristiano. You are the bait. Sancho nodded, processing the immense tactical freedom and specific instructions he had just been handed. The midfield 8s, Marcus continued. Bruno on the right. Donny van de Beek on the left. Fred, who had been a guaranteed starter for years, looked visibly disappointed. Marcus noticed immediately. Fred, Marcus addressed him calmly, stripping emotion from the decision. Your defensive work rate is elite, but against Chelsea's press, I need Donny's one-touch passing in tight spaces to escape the counter-press. Because we have no wingers, the number 8s have to shuttle horizontally to cover the flanks. It requires immense stamina. During the match, if you are tired, you will be subbed for Fred immediately. I don't want heroes running on empty. Both Bruno and Donny nodded, accepting the ruthless meritocracy. Marcus moved to the base of the diamond. Scott McTominay. Central defensive midfielder. Scott, you stay anchored near the halfway line. You are the shield. Your job is to destroy the transition. If they break past our press, you take the foul. I do not care. You should be ready to receive a yellow card if necessary. Do you understand? Yes, boss, McTominay said grimly. Marcus then addressed the defense. Aaron Wan-Bissaka at right back. Alex Telles at left back. Eric, Victor, Marcus said, dragging their icons into the center of the defense. Do not do anything risky. Do not try to dribble past their high press. If you have the ball, move it forward to the midfield as fast as possible. We sit compact in a mid-block. Center backs, do not press high up the pitch. You are not fast enough to recover if Timo Werner spins behind you. Hold the line at the edge of our defensive third. Marcus tapped the screen to highlight the Chelsea back line. Now, pay attention, because this is how we win the ball, Marcus said, his tone sharpening. We will not press blindly. If Thiago Silva or Jorginho have the ball, let them have it. They do not panic under pressure, and you will only waste your energy chasing them. He tapped a specific digital icon on the right side of the Chelsea defense. Our pressing trigger is specific. We press Trevoh Chalobah. Marcus looked out at the forward line. The data shows that when Chalobah is pressed aggressively on his first touch, his pass completion rate drops by 40%. He buckles when he doesn't have time to scan the pitch. So, we let Chelsea pass the ball around the back comfortably. But the second the ball is played to Chalobah, the trap snaps. Anthony, Donny, Jadon, you sprint at him instantly. You cut off his passing lanes, forcing him to panic and play it blind into the center, right into our midfield diamond. That is the only time we break the mid-block. At the back of the room, Cristiano Ronaldo gave a slow, visible nod of approval. The rest of the squad saw it. Getting the biggest ego in the room to publicly endorse the highly targeted, pragmatic strategy instantly neutralized any dressing room rebellion. He turned back to the screen, tapping the right back position. Aaron. You will not push forward down the right wing. When we attack, I want you to invert. You move centrally to sit alongside Scott McTominay. You form a defensive cage to stop the counter. Your instructions are the same as his, don't worry about taking a yellow card. He tapped the left side. Telles. You push high up the left flank. You overlap Jadon and Donny, and you provide the crosses. Marcus stepped back from the massive screen. Before we finish, absolute clarity on set pieces, Marcus announced. We are abandoning strict man marking on defensive corners. Antonio Rudiger loves to use blocking screens to get free. If we man mark, we get blocked. We are moving to a mixed zonal system. Victor, Eric, Scott, you guard the 6-yard box zones. Attack the ball, not the man. He paused, letting the set-piece adjustments sink in. And offensively, Cristiano is the designated penalty taker. As long as he is on the pitch, he takes them. No debates. He pocketed the red magnet, a lazy smile returning to his face. One final thing. Chelsea will try to sit deep if we catch them in transition. If you find yourself in space 25 yards out, and you feel good, you are allowed to hit it. Shoot from long range. If you feel the shot, take it. The tension in the room instantly evaporated. Giving them the green light to shoot from distance was a massive psychological release. But, Marcus added, his voice dropping slightly, the Urahara-like tonal shift demanding absolute attention. Do not do something stupid. If Cristiano or Martial are open in the box and you shoot from 30 yards, we will have a very different conversation on Monday. Marcus clapped his hands together once, the sharp sound echoing in the quiet room. That is the plan. Review your individual digital dossiers on the tablets. I will see you on the grass. Marcus turned and strolled out of the room, his hands back in his pockets, leaving behind a dressing room that was finally, for the first time in months, entirely devoid of confusion. Chapter 7, The Winter Ledger. The tactical briefing room emptied in a matter of seconds. The players filed out in relative silence, the weight of the new 4-4-2 diamond system and the ruthless clarity of their instructions occupying their minds. There were no hushed complaints or confused glances. For the first time in 3 years, every man in the squad knew exactly what would get him benched and exactly what was expected of him on the pitch. Marcus Vail remained at the front of the room, watching them leave. Once the final player, a deep in thought Donny van de Beek, stepped through the doors, Marcus's posture immediately shifted. The rigid, commanding presence of the tactical dictator evaporated. He slumped his shoulders, slid his hands deep into the pockets of his club tracksuit, and let out a long, lazy exhale. The easygoing, slightly sleepy mask returned to his face. He wandered out of the briefing room and navigated the winding corridors toward the executive wing. He didn't head for his own manager's office. Instead, he bypassed the coaching suites entirely and walked straight into the temporary corporate hub established by Alexander Vance. Vance was seated behind his desk, surrounded by 3 glowing monitors displaying complex financial spreadsheets, contract amortization tables, and global scouting databases. He was on a headset, speaking rapid, fluent French to someone on the continent. Seeing Marcus enter, Vance held up a finger, spoke 2 final sentences of corporate jargon, and ended the call. "The tactical download is complete?" Vance asked, taking off the headset. "Ah, yes," Marcus said breezily. He didn't sit in the plush leather guest chair. Instead, he wandered over to a wide windowsill, hopped up backward, and sat on the ledge, his legs dangling slightly. He pulled the small red tactical magnet from his pocket and began flipping it over his knuckles. "They are processing the variables." A few bruised egos, but the logic was too tight for them to argue. "Good," Vance said, tapping his keyboard to bring up a new set of documents. "Because while you fix the tactical structure on the pitch, we need to fix the financial structure of it. The Glazers and Ed Woodward have left us a completely bloated, inefficient wage bill. We need to finalize our targets for the January transfer window, but to do that, we have to establish the outgoings." Marcus tilted his head, watching the magnet spin. "Tell me." "I had a call with Mino Raiola this morning," Vance stated, his tone flat and purely transactional. Marcus stopped spinning the magnet. Even in his lazy posture, his eyes sharpened slightly. Paul Pogba was the club's most expensive asset, a commercial juggernaut, but also a constant source of tactical and media instability. His contract was set to expire in exactly 7 months, at the end of June 2022. "And?" Marcus asked. Raiola was doing his usual dance, Vance explained, leaning back in his chair. He talked about projects and ambition, but the bottom line was clear. They do not want to renew the contract under our new wage structure. They are looking for a massive signing-on fee as a free agent in the summer. Raiola is trying to use the threat of leaving for free to leverage a panic offer from us now that Axiom's capital is in the building. Most managers would panic at the prospect of losing an £89 million player for nothing. They would urge the board to offer a new, astronomical contract to protect the asset's value. Marcus just smiled. It was a cold, perfectly detached smile. "Sell him," Marcus said simply. Vance raised an eyebrow. "In January? Raiola will demand a massive cut, and the buying club won't offer a high fee knowing they can get him for free in July." "I don't care," Marcus replied cheerfully, resuming the rhythmic flipping of the magnet. His sprint recovery time in defensive transitions ranks in the 14th percentile of Premier League midfielders. He walks back. "I am not paying £350,000 a week for a player who jogs while his centre-backs are facing a 3-on-2 counter-attack. Sell him for 10 million. Sell him for 5. Marcus paused, his tone dropping the cheerfulness for pure corporate efficiency. "If nobody wants to pay a fee, let him go for free in the winter transfer window. Cancel his contract early if you have to. At least we will not be forced to pay his exorbitant wage for the next 6 months. Taking that money off our books immediately clears the financial runway for players who actually execute instructions. Cut the cord, Alex. Don't waste a single hour negotiating with Raiola." Vance nodded, highlighting a line on his spreadsheet and turning it red. "Done. Asset to be liquidated." Before we move to the next outgoing, Ralph Rangnick's representatives reached out this morning. They know the interim manager role is off the table, but they offered his services as a director of football or a tactical consultant. Marcus waved his hand lazily. Tell Ralph I appreciate his pressing theories from 2015, but we don't need a consultant. I am the consultant. Vance smirked slightly, clearing the email from his screen. Noted. Moving on. We have formal inquiries regarding Jesse Lingard. Who? Marcus asked lazily. West Ham and Newcastle United, Vance read from the screen. West Ham wants him back after his successful loan spell there last season. Newcastle has new ownership and is desperate for immediate Premier League quality to avoid relegation. They are willing to overpay. Sell him to whichever one pays more, Marcus instructed without a second of hesitation. Both are offering around 15 million, Vance noted. But Lingard is an academy graduate. He's popular in the dressing room. Are you certain you don't want to use him for depth in the diamond? Alex, we are running a high-performance athletic institution, not a nostalgia museum, Marcus said, his breezy tone completely at odds with his ruthless instructions. He is 28 years old. He wants guaranteed starting minutes that I will never give him. Sell him. It doesn't matter how much, just remove the bloated wage bill. Our data models rely on squad efficiency. We cannot have £100,000-a-week players sitting in the stands. Vance struck another name off the list. Agreed. Now, regarding Donny van de Beek and Amad Diallo. Both are severely lacking minutes. We have half a dozen loan offers on the table for Donny, Everton, Crystal Palace, and a few clubs in Spain. We also have championship clubs asking to take Amad on loan for 6 months. Marcus hopped off the windowsill, walking over to Vance's desk. He leaned over it, placing both hands flat on the polished wood. Reject all offers for Donny, Marcus ordered, the lazy demeanor vanishing entirely. I need him. He is starting on Sunday as the left-sided number 8. He understands spatial awareness and one-touch passing better than anyone else in our midfield. The previous regime ruined his confidence because they didn't understand how to use a positional player. I will fix him. He stays. Noted. Loan offers for Donny are rejected, Vance said, typing quickly. And Amad? Accept the loan for Amad, Marcus nodded, standing back up and returning his hands to his pockets. He has elite technical ability, but he needs physical conditioning. The Championship is a brutal, physical league. Let him go to Sunderland or whoever will guarantee him 90 minutes every week. Let him get kicked for 6 months. He will come back in the summer ready for the Premier League. That leaves one major outgoing variable, Vance said, looking up from his monitors. Anthony Martial. Marcus paused. He tilted his head, his eyes half closing as his mind rapidly calculated the tactical permutations. We have concrete offers, Vance revealed. Sevilla wants him on loan with an option to buy. Juventus has made a preliminary inquiry as they are looking for versatile forwards. He is on massive wages, Marcus. Our scouting data flags him as one of the most inefficient players in the squad based on his goal-to-wage ratio. Stall them, Marcus decided softly. Stall them. Vance repeated, surprised. You just ruthlessly cut Pogba and Lingard, but you want to hold on to Martial. I gave Anthony a very specific role today, Marcus explained, pacing slowly across the office floor. He is playing as the number 9, but operating as a false pivot to link up the midfield diamond. He possesses elite close control and his back-to-goal hold-up play is statistically very strong when he actually applies himself. Marcus stopped pacing and looked at Vance. I need to know if he was failing because Solskjaer's system was broken, or if he is failing because his mentality is broken. If he follows my instructions on Sunday, he becomes a vital piece of the tactical setup. If he walks around the pitch and ignores the triggers. Marcus offered a cold smile. Then we answer Sevilla's phone calls in January. Stall all offers until the winter transfer window officially opens. Let him prove his worth. Understood, Vance said, categorizing Martial's file under pending evaluation. That covers the primary outgoings. We will have cleared over £700,000 in weekly wages by January if we execute these exits. Axiom Capital is already unlocked. Let's talk about the incoming hit list. You said the squad depth is insufficient for a 9-month campaign. Marcus walked back to the guest chair and slumped into it, throwing one leg over the armrest. It is entirely insufficient, Marcus agreed cheerfully. The defense is too slow to play a high line, the fullbacks cannot cross, and the midfield lacks a true controller. We need surgical upgrades, not commercial vanity signings. Vance pulled up the global scouting database, a proprietary Axiom software that mapped millions of data points across every professional league in the world. Right back, Marcus stated, starting the breakdown. Aaron Wan-Bissaka is an elite one-on-one defensive specialist. But offensively, he is a black hole. When he receives the ball in the final third, possession dies. In the diamond formation, the fullbacks must provide the entirety of our attacking width. Aaron cannot do that. I need an attacking fullback. Target? Vance asked. Kieran Trippier, Marcus answered instantly. Vance typed the name, bringing up the player's profile. Currently at Atletico Madrid. He won La Liga with Diego Simeone last season. Why Trippier? Because our expected goals from attacking corners is the lowest in the top 6, Marcus explained lazily, tracing a curve in the air with his red magnet. Trippier's dead ball delivery is elite. If we put him over a free kick or a corner, that is an extra 10 goals a season for Cristiano, Victor and Harry just from set pieces. He pays for his own transfer fee in added goal value alone. He has immense tactical discipline drilled into him by Simeone, meaning he won't get caught out of position in transition. Most importantly, he wants to return to the England for family reasons. Atletico is financially tight. We can secure him for under £20 million in January. He instantly fixes our right flank. Vance nodded, authorizing the preliminary scouting assignment. Agreed. Moving to the midfield. We are losing Pogba. Matic is aging and cannot play twice a week. We need a pivot. We need 2 profiles, Marcus corrected. We need a physical destroyer, and we need an elite controller. For the destroyer, the target is Dennis Zakaria. Vance's keyboard clacked rapidly. Borussia Mönchengladbach. Defensive midfielder. Swiss international. His contract expires in exactly 6 months, Marcus pointed out, his Urahara-like intellect highlighting the financial loophole. Gladbach cannot afford to lose him for free in the summer. They will be forced to accept a cut price fee in January, likely under £6 million. He is a physical monster, stands 6'3", has elite recovery pace, and his ball-winning data in the Bundesliga is phenomenal. He is the perfect, low-cost tactical shield to rotate with McTominay. And the elite controller? Vance asked, knowing a £6 million stopgap wouldn't solve the core creative issue long-term. Marcus's sleepy eyes opened fully, gleaming with sharp intensity. Bruno Guimarães. Vance pulled up the profile. Olympique Lyonnais. Brazilian international. 24 years old. He is the ultimate variable, Marcus said, his voice dropping into its serious, clinical register. He is currently operating under the radar in Ligue 1, but his underlying data is terrifying. His progressive passing, his resistance to the high press, his ability to receive the ball on the half-turn while under pressure, he is exactly what this club has lacked since Michael Carrick retired. If we put Guimarães at the base of the diamond, the entire speed of our transition doubles. Lyon is notoriously difficult to negotiate with, Vance warned. Jean-Michel Aulas will demand a massive fee, especially in the middle of the season if Manchester United comes knocking. Newcastle is also actively monitoring him. Then don't knock as Manchester United, Marcus commanded smoothly. I want our intermediaries at Axiom's Swiss subsidiary to initiate the contact for both Guimarães and Zakaria. Vance smiled at the corporate maneuvering. Done. And for the record, Axiom's legal team has already run the post-Brexit governing body endorsement calculator. Both Zakaria and Guimarães comfortably clear the required 15 GBE points for a UK work permit due to their international caps and European minutes. Visas will be rubber-stamped within 24 hours of an agreement. Perfect. Do not get into a bidding war in the summer when Real Madrid or Arsenal wake up and realize how good Guimarães is. We strike in January. Consider him our primary winter objective, Vance noted, marking the Brazilian's file with a red priority tag. Now, what about the attack? You said Martial is on probation. If he fails the evaluation against Chelsea and Arsenal, what is the contingency? Paulo Dybala, Marcus stated. Vance looked genuinely surprised. Dybala? He is the face of Juventus. Why would he leave mid-season? Marcus smiled, looking up at the ceiling. Because I don't just study tactical setups, Alex. I study financial realities. Juventus is currently under investigation for capital gains irregularities. Their wage bill is suffocating them. Furthermore, they are desperately trying to scrape together €70 million to buy Dusan Vlahovic from Fiorentina in January. They need cash, Urgently. Vance's eyes widened slightly as he connected the dots. And Dybala's contract negotiations have completely stalled in Turin. Exactly, Marcus said cheerfully. He is entering the final 6 months of his deal. Juventus either sells him to us in January for a reasonable fee to fund the Vlahovic transfer, or they lose him for free in July. As for the tactical fit, Dybala is a natural second striker. He operates flawlessly in the half spaces. If Anthony fails to follow instructions, Dybala slots perfectly into that false nine role in the diamond, linking up with Cristiano. It's a brilliant corporate leverage play, Vance admitted, typing furiously. If Martial fails, we initiate contact with Juventus immediately after the new year. Which leaves the defense, Marcus sighed, finally standing up from the armchair. He walked over to the large window overlooking the dark, foggy training pitches. Maguire and Lindelof are highly competent penalty box defenders. When we sit in a deep mid-block, they are fine. But by next season, if I want this team play a high line, I want us compressing the pitch. To do that, I need centre-backs with elite recovery pace. Neither Harry nor Victor have it. We signed Raphael Varane, Vance pointed out. Varane is world-class, but his injury record is already becoming a variable I cannot rely on, Marcus countered. I need a fast, aggressive, ball-playing centre-back. I have two options. Manuel Akanji or Jules Koundé. Vance pulled up both profiles side by side on the central monitor. Akanji is at Borussia Dortmund, Marcus analyzed, his back still turned to Vance as he looked out the window. His contract is winding down, meaning Dortmund might be forced to cash in. He is incredibly fast, physically dominant, and comfortable passing out from the back. Koundé is at Sevilla. He will be significantly more expensive. His release clause is nearly €70 million. But his data is flawless. He reads the game like a veteran, and his recovery speed allows the defensive line to sit 10 yards higher up the pitch. Chelsea almost triggered Koundé's release clause last summer, Vance recalled. They will likely return for him. Then we will beat them to it, or we will take Akanji, Marcus said, turning away from the window and pocketing the red magnet. Monitor both situations. If Sevilla drops their asking price slightly, we take Koundé. If they refuse to negotiate mid-season, we secure Akanji. Vance hit the final keystroke, consolidating the targets into a highly encrypted master file. The winter ledger is set, Vance summarized, looking at the comprehensive list. Outgoings, Pogba, Lingard, Ahmed on loan. Martial pending. Incomings, Trippier, Zakaria, Guimarães. Contingency targets, Dybala, Koundé or Akanji. It is an aggressive, ruthless overhaul for a mid-season window. It is a necessary overhaul, Marcus corrected, his tone breezy once again. He walked toward the office door. The Glazers bought players to sell shirts. We are buying players to execute our system. Secure the capital, Alex. The capital is always secure, Vance replied, offering a brief corporate smile. Focus on Stamford Bridge. Your father expects a return on our immediate investment. Tell the father to relax, Marcus said lazily, pulling his tracksuit collar up as he opened the door. I already gave them the tactical blueprint. I'll see you tomorrow. Marcus stepped out into the quiet corridor. The massive administrative machinery of Axiom Global Partners was now moving in the shadows, preparing to violently reshape the Manchester United squad. But for Marcus, the January transfer window was a distant variable. As he walked out into the freezing Manchester fog, his terrifying intellect had already returned to the immediate tactical battles on the pitch. He was visualizing the exact blade of grass where N'Golo Kanté would attempt to press Donny van de Beek, and the exact angle of the pass that would break the trap. The pieces were set. The execution awaited. Chapter 8, The Noise and the Signal. By Friday morning, the secrecy surrounding Axiom's hostile takeover of Carrington had inevitably cracked. You cannot move millions of pounds of cutting-edge technological equipment into a Premier League training facility in the middle of the night without someone noticing. While the internal squad leaks had been temporarily plugged by Marcus's ruthless warnings, delivery drivers, contractors, and local planning council clerks had loose lips. By 9 a.m., the English football media ecosystem was on fire. At Fabrizio Romano. Understand Manchester United's new ownership, Axiom, has completely gutted the Carrington medical and tech facilities. Installed state-of-the-art VR cognitive pods, Kaiser pneumatic gyms, and AI tracking cameras overnight. Marcus Vail demanded a technological reset before his first session. Large red circle laptop number MUFC. At The Athletic. Exclusive, the Glazer decay is over. Axiom Global Partners has filed planning permissions for a £40 million Phase 2 overhaul of Carrington. A 6-month plan includes a 3-story data center, bespoke hydrotherapy suites, and Michelin standard dietary complex. Vail is rebuilding the club from the concrete up. The reaction from the Manchester United fanbase, a global collective that had suffered through years of neglected infrastructure, was a mixture of absolute shock and surging adrenaline. At UTD faithful, wait, we actually have owners who invest in the facilities instead of taking dividends? I don't know how to act right now. Tears in my eyes. At Stretford Paddock, VR pods? AI tracking? Ole had them playing FIFA on a broken TV in the lounge and Vail has them training in the Matrix. The standards have completely changed. At Mark Goldbridge, look, I said Vail was arrogant in the press conference. But if this report is true, if he's forced the owners to rebuild Carrington in 48 hours, then he's backing up the talk. The Glazers would have taken 5 years just to paint a wall. While the internet burned with hype, inside the walls of Carrington, the reality was much quieter and far more grueling. For the 3 days leading up to the Chelsea match, Marcus completely ignored the outside noise. He drilled the squad relentlessly in the 4-4-2 diamond structure. The sessions were short, sharp, and heavily data-driven. If a player's biometric vest indicated their sprint capacity was dropping below the required threshold to maintain the mid-block, they were immediately pulled from the drill. While the outfield players worked on shape, David de Gea was out on pitch 1, executing specific set of instructions. He was completely ignoring short passes to his centre-backs. Instead, he was repeatedly drilling low-trajectory long balls into the wide grass channels, specifically targeting the exact areas Reece James and Ben Chilwell would vacate when they pressed high up the pitch. The most intense focus, however, was placed on the base of the midfield. Scott McTominay spent his entire Thursday afternoon on pitch 2, working one-on-one with Michael Carrick. Marcus had specifically tasked the former United midfielder with reprogramming the Scotsman. "Don't look at the ball, Scott," Carrick shouted over the damp wind, pausing the drill. "If you look at the ball, Mason Mount is already behind you." McTominay reset his stance, breathing heavily. "You are the shield, not the spear," Carrick instructed, stepping into the space between the training mannequins. "In a diamond, you do not have a double pivot partner to cover your mistakes. Your head has to be on a swivel. Scan your blind spots every 3 seconds. If Mount drops into the pocket, you step on his toes. If the ball turns over, you don't track back, you step forward and take the foul. Make it cynical, make it early." McTominay nodded. He was physically imposing and dedicated, but his spatial awareness had always been his weak point. To fix that, Marcus didn't just rely on grass drills. After Carrick's session, McTominay was directed into the newly retrofitted secondary media room. The space had been cleared of chairs, replaced by a padded floor and the Be Your Best VR cognitive training pods. Marcus was waiting for him, tapping on a tablet. "Put the headset on, Scott," Marcus instructed breezily. McTominay strapped the sleek black headset over his eyes and took hold of the spatial controllers. The system booted up, instantly dropping him onto a virtual rendering of Stamford Bridge. "What am I looking at, boss?" McTominay asked, looking around the virtual pitch. "You are currently standing in the exact boots of Casemiro during Real Madrid's Champions League semi-final against Chelsea last season," Marcus said, monitoring the data feed on his tablet. "Axiom quants have isolated his positional data and rendered it into a simulation. I want you to run the simulation. Experience how an elite, world-class defensive midfielder moves his head, scans the pitch, and shifts his weight when Jorginho receives the ball." For the next hour, McTominay didn't touch a real football. He stood in the VR pod, his head constantly swiveling as he lived through the visual processing of the world's best defensive midfielders. When McTominay finally pulled the headset off after the session, he swayed slightly, feeling genuinely dizzy. He realized Casemiro was scanning over his shoulders 15 to 20 times a minute. It was a brutal visual realization of the massive cognitive gap between a good midfielder and a world-class one. By the time Friday afternoon arrived, the squad wasn't just physically prepared, they were cognitively mapped to the tactical geometry of the match. At 2 p.m., the media gathered in the Jimmy Murphy Center for the mandatory pre-match press conference. The room was packed to absolute capacity. The journalists were buzzing, eager to test the 27-year-old manager again. His first press conference had been a viral sensation, but that was easy talk. Now, he was facing the European champions. They expected the Urahara persona to crack under the reality of the Premier League. The side door opened. Marcus Vail strolled in. He wore the standard club tracksuit, his hands buried deep in his pockets. He looked entirely unbothered, his posture lazy, his eyes half closed. He slumped into the chair behind the microphones and pulled the circular red tactical magnet from his pocket, casually rolling it over his knuckles. The room fell silent. "Good afternoon," Marcus said cheerfully. "Let's begin." A reporter from Sky Sports immediately raised his hand, leaning forward aggressively. "Marcus, do you still stand by your Champions League statement from Wednesday?" Marcus didn't stop rolling the magnet. He looked at the reporter with a sleepy, half smile. Yes." He paused, letting the silence hang for just a second. It would be strange to lower standards after one press conference. A ripple of quiet laughter went through the back of the room. "Were you being serious or provocative?" a journalist from the Telegraph pressed. "I don't see the difference," Marcus replied smoothly, tilting his head. "Does that expectation put pressure on the players?" a reporter from the BBC asked, aiming for the psychological angle. "To demand the biggest trophy in club football on day one." Marcus stopped flipping the magnet. He rested his hands on the table. "Pressure usually comes from uncertainty," Marcus said, his tone shifting to something slightly more analytical. "From players not knowing what their roles are, or what the ultimate goal is. We're trying to remove that." "But if you don't win it, is the season a failure?" Marcus sighed softly, a genuinely amused look crossing his face. "You're very focused on the ending." He offered a slight, enigmatic smile. "We've just started the story." The journalist scribbled furiously. The sound bites were immaculate, delivered with a detached calm that was deeply unnerving. "People say you sound arrogant," Simon Stone from the BBC interjected, reading from his notepad. Marcus leaned back in his chair, resuming the rhythmic clicking of the magnet across his knuckles. Confident people are often called that. It's a useful shortcut for people who are uncomfortable with absolute clarity. You never played at the elite professional level, Stone continued. Thomas Tuchel, Jurgen Klopp, and Pep Guardiola all did. Is that a disadvantage? Marcus chuckled softly, leaning into the microphone. I've never built a car, either. A slight smile touched his lips. But I know exactly how to drive one very, very fast. Are you underestimating the Champions League? No. Marcus gave a slight tilt of his head. Most people overestimate how unpredictable it is. The fan protests have stopped now that Axiom is here, another journalist pointed out. Do you feel a responsibility to keep the fans happy? My job isn't to make them happy, Marcus said, shrugging slightly. My job is to make the team win. Happiness is usually just a byproduct. There were rumors from when the Glazers owned the club that Ralph Rangnick might join in an advisory role above you. Will you welcome his input? I don't need advice on how to do my own job, Marcus replied politely. But he is very welcome to buy a ticket. The press officer gestured to the other side of the room to shift the focus to the actual match. A tactical writer stood up, steering away from the narratives. Reece James and Ben Chilwell are Chelsea's biggest attacking threats right now. How do you stop them? At the specific, tactical nature of the question, Marcus stopped rolling the red magnet completely. He held it still in his palm. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible tell that he respected the question. He tilted his head lazily. By making them defend. Where can Chelsea be hurt? Marcus paused. He looked down at the motionless red magnet, then back up, the smile widening just a fraction into something distinctly mischievous. I'd prefer they find out during the game. Will you change tactics from what Ole Gunnar Solskjær used? Only if necessary, Marcus said casually. It usually is. Can your ideas work at this level? The Premier League is much faster than the Belgian First Division. Space doesn't change depending on the level, Marcus corrected smoothly. Only the consequences of mistakes change. A reporter from The Sun stood up, seeking the headline everyone was waiting for. Will Cristiano Ronaldo start on Sunday? You'll see him at a very convenient moment, Marcus deflected effortlessly. Are your standards too high? A veteran journalist from The Times asked, his tone almost sympathetic. Given the current state of the squad, the recent results, is it realistic to expect this group to challenge the elite? The lazy, sleepy posture vanished. Marcus sat up straight. He dropped the red magnet onto the desk with a sharp clack. His eyes, usually half closed and amused, opened fully, locking onto the journalist with a piercing, cold intensity that instantly froze the room. For this club? Marcus asked, his voice dropping an octave, carrying an immense, heavy gravity. He looked around the room, making eye contact with the most prominent journalists. No, Marcus stated with absolute authority. I look at my squad and I see Bruno Fernandes, David De Gea, Jadon Sancho, Harry Maguire, Raphael Varane, Edinson Cavani, Luke Shaw and Marcus Rashford. Some of the best players in the world in their respective positions. And the cherry on top is Cristiano Ronaldo. I think this team can win if everything goes right. So, if a manager of Manchester United sits in this chair and says anything less than winning the Premier League and the Champions League, then they are fundamentally not suited to be a Manchester United manager. The room was dead silent. Ole Gunnar Solskjær is a manager with a good heart, Marcus said, his tone softening slightly. He did a very good job of rebuilding this squad. But he buckled under the pressure from the media. He tried to play a brand of football to please everyone, which sometimes will backfire, and it did. Marcus's eyes narrowed slightly. Furthermore, he was restricted by the type of players he was allowed to buy. And you all know exactly what I am talking about, so there is no need for me to elaborate on past mistakes. That era of commercial recruitment is permanently over. A reporter from the Manchester Evening News, scanning his notes rapidly, noticed a glaring omission in the list of world-class players Marcus had just rattled off. Marcus, the reporter spoke up loudly to cut through the noise. You just listed your world-class players. You didn't mention Paul Pogba. Marcus looked at the reporter. His face was a mask of complete indifference. He picked the red magnet back up. Paul Pogba will be leaving this club in the winter transfer window, Marcus stated, as casually as if he were discussing the weather. He is not in my plans. The press room essentially detonated. Gasps echoed near the back. Journalists grabbed their phones, rapidly typing out tweets to their editors. Leaving? The reporter stammered, shocked by the bluntness. You're selling him in January. Yes, Marcus said simply. You just confirmed Paul Pogba is leaving, another journalist practically shouted over the noise. Will you demand massive funds from the board to replace him in January? I don't demand money. I demand efficiency, Marcus said, looking at the journalist blankly. If the solution to the problem is already in the academy, it costs me nothing. Do you enjoy creating headlines, Marcus? A bewildered journalist asked over the rising din. Marcus slumped back into his chair, the lazy, sleepy smile returning to his face. I don't create them, Marcus replied breezily. You do. Are you playing mind games with Chelsea? With Thomas Tuchel? Marcus flipped the magnet into the air and caught it. No. He paused, looking highly amused. That would be unnecessary. The press officer, realizing the quotes they already had were enough to sustain the news cycle for a month, stepped up to the microphone to end the session. Final question, please. Simon Stone took the final slot. Marcus. What if you lose to Chelsea on Sunday? Marcus paused longer this time. The rhythmic clicking of the magnet stopped. He looked at the cameras, his eyes holding a profound, perfectly calm intelligence. Then we learn something, Marcus said softly. A slight, chilling smile curved his lips. And they give us more information than they intended. Marcus stood up, pocketed the magnet, and without another word, strolled out the side door, leaving the English press absolutely reeling in his wake. Chapter 9, The Fallout. The moment Marcus Vail exited the Jimmy Murphy Center, the embargo on the press conference lifted. The digital infrastructure of the footballing world strained under the immediate, overwhelming surge of traffic. The quotes were too blunt, too absolute, and too ruthless to be drip-fed. They hit social media all at once. The confirmation of Paul Pogba's January exit, the dismissal of Ralph Rangnick rumors, and the chilling promise to win the Champions League ignited a firestorm. Across Twitter, the reaction was instantaneous. At Fabrizio Romano, Marcus Vail just confirmed Paul Pogba will leave Manchester United in January. He is not in my plans. A brutal, public end to the saga. Axiom Group is not negotiating. Large red circle number MUFC. At Gary Lineker, well, that's one way to introduce yourself. The youngest manager in Premier League history just walked in and casually claimed he's winning the Champions League. Confidence or delusion? Time will tell. At David_Ornstein, United's new ownership structure under Axiom is acting with terrifying speed. The Pogba decision wasn't a negotiation tactic. Vale has genuinely cut him from the project on day one. At Statman Dave, Vale's dismissal of 11-man pressing is tactically fascinating. In Belgium, he used highly specific pressing triggers. At Miguel Delaney, the sheer arrogance of Marcus Vale is staggering. He treated the English press like they were in turns asking silly questions. If Chelsea beat them on Sunday, the media will tear him apart. At @TifoFootball_, Vale cutting Pogba suggests a shift to strict positional discipline, whatever shape he decides to play. At Mark Holdbridge, he told Pogba to pack his bags. He told Ralph Rangnick, "We don't need you here." He said he's building around Ronaldo. Marcus Vale is the truth. Large red circle fire. At the Man Utd way, I have been waiting 8 years for a manager to sit in that chair and speak with authority. No PR. No United DNA excuses. Just cold, hard standards. At UTD Faithful, wait, did he really just say happiness is a byproduct of winning? Build the statue outside Old Trafford tonight. At Stretford Paddock, the Glazers would have given Pogba a £400k a week contract just to protect his Instagram followers. Axiom just binned him to clear the wage bill. We have a serious football club again. At Liam Paul Canning, rivals are laughing at the UCL quote, but I don't care. Solskjær used to sit there and smile after getting battered. Vale just put the entire squad on notice. Elite mentality. At United Stand Mufk, he didn't mention Fred or McTominay in his list of world-class players. The midfield overhaul is definitely coming in January. At Red Evil 99, selling Pogba in January for peanuts just to get him out of the dressing room is the most ruthless thing I've ever seen this club do. I love it. At Citizen 99, United fans hyping up a 27-year-old PE teacher because he gave a few sarcastic answers to journalists. Tuchel is going to end his career on Sunday. Loudly crying face. At Anfield Watch, saying you're going to win the Champions League with a backline of Lindelof and Bailey is the funniest thing I've heard all year. This club is pure comedy. At Chelsea Transfer, Marcus Vale saying by making them defend when asked about Reece James and Chilwell. Good luck keeping the ball long enough to do that with whatever formation you're cooking up. At AFC Gunner, Arteta won the FA Cup in his first season and didn't talk this much. Arrogance before you've even managed a single Premier League game is dangerous. At SpursOfficial_fan, he's basically the Portuguese Tim Sherwood. All vibes and arrogant quotes. Can't wait for the inevitable 3-0 loss at the weekend. At CFC Daily, Tuchel is going to absolutely school this kid. You can't just walk into Stamford Bridge and expect to survive. At Kloppet__, if he actually sells Pogba in January, I'll respect it. But the rest of that press conference was just a teenager playing football manager. At Karl Anka, Vale's complete lack of interest in high pressing is either a massive blind spot or a calculated risk to preserve Ronaldo's legs. At Tactico_modern, Vale isn't ignoring the press, he's automating it. Based on DNs, he triggers the press on specific opposition weaknesses rather than a continuous counter-press. Energy conservation. At Opta 0, Marcus Vale is the first Manchester United manager since Sir Alex Ferguson to explicitly state winning the Champions League is the minimum expectation in his first press conference. Standard. At Philosophy, selling Pogba improves United's defensive XG immediately. His defensive transition numbers were the worst in the top 6. At Rio35, just watched the Vale presser. Wow! He did not hold back. The dressing room is going to be a very interesting place tomorrow morning. Flushed face. At GNEV2, the arrogance is frightening. But if he gets a result at Stamford Bridge, he'll have the fans in the palm of his hand. At Sky Sports News, breaking, Juventus and PSG have already been contacted by Mino Raiola following Marcus Vale's comments regarding Paul Pogba. At SPNFC, is Marcus Vale the saviour Manchester United needs, or is he setting himself up for the biggest failure in Premier League history? At Squawka, Marcus Vale's KMSKDians had the lowest possession stats of any promoted team in Europe last season, but scored the most goals on the counter. Do not expect tiki-taka at Old Trafford. A few miles away from Carrington, in a luxurious, gated mansion in Cheshire, Paul Pogba was sitting in his living room. His personal physiotherapist was packing up the massage table after a recovery session. Pogba's phone, resting on the glass coffee table, vibrated. Then it vibrated again. Within 30 seconds, it was a continuous, unbroken hum of notifications. He picked it up, unlocking the screen. His WhatsApp was flooded with messages from friends, sponsors, and French national team teammates. He tapped on a video link sent by his brother. It was the clip of the press conference. Pogba watched the 27-year-old manager, a man younger than himself, casually stare into the cameras. Paul Pogba will be leaving this club in the winter transfer window. He is not in my plans. Pogba froze. He replayed the clip. The delivery was completely devoid of emotion. There was no anger, no respect, no corporate doublespeak about evaluating the contract. He had just been publicly liquidated. He immediately dialed Mino Raiola. The super agent answered on the first ring. "Mino," Pogba said, his voice tight. "Tell me you saw it." "I saw it, Paul," Raiola's gruff voice came through the speaker. He didn't sound frantic, he sounded deeply annoyed. "I was going to call you in 10 minutes once I had the exit strategies lined up, but you beat me to it." "He just sacked me on live television," Pogba said, standing up and pacing across the hardwood floor. "He didn't even speak to me first. I haven't even met him." "He doesn't want to meet you, Paul," Raiola stated bluntly. "I spoke with the Axiom CEO, Alexander Vance, an hour before the press conference. They are not playing the usual Manchester United game. There is no negotiation. There is no PR dance. They pulled your contract renewal offer completely." "They pulled it?" Pogba asked, shocked. The Glazers had been desperate to renew him for months. "Axiom operates on data and wage efficiency," Raiola explained. "They don't care about your Instagram followers or your shirt sales. The new manager told them you don't fit his tactical system, so they are cutting the wage bill. Vance gave me the ultimatum." "What ultimatum?" "You can stay at the club until your contract expires at the end of the season," Raiola said. "But Vale has instructed them to freeze you out completely. You will not train with the first team. You will not play a single minute of football. You will sit in the stands until July. Or, I find a club for you to transfer to in January, and they will let you leave for a minimal fee just to get you off the books." Pogba stopped pacing. The reality of the situation hit him. The World Cup in Qatar was approaching in exactly 1 year. "I can't sit in the stands, Mino," Pogba said, his voice dropping. "Didier Deschamps called me last week. He already warned me about my club form. If I don't play a competitive minute until July, he won't take me to Qatar. I'll lose my spot to Tchouaméni. I want to play. I need to stay sharp." "I know," Raiola agreed. "Vale knows that too. He knows you won't accept being frozen out, which is why he publicly forced the exit. He's boxing us into a corner to guarantee you leave in January. It's a corporate move. So what do we do?" Pogba asked, looking out the window at his driveway. "I do what I always do," Raiola said confidently. "I find you a club that respects your talent. I'm calling Leonardo in Paris tonight. Pavel Nedved at Juventus has already sent me a text. We hold the cards, Paul. Not them. Do not say anything to the press. Do not post on social media. Let me work. By January 1st, you will be out of Manchester. Get it done," Pogba said. He hung up the phone, staring at the blank screen. The era of player power at Manchester United had just been violently executed. While Pogba processed his exit, the absolute elite of English football punditry were convening. In a Sky Sports studio in London, a special emergency broadcast had been hastily assembled. The panel consisted of Roy Keane, Gary Neville, and Rio Ferdinand. The producers knew that getting these 3 former United legends to react to Vale's press conference live was television gold. The host, Dave Jones, played the clips of Marcus Vale dismissing Ralph Rangnick, announcing the Pogba sale, and guaranteeing the Champions League. "Gentlemen," Jones said, turning to the panel. "We have never seen a managerial introduction quite like this. Gary, I'll start with you. The immediate, public disposal of Paul Pogba. I'm looking at it from a business perspective, and it's ruthless," Neville said, shaking his head. "He's letting an £89 million asset leave for nothing. But you know what? If this happened under Ed Woodward, the board would be in full panic mode right now, offering Pogba a £400,000 a week apology contract just to protect his commercial value. Axiom just deleted him from the squad. The player power era is dead. Rio Ferdinand leaned back in his chair, looking deeply uncomfortable. Listen, I hear what you're saying, Gary, but you have to manage the dressing room. You can't just walk in and publicly execute one of the most popular players in the squad. How do you think the French players feel today? Marshall, Varane? I guarantee you, Gary, the players' WhatsApp group chat is dead silent right now. Nobody wants to be the first one to type a message defending Paul, because they are terrified Vale will sell them on Monday. Brilliant, Roy Keane interjected bluntly. Absolutely brilliant. I've been sitting in this studio for 3 years saying that Pogba is a distraction. He doesn't sprint back, he causes circuses with his agent. This kid, Vale, walks in, looks at the circus, and shuts it down on day one. Finally, a manager at Manchester United with a backbone. If players are worried about their mate being sold, they shouldn't be at Manchester United. They should be worried about getting battered by Watford. Roy, what about that Champions League statement? Dave Jones asked, steering the conversation to the most viral quote. Is he setting himself up to fail? What about it? Keane fired back instantly, leaning across the desk. That's his job. He is the Manchester United manager, he should be winning those titles, not celebrating a top 4 position like it's a trophy. We've been choked by the ghosts of 1999 for a decade, Dave. Every manager comes in talking about the United way. This kid doesn't care about 1999. He cares about beating Chelsea on Sunday. And thank God for that. Neville sighed. The arrogance is frightening, Roy. We don't even know what formation he's going to play. If we go to Stamford Bridge on Sunday and get played off the park by Chelsea's system, he will look like a fool. While the Sky Sports panel debated the philosophy of the club, the digital fan media was focused entirely on the tactical and emotional reality of the situation. Mark Goldbridge was 2 hours into a live stream on the United stand. His collar was unbuttoned, and he was fueled by a mixture of adrenaline and disbelief. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, Goldbridge said, looking directly into the camera. I woke up this morning expecting a standard, boring press conference. I'm honored to be here, we need to work hard, the fans deserve better. The usual script. What we got was a hitman casually dismantling the entire media establishment. He clicked his mouse, bringing up a graphic of the quotes. Let's talk about the Reece James question. The journalist asks him how he's going to stop Chelsea's wingbacks. Vale just stops, looks at him, and says, by making them defend. Do you know how elite that is? He's basically just told Thomas Tuchel, I know your system, and I'm going to pin your wingbacks back. Goldbridge spun his chair around and aggressively dragged his magnetic tactical board into the frame of the camera. Look at the board. Goldbridge shouted, pointing at the little circular markers. We don't know his exact shape, but based on how his Dien's team set up in Belgium, he wants pure structure. You can't play Pogba in a disciplined system. He jogs. Goldbridge reached out, ripped the magnet with Pogba's name off the board entirely, and tossed it onto his desk. Vale wants players who hold their zones. Goldbridge continued. He paused to read a highlighted message from the chat. Sarah donates £5, who replaces Pogba in the midfield then? Is Donny finally going to play? Sarah, spot on, Goldbridge nodded, picking up a different magnet and slotting Donny van de Beek into the midfield area on the board. If Pogba is out, and Vale is talking about efficient players who follow instructions, Donny is a system player. He understands positional play from Ajax. I guarantee you, however Vale sets this team up on Sunday, Donny van de Beek is involved. Goldbridge took a sip of water, shaking his head in sheer disbelief at the events of the day. And the Champions League quote, Goldbridge continued, his voice dropping slightly. I've said it before, it's the biggest risk I've ever seen. But I look at this squad. David De Gea, Varane, Shaw, Bruno, Sancho, Ronaldo, Cavani. Is it really that crazy to demand elite results from elite players? Vale has stripped away all the excuses. There are no Glazers to blame anymore. There is no Ed Woodward. If these players fail now, it is entirely on them. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the chat. Sunday is going to be the most fascinating game of football Manchester United has played in a decade. A 27-year-old taking on the champions of Europe. No PR. No excuses. Just football. As Goldbridge continued to broadcast to his massive audience, the sun began to set over Manchester. The media storm raged on, dominating every back page, every sports radio phone-in, and every tactical blog in Europe. Marcus Vail had successfully shifted the entire narrative away from the Glazer protests, away from the Watford humiliation, and away from the fractured dressing room. The only thing anyone was talking about was the arrogance of the new manager. He had absorbed the pressure of the entire club and placed it squarely on his own shoulders. Inside his modern villa in Hale Barnes, Marcus Vail wasn't watching Sky Sports. He wasn't scrolling through Twitter to read his own headlines. He was sitting at his kitchen island, a cup of green tea resting next to a glowing tablet. On the screen was a detailed, high-definition aerial map of Stamford Bridge. Marcus was tracing lines across the digital pitch with his finger, calculating the exact distances between the Chelsea centre-backs when they lost possession in the middle third of the pitch. He was already simulating the counter-attacks, adjusting the variables, preparing the traps. Chapter 10, Che vs Mun, 1. The bitter November wind whipped across West London, carrying the electric, undeniable tension of a massive Premier League Sunday. Stamford Bridge was packed to its absolute capacity. The stands were a vast, undulating sea of Chelsea blue, punctuated by the vibrant, defiant block of travelling Manchester United fans packed tightly into the shed end. The noise was deafening, a relentless roar of chants, jeers, and mounting anticipation. Down on the immaculate, flood-lit grass, both squads were progressing through their final warm-up routines. The Chelsea players moved with the crisp, synchronized confidence of the reigning European champions. They were top of the league, physically dominant, and playing in a highly refined system under Thomas Tuchel. On the other half of the pitch, the Manchester United squad ran through their passing drills with a visible, renewed intensity. There was no casual jogging, the biometric vests beneath their training tops were actively recording, and every player knew the new manager was analyzing the live data. High up in the gantry, overlooking the pitch, the Sky Sports broadcast was officially underway. Welcome to Stamford Bridge on a freezing Sunday afternoon, the legendary voice of Martin Tyler crackled through millions of televisions worldwide. It is first versus eighth. The European champions, Chelsea, currently flying high at the top of the Premier League under Thomas Tuchel. And they welcome a Manchester United side that is entering a completely uncharted era. It's the most highly anticipated managerial debut I can remember in years, Martin, Gary Neville added, his voice tight with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. The last few days have been dominated completely by Marcus Silva Vail. At 27 years old, he walked into Carrington, completely gutted the medical and technical facilities, effectively froze Paul Pogba out of the club on live television, and promised to win the Champions League. He has been incredibly viral. Every quote, every look. It's either supreme genius or utter madness. Well, the talking stops today, Gary, Tyler noted smoothly. Let's look at the team sheets, because there are immediate, massive shocks. Thomas Tuchel names a familiar, very strong side. Edouard Mendy in goal. A back three of Trevoh Chalobah, Thiago Silva, and Antonio Rudiger. Reece James and Marcos Alonso are the wing-backs. Jorginho and N'Golo Kante anchor the midfield, with Hakim Ziyech and Mason Mount operating behind Timo Werner. That is a fluid, incredibly dangerous Chelsea side, Neville analysed. But look at what Marcus Silva has done with this United team. The team sheet has completely baffled us in the studio. David De Gea in goal. Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Eric Bailly, Victor Lindelof, and Alex Telles at the back. But the midfield. Scott McTominay, Donny van de Beek, Bruno Fernandes, and Jadon Sancho. With Anthony Martial and Cristiano Ronaldo up front. No Marcus Rashford, no Mason Greenwood in the starting 11, Tyler pointed out. The substitutes bench for United today features Dean Henderson, Diogo Dalot, Phil Jones, Nemanja Matic, Rashford, and Greenwood. How do you see them lining up, Gary? Is this a 4-2-3-1? It doesn't look like it, Neville said, circling the midfield names on his touchscreen graphic. If you look at the personnel, it actually looks like a 4-4-2 diamond. McTominay at the base, Donny and Bruno shuttling as the eights, Sancho at the tip, and Martial joining Ronaldo. If that is the case, Silva is deliberately packing the centre of the pitch. He is abandoning the wings entirely to outnumber Jorginho and Kante. It's an incredibly brave structure to implement after only a few training sessions. Down in the tunnel, the atmosphere was completely suffocating. The cold concrete walls echoed with the clattering of metal studs. The two teams lined up. Cristiano Ronaldo stood near the back of the United column, staring straight ahead, bouncing lightly on his toes. He looked sharper than he had in weeks. Behind them, Marcus Silva emerged from the away dressing room. He didn't wear a modern, sponsor-heavy club coat or a standard tailored suit. He wore a sleek, perfectly fitted black suit, but stitched onto the left breast was the vintage, original 1902 Manchester United emblem from the exact year the club changed its name from Newton Heath. It was a subtle, highly eccentric sartorial choice that immediately caught the cameras. His posture, however, was entirely at odds with the gravity of the fixture. He walked with a lazy, slouching gait, his hands buried deep in his trouser pockets. His eyes were half closed. He looked as though he had just woken up from a pleasant nap rather than preparing to face the European champions. He walked down the line of Chelsea players, passing Rudiger and Thiago Silva without a second glance. At the end of the tunnel, Thomas Tuchel was waiting. The German manager was visibly intense, pacing slightly, vibrating with tactical energy. When he saw the 27-year-old approaching, Tuchel stopped and extended a hand. Marcus pulled his right hand from his pocket and shook Tuchel's firmly. "Welcome to the Premier League, Marcus," Tuchel said, his tone respectful but sharp. "Good luck today." "Thank you, Thomas," Marcus replied breezily, offering a polite, sleepy smile. "The grass looks very nice. It should be a fun afternoon." Tuchel frowned slightly, completely thrown off by the casual, almost goofy demeanor. Before he could say something, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the teams to walk out onto the pitch. The roar of Stamford Bridge washed over them. Marcus wandered over to the away dugout. He didn't stand at the edge of the technical area like Tuchel, who was already barking instructions. Marcus simply slumped back into one of the heated Recaro seats, crossed his legs, and pulled his small red tactical magnet from his pocket. He began casually flipping it over his knuckles, watching the pitch with half-closed eyes. On the pitch, the referee flipped the coin. Manchester United won the toss, opting to take the kickoff. "We are underway at Stamford Bridge," Martin Tyler announced. Marshall rolls the ball back to Fernandes, and the Marcus Silva era officially begins. Chelsea immediately surged forward, initiating Tuchel's famous high-intensity press. Werner, Mount, and Ziyech sprinted at the United backline like hounds. Under previous management, this was the exact moment panic would set in. The centre-backs would nervously exchange passes before losing possession on the edge of their own box. But Marcus had given an absolute, non-negotiable instruction to David de Gea. As Werner closed down Victor Lindelof, the Swedish defender didn't look for a short pass to McTominay. He instantly clipped the ball back to de Gea. De Gea didn't hesitate. Looking up, he saw Reece James aggressively pushing high up the right flank to join the press. De Gea stepped into the ball and drove a low, flat, perfectly weighted long pass straight into the empty channel of grass James had just vacated. Jadon Sancho, operating in his free role, sprinted into the space, completely bypassing the entire Chelsea press in one move. "Brilliant distribution from de Gea," Neville noted. "Straight into the channel. Sancho is away here." Sancho brought the ball down beautifully, but Antonio Rudiger sprinted across to cover the danger, aggressively ushering the ball out for a throw-in. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the message was sent. United would not be trapped in their own third. As the game settled into its rhythm over the first 15 minutes, the tactical picture finally became clear. "It is a diamond," Neville confirmed on the broadcast. "A very strict, compact 4-4-2 diamond. And look how narrow United are sitting. Wan-Bissaka has completely inverted, he is almost playing as a third centre-back alongside Lindelof and Bailey. They are conceding the wide areas entirely to sit in a deep mid-block. It was a suffocating structure." Marcus had effectively choked Chelsea's central attackers. Every time Jorginho received the ball, he was instantly crowded by Donny van de Beek and Jadon Sancho. When Kanté tried to drive forward, he hit a brick wall consisting of Scott McTominay and Bruno Fernandes. Mount and Ziyech were receiving no service through the middle. Chelsea enjoyed 65% possession, but it was sterile, lateral passing across their back three. Chelsea tried to bypass the centre entirely. In the 12th minute, Reece James received the ball deep in United's half. This was the secondary trigger. Alex Telles and Donny van de Beek immediately collapsed on him, using the sideline as an extra defender to trap him. James tried to force a pass inside, but United stole possession and moved it fast up front. However, Chelsea's counter-press won it back quickly, and Mount looked to break through the middle. Before Mount could cross the halfway line, McTominay stepped across and tackled him to kill the transition. The Chelsea crowd screamed for a yellow card, but the referee only issued a stern verbal warning. Sitting on the bench, Marcus gave McTominay a calm, satisfied nod. The tactical foul was executed flawlessly. In the 18th minute, Thiago Silva stepped forward with the ball. Marcus's instructions rang clear in the United players' heads: let Silva have it. The data showed Chalobah had the weakest ball control in their back line when put under immediate pressure. Silva, realizing nobody was pressing him, jogged to the halfway line and played a horizontal pass to Chalobah. The primary trigger. The second the ball left Silva's foot, Anthony Martial and Jadon Sancho moved. They sprinted with violent intent. While they triggered the trap, Cristiano Ronaldo did the exact opposite. The Chelsea defenders had been constantly checking over their shoulders for him all afternoon, but in the chaos of the sudden press, Ronaldo slipped past their notice entirely. He didn't watch the tackle, he slowly drifted behind Thiago Silva, moving into the blind spot of the furthest centre-back, waiting for the turnover. Chalobah panicked under the sudden pressure. He tried to force a blind pass back to the centre. McTominay, anticipating the mistake perfectly, stepped out of his zone and crunched into a heavy, clean tackle on Mason Mount, winning the loose ball instantly. Instead of dwelling on it, McTominay snapped a quick, vertical pass straight to Donny van de Beek. Kanté and Jorginho instantly swarmed the Dutchman, attempting a ferocious counter-press. Instead of panicking or holding the ball, Donny executed a blind, one-touch flick around the corner directly into Sancho's path, effortlessly bypassing the Chelsea cage. It was pure Ajax DNA, a flawless combination under pressure that broke the midfield wide open. Sancho immediately drove forward and slipped it to Bruno Fernandes. Bruno received the ball in the right half space. His immediate instinct, forged over years of carrying the team, was to attempt a high-risk, defense-splitting through ball to Ronaldo. He looked up, saw a tiny gap between Rudiger and Silva, and almost played it. But he checked himself. He reined in the urge. He remembered the cold, clinical voice in Marcus's office. Recycle. Hold the ball. Switch it. Bruno shielded the ball from a recovering Kanté, turned his body to secure possession, and played it safely back to McTominay. He then spun into space. McTominay passed it straight back. Now facing the pitch, Bruno launched a stunning, 60-yard diagonal pass that sailed beautifully over the entire Chelsea structure, landing perfectly in the path of Alex Telles, who had pushed high up the left wing. What a switch of play by Fernandes, Neville praised. That is real discipline. He didn't force the hero ball. He shifted the entire Chelsea defense in one pass. Telles whipped a vicious cross into the box. Cristiano Ronaldo, having perfectly hidden himself in the blind spot, launched himself into the air, connecting cleanly, but his header flashed just inches over the crossbar. Down on the touchline, Thomas Tuchel was furious. He realized his central midfield was being completely bypassed when United won the ball, and choked when Chelsea had it. Tuchel began waving his arms frantically, screaming instructions. He physically pushed Marcos Alonso and Reece James higher up the pitch, turning them into outright wingers to stretch United's narrow diamond. He then instructed Mount and Ziyech to drop deeper into the half spaces, attempting to pull Bruno and Donny out of their rigid zones. The pressure began to mount. Chelsea started exploiting the wide areas. Reece James began whipping dangerous crosses into the box, forcing Bailey and Lindelof to make desperate clearances. Sitting in the dugout, the rhythmic clicking of the red magnet in Marcus's hand instantly stopped. It was a subtle physical cue that he recognized and respected Tuchel's tactical adjustment. His sleepy, half-closed eyes opened just a fraction, locking onto the pitch. He saw that Bruno and Donny were being forced to shuttle too far out to the touchlines to cover the Chelsea wing-backs, leaving McTominay isolated in the centre. It was time to adjust the variables. Marcus didn't stand up. He didn't yell or wave his arms like Tuchel. He simply leaned forward, caught the eye of Jadon Sancho, and raised two fingers, tapping his chest before pointing to the grass. Sancho nodded, instantly recognizing the tactical code. Up in the gantry, Gary Neville immediately spotted it. "Martin, look at the United bench," Neville said on the broadcast, his voice rising with tactical excitement. No screaming, no frantic whiteboard waving. Marcus Silva just tapped his chest and pointed. Out of possession, Sancho is dropping to the left, and Bruno is shifting to the right. They've flattened the diamond into a rigid 4-4-2 defensively. That level of in-game communication usually takes years to drill. It was a brilliant, minimalistic change. By shifting into a flat 4, Bruno and Sancho could directly track Chelsea's advanced wing-backs on the flanks. This allowed Donny and McTominay to stay central and deal directly with Mount, Ziyech, and Kanté. The defensive structure stabilized instantly without confusing the players' primary principles. However, Marcus noticed a frustrating variable up front. Anthony Martial was operating in dual modes. In the 28th minute, when Koloba received the ball again, Martial triggered the press perfectly, forcing Chelsea to kick the ball out of play. But just 3 minutes later, when Rudiger advanced, Martial looked completely absent-minded, jogging lightly and failing to cut off the passing lane to Kanté. Marcus let out a quiet, imperceptible sigh, noting the data in his head. Inconsistent. In the 32nd minute, Chelsea broke through the lines. Mount slipped a clever pass around Lindelof, finding Timo Werner inside the penalty area. Werner took a touch and fired a low, powerful shot toward the bottom corner. David De Gea dropped with lightning reflexes, throwing out a strong right hand to parry the ball away from danger. It was a spectacular save. De Gea keeps it level. Tyler shouted. United responded immediately. From the resulting clearance, Sancho picked up the loose ball in the center circle. The young English forward was absolutely everywhere in the final third, drifting laterally just as Marcus had instructed. He skipped past Kanté, drove toward the Chelsea box, and slipped a pass to Ronaldo. Ronaldo shifted the ball onto his right foot from 25 yards out. If you feel the shot, take it. Ronaldo unleashed a ferocious, swerving strike. Edouard Mendy scrambled across his line, diving at full stretch to push the ball onto the post. The stadium gasped as the ball ricocheted out. The game was opening up. 5 minutes later, Bruno Fernandes found himself in a pocket of space outside the Chelsea box. Instead of looking for a pass, he hit a dipping, long-range effort of his own. Mendy was forced into another athletic save, tipping it over the crossbar for a corner. As the half drew to a close, Chelsea launched a final assault. In the 43rd minute, Reece James cut inside and unleashed a heavy strike through a crowd of bodies. De Gea saw it late but managed to stick out a boot, kicking it clear. His second massive save. In stoppage time, Chelsea won a corner. Ziyech delivered an in-swinging cross. Thiago Silva climbed above Bailey, powering a header downward. De Gea reacted purely on instinct, diving to his left and clawing the ball off the goal line right before the referee blew the halftime whistle. 3 massive saves from David De Gea keep Manchester United level at the break. Martin Tyler summarised as the players trudged toward the tunnel. It is 0-0 at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea have dominated possession, but Marcus Silva's United look incredibly dangerous on the counter. It's the most organised I have seen a Manchester United team look without the ball in 2 years, Gary Neville said, sounding genuinely impressed. Marcus Silva has come in here and set up a very specific, rigid structure. They are choking Chelsea's supply lines. Bruno Fernandes is playing with remarkable discipline. McTominay has been excellent at breaking up play. Yes, they are relying on De Gea, but you expect your goalkeeper to make saves. Tuchel has a real puzzle to solve in the second half. Down on the touchline, Marcus stood up slowly from his seat. He slipped the red magnet back into his pocket, adjusting the lapels of his suit. He didn't wait for his players. He turned and strolled down the tunnel, his hands in his pockets, his posture completely relaxed. The first half of the equation had balanced perfectly. While the players rested in the dressing rooms, social media was already dissecting the first 45 minutes. On Twitter, fans from both sides, as well as neutral observers, were reacting to the tactical chess match. At UTD Faithful, I haven't seen us defend the middle of the pitch this well since Mourinho. Marcus Vale actually knows what he's doing. 0-0 at Stamford Bridge and we hit the post. I'll take it. Large red circle. At CFC Daily, we have 70% possession but can't get the ball to Werner or Mount. United are just sitting in a block and letting us pass around the back. So frustrating. At Mark Holdbridge, Bruno playing the simple pass. Do you see what happens when a manager actually gives instructions? That long ball to Telles was pure filth. Silva is cooking. At Chelsea's transfer, Tuchel needs to change something. Jorginho is getting completely marked out of the game by Sancho. Who knew Sancho could actually follow tactical instructions? At Statman Dave, Scott McTominay's defensive data this half, 4 tackles 1, 3 interceptions, 0 times dribbled past. When you give him a clear, destructive role at the base of a diamond, he thrives. At AFC Gunnar, United actually look like a coached football team. I hate this. If Ronaldo's shot goes in, it's game over. De Gea is saving their lives though. At the Man Utd way, Marcus Silva wearing the 1902 Newton Heath crest on his suit while casually neutralizing the European champions is the most unbelievable flex I've ever seen. At Carefree Youth, James and Alonso need to push even higher. Force their fullbacks to make decisions. Right now Wan-Bissaka is basically playing as a centre-back. At Stretford Paddock, Marshall is infuriating. 1 minute he presses perfectly, the next he's jogging while Silva walks past him. If he doesn't wake up, Vale will hook him. At Philosophy, Chelsea, 0.84, 0-0, 0.41, Man Utd. De Gea overperforming his post-shot XG again, but United are generating high-quality chances from distance. At Red Evil 99, De Gea is back to his 2017 best. 3 ridiculous saves. But the difference is we aren't panicking. We look calm. Vale is just sitting on the bench playing with a magnet. At CFC_fansnews, Ziyech is totally lost in this game. Telles is handling him easily. Bring on Pulisic in the second half to run at Bailey. At Liam Paul Canning, no Pogba. No Maguire. No Shaw. No Fred. And we are completely structured. The Axiom era is real. Trust the system. At Anfield Watch, fair play to the 27-year-old. He's set up a proper Mourinho masterclass here. Park the bus and pray Ronaldo hits a worldie. Ugly, but it's working. At United Stand Mufk, Donny van de Beek is so intelligent. The way he intercepts the ball and instantly moves it forward. He should have been playing all season. At Chelsea_talk, we are playing right into their hands. Stop forcing it through the middle. Go wide and cross it to Lukaku. Oh wait, Lukaku isn't playing. Loudly crying face. At Tactico_modern, Vale shifting from a 4-4-2 diamond to a 4-3-3 defensive shape seamlessly in the 30th minute to counter Tuchel pushing his wing-backs up was elite in game management. At Citizen 99, United parking the bus against Chelsea. Small club mentality. But it's working so I can't even banter them. At UTD_analytics, notice how we aren't passing out from the back? De Gea just boots it into the channels. Vale recognized we don't have the technical ability to beat Chelsea's press. Pure pragmatism. At Rio 35, solid first half from the boys. Look much more compact. De Gea massive. Let's see what the manager does to win it in the second half. Large red circle flexed biceps. Chapter 11, Che vs Mun, 2. The away dressing room at Stamford Bridge was a stark, utilitarian space. When the Manchester United players filtered in from the cold London air, their chests heaving and their kit soaked with sweat, they found their manager already seated in the centre of the room. Marcus Vale was slouched back in a folding chair, his legs stretched out comfortably. He was rolling the circular red tactical magnet over his knuckles with a quiet, rhythmic clicking sound. He didn't stand up. He didn't offer a fiery Sir Alex Ferguson-style team talk or hand out water bottles. He held up a single finger. 5 minutes, Marcus said, his voice entirely calm and conversational over the heavy breathing of his squad. Nobody speaks. Catch your breath. The players exchanged tired glances but immediately obeyed. They sat down on the benches. For 5 continuous minutes, the only sounds in the dressing room were the whirring of the ventilation system, the unscrewing of water caps, and the steady, unbothered clicking of the red magnet in the manager's hand. It was a psychological reset. Under previous managers, halftime was a chaotic rush of shouting, panicked tactical adjustments, and emotional rallying cries. Marcus was actively bleeding the anxiety out of the room. When exactly 5 minutes had passed, Marcus stopped flipping the magnet. He slipped it into his pocket and sat up slightly. Good, Marcus said pleasantly. Your defensive structure is excellent. Shifting into the flat 4 out of possession has stabilized the wide areas. Bruno, Donny, continue to track their wing-backs horizontally. Scott, the tactical foul was perfectly executed. Keep screening Mount and Ziyech. He paused, looking around the room with sleepy, half-closed eyes. We are frustrating them. Thomas Tuchel is becoming impatient. In the second half, they will push even higher. They will commit their centre-backs forward to try and break the mid-block. When they do, space will open up behind them. Marcus turned his head and looked directly at Fernandes. Bruno. Chelsea's ground staff heavily watered the pitch at halftime to speed up their passing. Use it against them. When you get space outside the box, hit your shots with heavy topspin. On a wet surface, Mendy won't be able to catch a dipping ball, he will be forced to parry it into the box. Marcus's eyes drifted across the squad to Cristiano Ronaldo, offering a slight nod. Cristiano, be ready. Then, his gaze swept right past Anthony Martial. Martial was sitting on the bench, wiping his face with a towel. He braced himself for the inevitable scolding. He knew his pressing had been wildly inconsistent in the first half. He expected the manager to single him out, to demand more intensity. Instead, Marcus completely ignored him. He didn't offer a word of criticism or encouragement. He treated Martial as if he simply wasn't in the room. To the rest of the squad, the silence was deafening. It was a cold, ruthless confirmation of the Axiom data model. Marcus didn't negotiate with players who ignored tactical triggers. He just observed, collected the data, and mentally replaced them. Diogo. Marcus. Mason, Marcus called out lazily, turning his attention to the substitutes. Warm-up area immediately after the game starts. You will be on the pitch in the second half. The three substitutes nodded and quickly exited the dressing room. Marcus stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. Do not force the counterattacks. If the pass isn't there, recycle it. The gaps will appear naturally. Let's go. As the teams emerged for the second half, Stamford Bridge was a cauldron of nervous energy. The Chelsea fans expected their European champions to comfortably dismantle a struggling United side, but they had spent 45 minutes watching their team run into a brick wall. Up in the gantry, Martin Tyler and Gary Neville resumed their positions. We are back underway for the second half, Tyler announced. No changes for either side at the break. Thomas Tuchel looks visibly frustrated on the touchline, while Marcus Silva looks like he's waiting for a bus. It's a fascinating contrast, Martin, Neville observed. Tuchel is micromanaging every single pass, waving his arms, constantly repositioning his players. Silva is just sitting in his seat. But United look entirely comfortable. They know exactly where their zones are. Chelsea came out with renewed ferocity. In the 50th minute, Kanté intercepted a loose pass from Lindelof and drove straight at the United box. He slipped a pass to Werner, who instantly shot across his body. David De Gea was perfectly positioned, dropping low to smother the ball securely. Another routine save for De Gea, Tyler noted. United's defense is bending, but it refuses to break. In the 55th minute, Chelsea won a corner. Once again, United abandoned man-marking for their new mixed zonal system. When Reece James whipped the ball into the 6-yard box, McTominay aggressively attacked the space, heading the ball clear before Rudiger could even make a jump. Down on the touchline, Marcus glanced at the tablet held by an Axiom data analyst standing near the dugout. The analyst simply nodded. Marcus turned to his assistant. Martial off. Rashford on. In the 60th minute, the digital substitution board went up. Anthony Martial's number flashed in red. Martial looked confused. 60 minutes was incredibly early for a tactical substitution when the game was tied 0-0. He slowly jogged off the pitch, shaking Rashford's hand. As Martial walked past the manager, Marcus didn't offer a pat on the back or a word of explanation. He kept his eyes on the pitch. Before Rashford crossed the white line, Marcus grabbed his arm lightly. Marcus. Thiago Silva is 37 years old. Our tracking data shows his sprint recovery drops significantly after the 60th minute. Do not run at Kaloba. Run exclusively at Silva's right shoulder. He no longer has the burst pace to turn and catch you. Rashford nodded sharply, his instructions simple: stretch the Chelsea defence vertically and exploit the veteran centre-back. The impact was almost immediate. In the 64th minute, Chelsea's Trevoh Chalobah stepped forward with the ball, crossing the halfway line. He hesitated, looking for a passing lane. The trigger. Sancho and Rashford instantly swarmed him. Chalobah tried to play a square pass to Jorginho, but Donny van de Beek anticipated the movement flawlessly. He intercepted the ball and instantly tapped a one-touch pass forward to Bruno Fernandes. Bruno found himself 30 yards from the Chelsea goal with the ball at his feet. The Chelsea centre-backs were backpedaling furiously. Instead of looking for a killer through ball, Bruno remembered Marcus's halftime instruction. The pitch was slick. Bruno didn't hesitate. He dropped his shoulder, took one touch to set himself, and unleashed a venomous, dipping drive aimed straight at the bottom right corner, applying heavy topspin. Edouard Mendy launched his massive frame across the goal. The ball skidded violently off the wet grass. Mendy couldn't catch it, he was forced to parry it away from the post with an outstretched hand. He had parried it directly into the left side of the penalty box. Cristiano Ronaldo, who had spent the entire defensive phase hiding in the blind spot of Thiago Silva, had anticipated the shot the moment Bruno wound up his leg. He was already moving. Before Reece-James or Chalobah could react to the rebound, Ronaldo was there. He opened his body and calmly passed the ball into the roof of the empty net with his right foot. Ronaldo! Martin Tyler roared into the microphone. United lead at Stamford Bridge. A lethal, predatory finish from the Portuguese superstar, capitalizing on the rebound from Fernandes's brilliant strike. And with that strike, a Premier League curse is broken. Ronaldo has finally scored against Chelsea in the league. The away end erupted in absolute delirium. Ronaldo ran to the corner flag, leaping into his trademark Sioux celebration, immediately engulfed by Rashford, Sancho, and Bruno. Down on the touchline, Marcus Vale didn't jump. He didn't pump his fists. He simply let out a slow, satisfied breath, pulled the red magnet from his pocket, and flipped it once. Look at the positioning from Ronaldo, Martin, Neville analysed over the replay. He wasn't tracking back. He was just lingering in that left half space, waiting. The moment Bruno shoots, Ronaldo knows exactly where that rebound is going. He is like a predator. Tuchel was incensed. He immediately made two aggressive substitutions, pulling off Alonso and Ziyech for Christian Pulisic and Callum Hudson-Odoi. Chelsea switched to a hyper-offensive shape, committing men forward in a desperate bid to equalise. The game became stretched. Chelsea threw waves of attacks against the United bloc, but the flat bank of four Sancho, Donny, McTominay and Bruno shuttled horizontally with immense discipline, cutting off the passing lanes. In the 70th minute, Chelsea's high-risk approach proved fatal. Pulisic tried to dribble past Wan-Bissaka on the wing, but the United fullback executed a flawless slide tackle, hooking the ball away and instantly springing to his feet. He played a quick, vertical pass to Donny van de Beek. Donny spun away from Kanté and looked up. Rashford was sprinting down the left wing, drawing a heavily fatigued Thiago Silva entirely out of position, exactly as Marcus had predicted. But the ball didn't go to Rashford. Donny zipped a low, precise pass into the centre circle for Jadon Sancho. Sancho took one touch and drove straight at the retreating Chelsea defence. He executed the exact out-to-in run Marcus had designed. He ran directly at Antonio Rudiger, forcing the centre-back to commit to the tackle. The second Rudiger stepped forward, Sancho slipped a beautiful, disguised diagonal pass into the space Rudiger had just vacated. Ronaldo didn't even have to break his stride. He collected the pass on his right foot, took one touch to enter the penalty area, and fired a low, devastating strike across Mendy and into the bottom far corner. And it's 2. Tyler bellowed as the ball hit the net. Cristiano Ronaldo strikes again. A masterful counter-attack, brilliantly orchestrated by Jadon Sancho. As the net bulged, Ronaldo didn't immediately run to the corner flag. He turned, locked eyes with Marcus Vale on the touchline, and pointed a single finger directly at the manager. It was a silent acknowledgement that the strategy they had discussed privately in the Carrington gym, waiting in the blind spot and conserving energy for the final sprint, had worked flawlessly. In the 74th minute, United struck again. Chelsea won a corner. They packed the United penalty box. Reece-James delivered the cross, but Eric Bailly met it with a towering header. Sancho brought the ball down with an exquisite touch, instantly bypassing Jurgen Ho. He looked up and saw that Chelsea had left only Chalobah near the halfway line. Sancho pushed the ball past the defender and ignited the afterburners. It was a one-on-one foot race. Sancho, exhausted but running on pure adrenaline, carried the ball 50 yards. Mendy rushed off his line. Sancho didn't panic. He opened his hips and calmly slotted the ball through Mendy's legs. Sancho makes it 3. Tyler shouted as the United away end descended into absolute bedlam. A devastating solo run. Manchester United are running riot at Stamford Bridge. As the players jogged back to the halfway line, Marcus checked the biometric data feed on the analyst's iPad. Sancho's sprint capacity had bottomed out into the red zone. He had given absolutely everything. Marcus turned to the bench. Mason. You're on. In the 75th minute, Sancho's number was displayed. The away fans gave him a standing ovation. When he reached the technical area, Marcus stepped forward, shook Sancho's hand firmly, and offered a sleepy smile. Good run, Jadon. Rest, Marcus said casually. By the 81st minute, Donny van de Beek's tracking data showed his lateral shuffle speed had dropped by 14%. Marcus made his final tactical adjustment before a tired mistake could occur. Diogo, you're on, Marcus instructed Dalot. Donny received a massive round of applause from the travelling support as he jogged off. Dalot ran onto the pitch. As he crossed the touchline, Marcus relayed a set of instructions. Diogo, you are playing right back, Marcus ordered. He then pointed at Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Aaron. Tuck inside. Double pivot. Gary Neville instantly picked up the shift. Another fascinating change from Marcus Silva. He's moved Wan-Bissaka into the centre of the midfield alongside McTominay. He has completely locked the door. The tactical shift proved its worth within 2 minutes. Christian Pulisic received the ball and tried to drive directly through the centre of the pitch, aiming for the penalty arc. Wan-Bissaka, using his famous reach, executed a flawless, sweeping slide tackle, hooking the ball away cleanly and springing back to his feet. He had perfectly shielded the defence. As the match bled into stoppage time, Chelsea refused to sit back. Trailing 3-0, they threw every remaining body forward in a desperate, prideful attempt to find a consolation goal. They pushed their defensive line all the way to the centre circle. It was exactly the mistake Marcus wanted them to make. In the 92nd minute, Jorginho attempted to force a pass through the dense United block. Dalot stepped out and intercepted it cleanly. He immediately fed the ball to McTominay, who looked up and spotted Greenwood isolated on the right wing with acres of green grass ahead of him. McTominay threaded a perfectly weighted through ball. Greenwood drove down the flank, drawing the last remaining Chelsea defender toward him. Greenwood reached the edge of the penalty area, looked across the 6-yard box, and squared a hard, low pass. Cristiano Ronaldo, who had sprinted the length of the pitch with predatory hunger, arrived at the back post completely unmarked. He tapped the ball into the empty net. A hat-trick for Cristiano Ronaldo. Martin Tyler roared, his voice cracking with the sheer magnitude of the moment. A devastating counter-attack puts the final nail in the Chelsea coffin. That's his 7th goal of the campaign, Martin, Neville added, completely stunned. He's now tied with Sadio Mane for 3rd in the Golden Boot race. What an unbelievable turnaround for him in a single afternoon. The referee looked at his watch, brought the whistle to his lips, and blew 3 sharp blasts. Full time, Chelsea 0-4 Manchester United. An absolute masterclass, Martin Tyler summarised as the camera panned across the pitch. Manchester United arrived at Stamford Bridge in crisis, under the guidance of an unknown 27-year-old manager. They leave with a comprehensive, tactically flawless 4-0 victory. I am genuinely stunned, Gary Neville admitted. We talked about his arrogance in the press conference. We wondered if it was delusion. But you look at the structure today. Marcus Silva hasn't just talked a good game. He executed a perfect ambush. Down on the touchline, Marcus didn't celebrate. He simply stood up, slipped his hands into the pockets of his suit, and wandered over to Thomas Tuchel. Tuchel looked exhausted. He accepted Marcus's handshake. Well played, Marcus, Tuchel said, his competitive frustration giving way to tactical respect. Your mid-block was very disciplined. Thank you, Thomas, Marcus replied breezily, his sleepy half-smile returning. You push your wing-backs very high. It makes for an entertaining game. Tuchel offered a tight nod. Marcus turned and walked slowly across the pitch toward the away end, offering a polite, casual wave to the deafening United fans before heading down the tunnel. The tactical math was solved. Within seconds of the final whistle, the footballing world exploded on social media. At UTD Faithful, we are winning the Champions League. He wasn't joking. Marcus Vale is the greatest tactician of our generation. Large red circle loudly crying face. At Fabrizio Romano, Marcus Vale delivers on his debut. A 4-0 masterclass away at Stamford Bridge. Tactical dominance against the European champions. The Axiom era is real. Number MUFC. At Mark Holdbridge, I am on my knees. Did you see that structure? Did you see Donny van de Beek bypass Kanté like he wasn't even there? Vale has completely fixed this football club in 3 days. At Statman Dave, United's XG today was heavily concentrated on high-quality transitional chances. 4 shots on target, 4 goals. Vale's trap system worked to absolute perfection. At Chelsea's transfer, I have no words. We had 72% possession and did absolutely nothing. United just sat there and let us pass ourselves to death. Embarrassing. At Rio 35, I hold my hands up. I was worried after the press conference. But that was a tactical masterclass. Cristiano lethal as always. A hat-trick at the bridge. At GNEV2, the most impressive part wasn't the goals. It was moving Wan-Bissaka into central midfield in the 81st minute to kill the game. Look at that slide tackle on Pulisic. Elite in game management. At the Man Utd way, Ronaldo operating entirely in the half space. No tracking back. Just pure attacking threat. Solskjær couldn't figure it out in 3 months. Vale figured it out in 3 days. At City's N99, anti-football. Parked the bus for 90 minutes. Not impressed. At Liam Paul Canning, City fans crying about anti-football when we just scored 4 goals away at Stamford Bridge. Counter-attacking is an art. At Philosophy, Chelsea, 0.91, 0-4, 2.85, Man Utd. United created significantly better chances despite having a fraction of the ball. Efficiency. At Stretford Paddock, Sancho finally looks like the £70 million player we bought. That diagonal pass for the second goal was world-class. At CFC_fansnews, we need to rethink our entire midfield. Jorginho was useless today when he was man-marked. United completely exposed us. At United Stand Mufk, Marshall hooked at 60 minutes for not pressing. No more passengers. Vale doesn't care about price tags. You run, or you sit on the bench. At Tactico_modern, Vale's use of the blind spot for Ronaldo was fascinating. While the rest of the team pressed, Ronaldo specifically drifted away from the ball to wait for the turnover. At AFC Gunnar, I hate to admit it, but United might have actually found their modern manager. That was a scary performance. At Red Evil 99, De Gea with the crucial saves in the first half gave us the platform to win it. The whole team played their part today. At Optajo, 1, Marcus Silva. Vale is the first manager to win his debut Premier League match away against the reigning European champions by a margin of 4+ goals. Statement. At CR7 Daily, the curse is broken. Ronaldo finally scores against Chelsea in the Premier League, and he does it with a hat-trick. 7 goals, tied for third in the Golden Boot race. He is inevitable. Chapter 12, The Verdict. The tunnel at Stamford Bridge was a chaotic mixture of shouting officials, exhausted players, and frantic media personnel. The 4-0 scoreline hung heavy in the cold air. Chelsea players kept their heads down, walking swiftly past the cameras toward their dressing room. The Manchester United players, however, were stopped at every turn by broadcasters desperate for quotes. At the designated flash interview area, Sky Sports' Jeff Shreves stood holding a microphone. He had just secured the Man of the Hour. Cristiano Ronaldo stepped in front of the sponsor board, clutching the match ball under his left arm. He was sweating heavily, but his posture was immaculate, radiating the quiet satisfaction of a predator that had just feasted. Cristiano, a hat-trick today, breaking your duck against Chelsea in the Premier League, and a massive 4-0 away victory, Shreves began, his voice echoing slightly in the tunnel. First of all, congratulations. How does it feel to get this kind of result after the difficult weeks the club has had? Thank you, Jeff, Ronaldo replied, his English crisp and professional. It feels very good. The team needed a reaction. We had a tough period, bad results. But today, we showed character. We stuck to the plan, we suffered when we had to suffer without the ball, and we were clinical when the chances came. It was a very different tactical setup today, Shreves noted. You spent almost the entire game in that left half space, rather than through the middle. How did you find that adjustment? Ronaldo offered a brief, professional smile. It is my natural position. The manager asked me to operate in that area, and it also helped to conserve energy for the transition. When you have players like Jadon, Bruno, and Donny who can find the pass, my job is just to be in the right place. The system worked. We executed it perfectly. Shreves nodded, leaning in slightly to ask the question the entire footballing world wanted answered. It has been a whirlwind week for the football club. New ownership under Axiom, a massive overhaul of the facilities, and a very young in Marcus Vale. From the inside, Cristiano, how is the atmosphere at the club right now? Ronaldo didn't hesitate. The atmosphere is focused, Ronaldo stated firmly. The new owners are good. They are serious people. There is a lot of improvement at the club, in the facilities, in the standards. Things are changing fast. And the new manager? Shreves pressed. He made some very bold statements on Friday. Ronaldo's expression remained perfectly neutral, but his eyes carried a sharp, definitive respect. As for the new manager, Ronaldo said, his voice steady. All I can say is, he knows what he is doing. Ronaldo gave a polite nod. Thank you. He turned and walked down the tunnel, leaving Shreves with the soundbite that would dominate the evening news. 15 minutes later, deep inside the stadium's media center, the post-match press conference was about to begin. The room was packed. The cynical, confrontational energy that had defined Marcus Vale's introductory press conference on Friday had shifted into something resembling bewildered caution. The English press corps had spent 48 hours mocking his arrogance, predicting a tactical disaster against Thomas Tuchel. Instead, they had just witnessed a 4-0 dismantling. The side door opened. Marcus walked in and sat down behind the microphones, pulled his circular red tactical magnet from his pocket, and placed it flat on the desk. He didn't smile triumphantly. He just looked out at the journalists with his usual, calm half-gaze. Good evening, Marcus said quietly. The media officer pointed to the front row. The interrogation began. Simon Stone of the BBC stood up first. Marcus, 4-0 away at the European champions on your debut. Are you happy with the result today? Very, Marcus answered simply. Stone remained standing. Did you actually expect a 4-0 scoreline? Or did the game get away from Chelsea in the second half? I expected a 0 for them, Marcus replied, his tone conversational. If the structure holds, the opponent doesn't score. The amount of goals we score just depends on our chances of converting goals in transition. Today, Cristiano and Jadon were highly efficient. James Ducker from The Telegraph took the microphone. Marcus, you completely surrendered possession today. Chelsea had 72% of the ball. Does that bother you? Because traditionally, a club like Manchester United expects to dominate the football. Marcus tilted his head slightly. You don't get points for holding the ball. You get points for putting it in the net. They had 72% of the ball in zones where it couldn't hurt us. That isn't surrendering possession. That is managing it. Following up on that, Miguel Delaney interjected from the second row. Many people are already calling this anti-football. Parking the bus. Do you think this style is sustainable for a club of this size? Marcus picked up the red magnet, rolling it slowly between his thumb and forefinger. Anti-football is allowing the opponent to create high-quality chances, Marcus stated flatly. We allowed very few. Winning 4-0 at Stamford Bridge is just effective football. A few quiet chuckles rippled through the room, but the reporters kept pressing. Karl Anka from The Athletic stood up. Marcus, a tactical question. You brought Anthony Martial off at the 60th minute when the game was 0-0. Was he carrying an injury? No, Marcus said flatly. Anka pushed further. Then why make the change so early? He seemed frustrated coming off. It was a tactical change, Marcus explained smoothly, carefully protecting his forward. Chelsea pushed their defensive line higher in the second half. We needed Marcus Rashford's pace to exploit the space behind them. Anthony did his job for the first hour and fatigued their centre-backs. It was simply time to change the profile of the attack. David De Gea made 3 massive saves in the first half to keep you in the game, a reporter from The Sun shouted from the back. How crucial is he to your setup? A goalkeeper is the final layer of the defense, Marcus answered effortlessly. He concentrated well and executed his role perfectly today. When the block is breached, you need your keeper to stand firm, and he did. Laurie Whitwell from The Athletic took over. Marcus, Bruno Fernandes played much deeper today and seemed to avoid high-risk passes until the counter-attacks opened up. Was that a specific instruction? Bruno is a highly intelligent midfielder, Marcus said. We asked him to dictate the tempo and switch the play to the flanks, and he executed it brilliantly. The spectacular moments, like his shot for the first goal, come naturally when the tactical foundation is secure. Thomas Tuchel looked extremely frustrated on the touchline, Whitwell added. You shifted from a diamond to a flat 4, and then you moved Wan-Bissaka into central midfield late in the game. Do you feel you out-tacticked him today? He played his game. We played ours, Marcus said, politely declining the bait to insult his counterpart. Ours was just less tiring. You proved this counter-attacking system works against a team that wants to dominate, a tactical writer asked. But what happens next week against Arsenal, or against teams like Burnley who will sit back and refuse to give you space? Can you play this way against them? We'll see, Marcus mused, offering a faint, enigmatic smile. Tactics change when the opponent changes. We will apply a different game plan for a different problem. Finally, Samuel Luckhurst of the men stood up. Marcus, on Friday you told us regarding Cristiano Ronaldo, do what you are good at, I will handle the rest. He just scored a hat-trick. Do you feel you handled the rest? Marcus looked down at the red magnet in his hand, then back up at the cameras. He scored 3 goals. I think he did his job. Marcus stood up, pocketed the magnet, offered a brief, polite nod to the room, and walked out the side door. The entire press conference had lasted less than 5 minutes. He had given them exactly what they asked for, protected his players, and left the media feeling completely outmaneuvered. Back in the Sky Sports studio in London, the post-match broadcast was in full swing. Dave Jones sat at the centre desk, flanked by Gary Neville, Roy Keane, and Jamie Carragher. The massive touchscreen behind them displayed the stark match statistics: Chelsea 72% possession, 0 goals. Manchester United 28% possession, 4 goals. Well, gentlemen, Jones began, turning to the panel. A historic managerial debut. Marcus Vale walks into Stamford Bridge and walks out with a 4-0 victory. Jamie, I'll start with you. What on earth went wrong for Thomas Tuchel and Chelsea today? Jamie Carragher was visibly agitated. He leaned forward, tapping his pen aggressively on the desk. I'll tell you what went wrong for Chelsea, Dave. They played against a team from the 1980s, Carragher stated, his voice rising. I am absolutely baffled by the praise United are getting today. Yes, it's 4-0. Yes, Ronaldo was clinical. But look at the football. It's archaic. It's Mourinho 2.0. He just parked the bus, gave up the wings entirely, and hoped for a counter-attack. It is anti-football. Jamie, they scored 4 goals. Neville interrupted, looking at Carragher in disbelief. Gary, they survived because David De Gea made 3 world-class saves in the first half. Carragher fired back, pointing at the screen. If Timo Werner finishes that chance in the 32nd minute, this whole masterclass falls apart. You cannot rely on your goalkeeper making point-blank saves every week. They surrendered the ball. They let Chelsea cross it all day. If Romelu Lukaku was fit and playing today instead of Werner, Chelsea score 3 headers and we are sitting here calling Vale a naive fool. But Lukaku wasn't playing, Jamie, Neville countered, his tactical brain kicking in. And that's the point. Vale knew exactly who was on the pitch. He knew Chelsea lacked an aerial threat, so he let them cross it. It wasn't just sitting deep and praying. Look at the numbers. Neville stood up and walked over to the giant touch screen, bringing up the advanced metrics graphic. Jamie, look at the expected goals, Neville said, pointing at the screen. Chelsea had 72% of the ball, but their expected goals, XG, was 0.9. They took low percentage shots from outside the box or from bad angles. United had 28% of the ball, and an XG of 2.8. Marcus Silva didn't get lucky. He forced Chelsea to shoot from bad areas and gave Ronaldo high-quality, guaranteed chances on the counter. It's structural. Neville advanced the footage, highlighting Aaron Wan-Bissaka in the final 10 minutes. Look at this flat bank of 4. Then look at the 81st minute. He brings Dalot on, but he doesn't take Wan-Bissaka off. He moves him into central midfield to sit next to McTominay as a double pivot to kill the game. That is elite, proactive coaching. He identified the exact spaces Chelsea wanted to exploit and he closed them down. Carragher shook his head stubbornly. It's unsustainable, Gary. You are Manchester United. You cannot go to big grounds and play with 28% possession. The top teams will eventually figure out how to break that low block. Jurgen Klopp would tear that structure to pieces. Roy Keane, who had been sitting quietly, finally leaned forward. Jamie, you're talking absolute nonsense, Keane said, his voice cutting through the debate with heavy, blunt force. Carragher paused. Anti-football. Keane scoffed, glaring across the desk. They scored 4 goals away at the European champions. I don't care if they had 2% possession. I don't care if they parked 3 buses. The objective of the game is to win. We sat in this exact studio 2 weeks ago and watched United get dismantled by City and Watford because they were completely disorganized. They were a shambles. Keane tapped the desk for emphasis. Today, for the first time in years, I watched a Manchester United team that didn't panic. They were disciplined. They tackled. They held their zones. When Chelsea pushed, United didn't collapse, they absorbed it. And when they broke, they were ruthless. That Sancho pass to Ronaldo? That is pure quality. But Roy, you can't build a long-term project playing like a relegation team holding on for a point, Carragher argued. He's been in the job for 3 days, Jamie. Keane shot back, raising his voice. He hasn't had a pre-season. He hasn't had a transfer window. He walked into a dressing room full of massive egos and zero confidence, and within 3 days, he had Bruno Fernandes, a player who usually tries a Hollywood pass every time he breathes, playing simple, disciplined football. He is setting standards. Keane leaned back, looking extremely satisfied. I don't know what his long-term philosophy is. And frankly, right now, I don't care. He found a way to win a massive game of football using the tools he had. That is what top managers do. Dave Jones looked at the camera, a slight smile on his face. Well, it seems Marcus Vale has not only divided the Chelsea defense today, but he's also divided our studio. The 27-year-old manager is certainly making an impact. Hundreds of miles north, Alexander Vance sat in his plush, minimalist office at Carrington, watching the chaotic Sky Sports debate unfold on one of his monitors. Vance was sipping a black coffee, a wide, genuine smile spreading across his face. He loved that Carragher and Neville were screaming at each other over footballing philosophy, because while the media argued about the aesthetics of a mid-block, Vance was looking at a different screen entirely. On his Bloomberg terminal, Manchester United's global stock valuation had just spiked. The 4-0 win and Ronaldo's hat-trick had sent the markets soaring. The corporate hit was a complete, unmitigated success. While the mainstream pundits debated the philosophy of the performance, the digital fan media was reacting with unfiltered euphoria. On the Stretford Paddock YouTube channel, Stephen Howson was hosting the post-match review live from outside Old Trafford. The chat was moving at lightning speed, flooded with red circle emojis and images of Marcus Vale. I am trying to process what my eyes just saw, Howson said, shaking his head with a massive grin on his face. Lads, we have just gone to Stamford Bridge, a ground where we traditionally suffer, and we have absolutely humiliated Thomas Tuchel. His CO host, Jay Motti, leaned into the microphone. Stephen, it's not just the result. It's the absolute control of the chaos. Think about how exposed Harry Maguire and Victor Lindelof were previously. Today, Bailey and Lindelof looked like prime Maldini and Nesta because they actually had a midfield in front of them. Exactly. Howson agreed, bringing up a graphic on his screen. Let's talk about the midfield. Scott McTominay. We've criticized him for months because he hides from the ball in possession. Vale comes in and says, I don't need you to pass like Pirlo, Scott. I need you to be a destroyer. And he was brilliant. The tactical foul on Mount in the first half? Beautiful. But the real revelation today? Donny van de Beek. The chat erupted with praise for the Dutchman. Donny was sensational, Motti said. The one-touch flick around Kanté? That is pure Ajax intelligence. He knows how to operate in tight spaces. Solskjær benched him for a year and a half because he didn't run fast enough. Vale puts him in a system that relies on brains, and he unlocks the entire transition. And what about the manager himself? Howson asked the audience, leaning back. He just gave the post-match press conference. It lasted less than 5 minutes. They asked him if it was anti-football, and he just shut them down instantly. He is an absolute savage. Howson nodded, looking genuinely excited for the future. This is the Axiom era. It's cold, it's calculated, and it relies entirely on data and structure. We are going to see a completely different Manchester United this season. They might not have 70% possession, but I'll tell you what. I don't think teams are going to enjoy playing against us anymore. The sentiment echoed across millions of screens worldwide. The narrative had violently shifted. The Glazer protests were yesterday's news. The Watford humiliation was buried. Marcus Miguel Silva Vale had arrived, dropped a tactical masterclass on the champions of Europe, and walked away without breaking a sweat. The Premier League had officially been warned. Chapter 13, The Arsenal Blueprint. Monday morning at the Carrington training complex was remarkably quiet. The heavy Manchester rain battered the windows of the executive wing, but the usual hum of first-team activity was absent. Following the physically demanding 4-0 victory over Chelsea, Marcus Vale had given them a day off to enjoy. While the squad recovered, the managerial machinery did not stop. Marcus sat in Alexander Vance's office, a cup of black coffee resting on the desk in front of him. The CEO of Axiom Global Partners was scrolling through a transfer database on his primary monitor, the glow of the screen illuminating his face. Atletico Madrid formally responded to our initial inquiry regarding Kieran Trippier, Vance stated, reading the email. They are playing hardball. Diego Simeone wants to keep him until the end of the season, but their board is willing to sell to alleviate their wage bill. They are demanding £15 million. Offer them 13, Marcus said immediately. 13 million, paid in 2 installments. Vance raised an eyebrow. You think they'll drop their valuation for a 2 million difference? Increase if needed, we move as fast as possible, Marcus explained, taking a sip of his coffee. The Champions League round of 16 draw takes place in 2 weeks. There is a chance we could draw Atletico Madrid. If that happens, their board will absolutely refuse to sell a starting fullback to a direct European opponent. I want this deal completed and signed before that draw happens. Once the pre-agreement is signed, we can officially register the transfer on January 1 st. Hearing that, Vance nodded. Understood. I will complete the deal as soon as possible. What is the status of the outgoings? Marcus asked. Mino Raiola moved very quickly, Vance confirmed, pulling up a secondary file. Paris Saint-Germain made official contact this morning regarding Paul Pogba. Leonardo is willing to facilitate the January transfer. They have offered £15 million. Should I increase his price? PSG has endless liquidity. They can afford to pay a premium. Let him go, Marcus countered firmly. We can't milk them because they know our situation. They know his contract expires in 6 months and that he is frozen out of the squad. It is better if he leaves as fast as possible to clear his massive weekly wage off our books. That gives us the financial runway for Bruno Guimaraes. Vance nodded, striking a key to authorize the acceptance. Consider it done. Pogba will be a PSG player by the 2nd week of January. Regarding Guimaraes, we have initiated talks with Lyon. Jean-Michel Aulas is demanding 45 million. We are currently negotiating the add-ons. And Borussia Mönchengladbach has agreed in principle to £6 million for Denis Zakaria. That deal is practically finished. Excellent work, Alex, Marcus said, standing up. Keep pushing Lyon. Do not let them stall. Marcus left the executive office and headed toward the ground floor. Despite giving the players a day off, Marcus maintained his own rigorous physical discipline. He walked into the newly renovated performance gym. The massive room was entirely empty, save for the hum of the new Kaiser pneumatic machines. He stripped off his tracksuit jacket and began his workout. Underneath the tailored suits, Marcus possessed an incredibly fit, powerful physique. He moved through a high-intensity circuit of pull ups, weighted lunges, and core stability exercises. He worked in absolute silence, his breathing controlled and rhythmic. There was no wasted movement. 40 minutes later, Mike Phelan walked into the gym to grab a bottle of water from the coolers. He stopped in his tracks, genuinely surprised to see the manager executing a set of heavy, flawless muscle ups on the rig, sweat dripping from his forehead. Marcus dropped lightly to the matted floor, grabbing a towel to wipe his face. Morning, Mike, Marcus said pleasantly, showing no signs of fatigue. Morning, boss, Phelan replied, recovering his composure. The rest of the staff are setting up in the tactical briefing room. Whenever you're ready. Give me 10 minutes to shower, Marcus said. Have the medical reports ready. 15 minutes later, Marcus walked into the briefing room. Michael Carrick, Kieran McKenna, and Mike Phelan were seated around the large central table. The interactive smartboards on the walls were already loaded with clips and passing networks from Arsenal's recent matches. Let's start with the squad availability, Marcus said, taking his seat at the head of the table. Phelan opened his medical folder. We have a few issues. Raphael Varane is still out with a hamstring injury. He is at least 3 weeks away from full training. Luke Shaw is still going through the concussion protocols after the knock he took against Watford. The medical staff will not clear him for Thursday. And Edinson Cavani has a tendon issue, he is unavailable. Marcus noted the absences. And Harry Maguire. He has served his one-match suspension, Felon confirmed. He is available for selection. Right, Marcus said, turning his attention to the smart boards. Arsenal at Old Trafford. Mikel Arteta has stabilised their form. What are we seeing? Kieran McKenna stood up, using a digital pen to highlight Arsenal's structure on the screen. Arteta relies heavily on a 4-2-3-1 formation that transitions into a 2-3-5 when they have possession, McKenna explained, drawing the shape. They build up slowly from the back. Thomas Partey acts as the single pivot, while their right back, Takehiro Tomiyasu, inverts into the midfield to sit next to him. That allows their left back to push extremely high up the pitch and act as a winger. They want to bait the press, Marcus observed, looking at the passing lanes. They hold the ball with their centre-backs, Ben White and Gabriel, inviting the opposition's forwards to press high. The moment the press commits, Aaron Ramsdale plays a precise long ball over the top, or they pass quickly through the lines to Martin Degaard. Exactly, McKenna agreed. If we press them high, they will bypass our midfield entirely. Degaard drops into the pockets of space behind our midfielders, turns, and feeds Bukayo Saka and Emile Smith-Rowe on the wings. Marcus leaned back in his chair. So, what do you suggest? He wasn't testing them, he genuinely wanted their input to build a collaborative environment. Michael Carrick leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. Saka is their main outlet, Carrick stated, pointing to the right wing on the board. He is incredibly dangerous one-on-one. Telles is excellent going forward, but defensively, Saka will expose him. If we leave Telles isolated against Saka, we will lose that side of the pitch. We need to double up on him. I suggest we start Fred. He covers more ground than anyone else, and his primary job can be to shut down Saka. Marcus nodded, appreciating the defensive concern, but picked up the digital pen. I understand the logic, Michael, Marcus said smoothly. But if we start Fred, we sacrifice the technical ability to break their counter-press. The midfield must be fluid based on the match situation. We will start Donny van de Beek. We need his intelligence and one-touch combinations to bypass their midfield and establish an early lead. Once we secure that lead and Arsenal commits bodies forward, then we substitute Donny for Fred to lock the game down. Marcus stood up and walked over to the smart board. We are at Old Trafford, Marcus said, his voice taking on a sharper, authoritative edge. The crowd will expect us to attack Arsenal from the first whistle. But if we press Ben White and Gabriel, we fall directly into Arteta's trap. Therefore, we will drop into a strict 4-4-2 mid-block. He drew the formation lines across the middle third of the pitch. Cristiano and Marcus Rashford will start up front, Marcus instructed. Cristiano is not a traditional number 9. I do not want him playing with his back to goal against Gabriel, he is at his most lethal arriving late into the penalty area. Rashford will partner him. His pace will provide the vertical threat to pin Tomiyasu back, but out of possession, he must track back aggressively to help defend. Cristiano will not engage in any pressing. He conserves his energy for the transition and simply blocks the passing lane to Thomas Partey. He tapped the midfield area. In the midfield 4, Scott and Bruno will operate in the center. Bruno can use his long passing ability to dictate the tempo and switch the play instantly on the counter. Out of possession, he will shadow Thomas Partey. If Partey cannot receive the ball, Arsenal's build-up stagnates. Marcus moved 2 more icons. Donny will start on the left. Jadon starts on the right. Donny's intelligence and combination play will help us bypass their midfield and establish an early lead. He then looked over at the Brazilian midfielder's name on the squad list. Once we secure that lead and Arsenal commits bodies forward, Fred will come on for Donny. When that happens, the midfield shifts. Jadon moves to the left wing, Bruno shifts to the right, and Fred slots into the center alongside Scott to completely lock the middle of the pitch down. When we are forced to clear the ball, Marcus continued, David will aim his long distributions exclusively at Ben White. Gabriel is dominant in the air, but White struggles against physical forwards. Marcus will pin White, win the first header, and flick it into space for Cristiano's late arrivals or vice versa. Marcus tapped the left side of Arsenal's defense. Nuno Tavares is likely to start at left back for them, Marcus noted. His pass completion rate drops significantly when put under aggressive pressure. Therefore, we force Arsenal to build down their left flank. He drew arrows indicating the movement of the United players. Jadon Sancho does not press Gabriel. He waits. The second Gabriel passes the ball to Tavares on the touchline, the trap snaps shut. Sancho presses Tavares from the front, cutting off the pass down the line. Scott McTominay steps up from the midfield to cut off the inside pass to Degaard. We suffocate Tavares against the touchline, win the ball high up the pitch, and immediately transition. McKenna looked at the board, processing the trap. It's a brilliant trigger. But what if Arteta anticipates this? What if he brings Kieran Tierney back into the starting lineup instead of Tavares? Marcus nodded, appreciating McKenna's foresight. If Tierney starts, the trap changes, Marcus explained. We drop the pressing line 10 yards deeper. Tierney's instinct is to overlap aggressively. We let him push high into our half. Sancho stays high. When we win the ball centrally, the first pass goes instantly into the channel Tierney vacated. Sancho will be in a footrace with Gabriel, and Sancho will win. Carrick nodded slowly. The preparation was meticulous. Let's finalize the remaining tactical variables, Marcus said, returning to his seat. Arsenal is notoriously vulnerable to losing second balls in the midfield. Donny, your instruction is to ignore the initial aerial duels entirely. Gamble purely on anticipating where the second ball will drop, winning possession before they recover their shape. Marcus pointed to the space behind the midfield. Emile Smith-Rowe is lethal at arriving late into the penalty area. Scott's specific role when Arsenal reaches our final third is to drop directly into the defensive line as a third centre-back to track those late runs. And the right flank? Felon prompted. If Tomiyasu inverts into the midfield to act as a pivot, Telles and Rashford will immediately overload that vacated wide channel on the counter-attack to expose Ben White, Marcus instructed. Also, Aaron Ramsdale plays very high off his line to sweep behind their defence. Bruno, if we win the ball cleanly in the centre circle, attempt a direct long-range lob to catch him out of position. Marcus looked around the table at his coaching staff. We also need two distinct defensive plans depending on who starts up front for them, Marcus added. If Alexander Lacazette plays, Harry Maguire steps up aggressively to deny his hold-up play. If Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang plays, the defensive line drops 5 yards deeper to deny him the space to use his pace behind them. He tapped the smartboard one last time. Finally, attacking set pieces. Arsenal uses a strict zonal marking system. Harry will act as a physical decoy. He crashes the near post to drag their zonal defenders with him, clearing the back post area for Scott or Cristiano to attack the delivery. The three coaches nodded in agreement. The tactical blueprint was incredibly clear. It was designed to adapt to every situation. Good, Marcus said, standing up. Prepare the training session for tomorrow morning. I want the squad running the touchline pressing traps until it becomes muscle memory. I will see you on the grass. By Monday evening, the silence of the Carrington Recovery Day was shattered by the sheer volume of breaking news hitting the internet. Axiom Global Partners didn't deal in drawn-out transfer sagas, they operated with terrifying corporate speed. The news of the transfer bids hit Twitter like a shockwave. At Fabrizio Romano, exclusive, PSG have submitted a formal £15 million offer for Paul Pogba. Manchester United under Axiom have already accepted. The player is negotiating personal terms. The Marcus Vale era is moving fast. Large red circle number MUFC. At David_Ornstein, alongside the Pogba exit, Man Utd have submitted a £13 million bid for Atletico Madrid's Kieran Trippier. At Mark Oldbridge, $15 million for Pogba. I don't even care that it's cheap. Get the £350k a week off the wage bill. Axiom are actually moving like a serious football club instead of a brand. At UTD Faithful, Trippier for £13 million is the smartest piece of business we've done in 5 years. Elite set piece delivery and actual crossing ability. Wan-Bissaka finally has competition. At AFC Gunner, United selling Pogba for £15 million just to fund a 31-year-old Kieran Trippier. And their fans think they are winning the league. Loudly crying face. At Chelsea transfer, have to respect the ruthlessness. Vale came in, saw Pogba didn't fit the defensive structure, and binned him in 3 days. No PR spin. Just brutal efficiency. At City's N99, Trippier isn't going to fix that broken midfield. They still have Donny and McTominay starting against Arsenal on Thursday. At Statman Dave, Trippier created 1.4 chances per 90 in La Liga last season. Wan-Bissaka created 0.6. The upgrade in attacking metrics on the right flank is mathematically huge for a 4-4-2 system. At @TifoFootball_, selling Pogba immediately removes the biggest transitional liability in United's midfield. Trippier adds width to a narrow structure. Vale is fixing the structural holes very fast. At the Man Utd way, the Glazers would have given Pogba a £400,000 contract to keep his commercial value. Axiom sold him for £15 million to buy a tactical fit. Tears in my eyes, we have a proper system. At Kloppet__, £15 million for Pogba is shocking business defensively by the board, but tactically for Vale it's exactly what he needs. Still a massive loss on the £89 million they paid. At Rio 35, wow. Pogba out, Trippier in. The new manager is not messing about. Statement of intent before the Arsenal game. Eyes. At Stretford Paddock, Diego Simeone must be fuming. Trippier wants to come back up north, and Vale is forcing Atletico's hand before the UCL draw. Elite corporate bullying by Axiom. At PSG_inside_N, welcome to Paris, Paul. £15 million for a world-class midfielder is an absolute steal by Leonardo. United are crazy. At Red Evil 99, let PSG deal with Raiola now. I want players who actually run when we lose the ball. Trippier fits the flat four perfectly. At Philosophy, Trippier's expected assists, XA, from dead ball situations ranked in the 92nd percentile in Europe. United's XG from corners is currently 19th in the Premier League. Perfect match. At Arsenal Fond, everyone is gassing up United for beating a tired Chelsea. Wait until Saka and ESR get a hold of Dalot and Telles on Thursday. Arsenal are coming for 3 points. At United Stand Mufk, a £13 million structured deal for a La Liga winner who solves our right-wing attacking problems. Ed Woodward would have spent £50 million on a commercial winger instead. At Tactico_modern, notice how Vale wants Trippier done before the UCL draw. He's anticipating the market variables. The guy is managing the front office as strictly as the pitch. At Squawka, Kieran Trippier won possession in the defensive third more times, 124, than any other Atletico Madrid defender last season. Defensive stability plus elite crossing. Chapter 14, The Arsenal Inquisition. By Wednesday morning, the relentless efficiency of Axiom Global Partners had completely overtaken the footballing news cycle. The transfer rumors that normally dragged on for months under the previous regime were being executed, signed, and sealed in a matter of hours. The embargo broke just as the sun rose over Manchester. At Fabrizio Romano, Paul Pogba to Paris Saint-Germain is a done deal. Personal terms have been completely agreed upon. Contracts are signed. The €18 million, £15 million, fee is locked. He will officially become a PSG player the moment the January transfer window opens. Marcus Vale's ruthless clear out. Large red circle large blue circle number PSG number MUFC. At David_Ornstein, Manchester United have finalised the exit of Paul Pogba to PSG. Axiom's strategy is clear, liquidate depreciating assets immediately to clear the wage bill. The speed of this transaction has stunned intermediaries across Europe. At Mark Holdbridge, it is actually happening. No more documentaries. No more Raiola quotes before massive games. He's gone. £15 million is a steal for PSG, but I don't care. We have a manager who actually gets rid of players who don't fit the system. At PSG_inside_N, a massive addition to the midfield. The World Cup winner comes home to Paris this January. Sparkles. At UTD Faithful, I will always love Paul for his raw talent, but the system Vale wants to play requires pure discipline. It was never going to work. Best of luck in Paris. At Statman Dave, with Pogba's departure confirmed, United shed £350k a week from their wage bill. That capital provides Marcus Vale immense flexibility for incoming targets in January. At Chelsea transfer, so Vale tells the press Pogba is leaving on Friday, and by Wednesday the contracts are signed with PSG. The Glazers would have spent 6 months debating his commercial value. Axiom is terrifying. At the Man Utd way, the era of player power is dead. You either follow the plan, or Axiom sells you in 72 hours. The standards are finally back. At Stretford Paddock, if Pogba is gone, we desperately need a central midfielder who can dictate the tempo and control the transitions. The January window is going to be massive. While the internet burned with the news of the confirmed exit, the reality inside the Carrington training complex was focused on the pitch. The tactical blueprint designed in the coaches' meeting on Monday was briefed to the squad over the following 2 days. There were no lengthy, emotional team talks. There was only the grass, the biometric tracking vests, and the unyielding repetition of the system. Marcus Vail orchestrated the sessions in near silence. He wandered through the drills with his hands buried deep in the pockets of his club tracksuit, his posture lazy, observing the moving pieces of his 4-4-2 structure. The training ground became a machine of automated responses. In one quadrant of the pitch, Jadon Sancho stood completely still while an academy player, acting as Arsenal's centre-back, held the ball. The moment the ball was passed out to the left touchline, Sancho exploded. He sprinted in an aggressive, curved arc, cutting off the passing lane back to the centre and suffocating the receiving fullback against the white chalk of the sideline. Immediately behind him, Scott McTominay stepped up sharply, anticipating the panicked inside pass and intercepting it cleanly before driving forward. On the adjacent pitch, Bruno Fernandes was undergoing a radical shift in his positioning. Instead of roaming freely looking for the final killer pass, he was drilling defensive shadows. Every time the opposition pivot moved, Bruno moved with him, constantly keeping himself between the ball carrier and the passing lane, starving the pivot of possession. Bruno also practiced quick transition lobs, analyzing the distance required to catch a sweeping goalkeeper off his line. On the left flank, Donny van de Beek and Fred were running situational drills. Donny operated in tight, triangular spaces, executing rapid one-touch combinations with Alex Telles and Marcus Rashford to bypass the initial counter-press. In the next phase, Fred stepped in. When high, looping balls were cleared into the midfield, Fred completely ignored the aerial duel. He didn't jump. Instead, his eyes darted to the empty space around the drop zone. The moment the ball ricocheted off a header, Fred was already there, anticipating the second ball and securing possession before the opposition could react. During a brief pause, Marcus called Donny and Fred over. He didn't offer a dramatic speech, he simply outlined the phases of the upcoming match. Donny's combination play would be used to establish the lead against the deep block, and Fred's ball-winning metrics would be utilized to secure it once the game opened up. Both players nodded, accepting the clear tactical division of labor. In the final third, the attacking structure was refined. Rashford made relentless, tearing sprints into the wide channels, stretching the defensive line. In the center, Cristiano Ronaldo hovered on the edge of the drills, conserving his energy, watching the play develop. The moment the ball was won in the midfield trap, Ronaldo drifted into the blind spot of the deepest centre-back, positioning himself perfectly for the incoming cross or the cutback. Marcus observed it all. On the touchlines, Axiom data analysts stood holding iPads. After Jadon Sancho ran a pressing sequence, an analyst immediately pulled him aside, showing him his positioning heat map and highlighting the optimal pocket of space to exploit upon recovering the ball. Marcus let the data specialists show them exactly what adjustments were needed to improve their positioning. Standing near the dugouts, Michael Carrick watched the silent sessions with a growing realization. Because Marcus wasn't constantly shouting instructions from the sideline, the players were forced into the vacuum. Harry Maguire and Scott McTominay were actively talking, pointing, and organizing the defensive line themselves. Marcus was silently fixing the team's leadership deficit by forcing them to communicate on the pitch. It was an automated, ruthless preparation. 200 miles south, at Arsenal's London Colney training ground, Mikel Arteta stood staring at a tactical whiteboard. He was overthinking the upcoming fixture. He had watched the tape of United's victory over Chelsea. Arteta didn't know if Marcus Vail would deploy a flat 4-4-2, a narrow diamond, or a deep defensive block based on his team. The tactical unpredictability of the new Manchester United manager was already planting seeds of doubt in the opposition camp. By Wednesday afternoon, the Manchester United squad was physically and mentally calibrated. The 4-4-2 structure was rigid. The pressing traps were set. The transition patterns were committed to muscle memory. At 2 p.m., Marcus Vail walked into the Jimmy Murphy Centre for the mandatory pre-match press conference ahead of the Arsenal fixture. The atmosphere in the press room was distinctly different from his previous appearances. The outright mockery and cynical baiting that had defined his introduction were gone, replaced by a cautious, highly attentive respect. The journalists had seen the 4-0 demolition of Chelsea. They knew the 27-year-old manager possessed genuine tactical substance. Marcus took his seat, pulled the circular red tactical magnet from his pocket, and placed it on the desk. He leaned back, his eyes half closed. "Good afternoon," Marcus said softly. "Let's begin." The media officer pointed to the front row. "Marcus," Simon Stone from the BBC, the veteran journalist started. "The news broke this morning regarding Paul Pogba. Can you confirm that he has agreed to terms with Paris Saint-Germain and the deal is completed?" Marcus didn't hesitate. "Yes. The deal is signed. He will join PSG when the transfer window opens. By selling him in January without a replacement in the building yet," Stone followed up, "aren't you leaving your midfield dangerously thin for the busy December period? Squad depth is only useful if the players actually execute the tactical instructions," Marcus answered smoothly. "A thin, functional midfield block is better than a thick, broken one. And he is currently injured, and it will take time for him to play, so we can say we already have enough depth." James Ducker from the Telegraph stood up next. "With Pogba leaving, it clears a significant amount of wages. There are heavy rumours today that you have submitted a formal bid for Atletico Madrid's Kieran Trippier. Can you confirm if he is your primary target for the right-back position?" Marcus picked up the red magnet, rolling it slowly between his fingers. He offered a slight, polite smile. "I can't say anything about it right now," Marcus replied breezily. "The transfer market is full of variables. We will have to wait and see." Melissa Reddy from Sky Sports took the microphone. "Marcus, Michael Arteta has often spoken about trusting the process, which has taken him 2 years to build at Arsenal. You seem to have implemented a completely new structure in 3 days. Do you disagree with his philosophy?" Marcus stopped the movement of the magnet. "Every manager has their own process. I inherited a squad built by Ole Gunnar Solskjær which has a very good foundation. I just need to strengthen a few specific positions and refine the tactical structure." Carl Anka from The Athletic asked, "Against Chelsea, you sat in a deep mid-block. Will you be playing the same way at Old Trafford against Arsenal, or will the home fans see a more expansive style?" Marcus tilted his head. "Buses don't score 4 goals, Marcus deadpanned. A ripple of quiet laughter went through the room. "A low block is just a tool," Marcus continued. "If Arsenal drops deep, we will use the ball. If they push high, we will use the space. We do not play for aesthetics. We play for goals." Laurie Whittle stood up. "Can we get a squad update, Marcus? Are there any players returning from injury?" "Harry is available and in contention to start," Marcus confirmed. "Raphael Varane is still recovering. Edinson Cavani is unavailable. Luke Shaw has not cleared the medical protocols yet, so he will not feature." A tactical writer noted, "Bukayo Saka and Emile Smith-Rowe are playing without fear right now. How do you plan to stop their momentum?" Marcus offered a faint, enigmatic smile. "You will see in the match." Another reporter asked, "If Arsenal dominates possession, can you afford to carry Cristiano Ronaldo out of possession again, or will he have defensive duties tomorrow?" "If he scores another hat-trick, he has fulfilled his primary tactical duty," Marcus stated. "We structure the midfield block to compensate for his position." Neil Custis from The Sun raised his hand. "Marcus, the midfield partnership of Scott McTominay and Fred has been heavily criticised by the media and nicknamed McFred. Is that partnership officially dead now that Donny is starting?" Marcus looked completely unimpressed. "I don't play nicknames. I play specific profiles to solve specific tactical problems. The personnel will match the tactical requirement." "This is your first match managing at Old Trafford," a reporter from the back shouted. "Do you feel the pressure of the home crowd?" "There is no pressure on me," Marcus answered effortlessly. "The players should be feeling the pressure because they are the ones crossing the white line. I have already finished my part of the job in training. It is up to them to execute the system and show satisfying results." Simon Stone asked the final question. Ole Gunnar Solskjær won his first 8 games in charge. How do you ensure your victory against Chelsea isn't just a new manager bounce? Marcus pocketed the red magnet and stood up from his chair. "We don't know," Marcus said lazily. "Only time will tell." He gave a brief nod to the room. "Thank you. I will see you tomorrow." Marcus turned and walked out the side door, leaving the journalists scrambling to file their copy. The talking was over. The structure was set. The Arsenal Inquisition was 24 hours away. At Miguel Delaney, another press conference, another 15 minutes of Marcus Vail answering questions without actually giving a single straight answer. "It's getting tiresome. Just talk about the football instead of speaking in riddles." At Mark Holdbridge, Vale has the English media on strings. Buses don't score 4 goals. He's just told the journalists to behave. The man is absolutely unfazed by the pressure of Old Trafford. Large red circle fire. At AFC Gunner, United fans gassing up a manager who speaks in vague metaphors. You will see in the match. Wow, what a tactical genius. Arteta actually talks about positional play. Arsenal is going to expose him tomorrow. At Karl Anka, asked Marcus Vale about his tactical setup and got an analogy about front doors and low blocks. Entertaining? Yes. Frustrating for actual tactical analysis? Extremely. At UTD Faithful, a thin, functional midfield block is better than a thick, broken one. He is cooking. He defended Donny, protected the squad, and subtly confirmed that McFred is a situational tool, not a default setting. At City's N99, why does he speak like an anime character? Only time will tell. Math doesn't bounce. Just answer the question normally, man. The arrogance is so weird. At Statman Dave, Vale confirming he won't commit to a specific style just to appease the Old Trafford crowd. Expect a very compact 4-4-2 mid-block. He is practically daring Arteta to try and break them down through the centre. At the Man UTD way, the journalists are fuming because they can't get a negative, clickbait headline out of him. He protects the players and makes the media look stupid. Elite management. At Simon Stonebg, Marcus Vale very confident again. Refused to be drawn on Trippier rumours. Gives very little away regarding his actual plans for Saka and Smith Rowe. Fascinating character. At Stretford Paddock, if he scores another hat-trick, he has fulfilled his primary tactical duty. Ronaldo FC is feasting, but it makes total sense. Why waste a 36-year-old's energy tracking back when you can just build a solid midfield 4 behind him? At Rio 35, the gaffer is as cool as you like. Arsenal is a massive test though. The talking is done, let's see the execution tomorrow night under the lights. Chapter 15, Mun vs Ars, 1. Thursday night under the floodlights at Old Trafford possessed a distinct, undeniable electricity. The damp December air hung heavy over Sir Matt Busby Way, illuminated by the bright neon glow of the stadium and the pulsing red flares ignited by the gathering crowds. Just a week ago, this exact walk to the stadium had been a hostile, toxic march fueled by anger and apathy. Tonight, the atmosphere was completely transformed. The 4-0 demolition of Chelsea, combined with the Pogba sale and the Trippier bid, had completely unified the fanbase. Axiom Global Partners and their young manager had effectively reset the culture in less than a week. The Stretford end was already packed 45 minutes before kickoff, the noise reverberating off the steel roof structure. They were waiting to welcome Marcus Vale. Down on the immaculate grass, the Manchester United squad was progressing through their final warm-up routines. The rondo drills were crisp, the shooting practice was sharp, and the communication between the players was louder than it had been all season. While the players stretched and fired shots at David De Gea, the manager's technical area remained empty. Deep inside the bowels of the Sir Bobby Charlton stand, the home dressing room was completely silent. The kits were perfectly laid out on the hangers. The tactical smartboards were glowing quietly. And Marcus Vale was asleep. He was slouched deep into one of the padded physiotherapy chairs in the corner of the room. His legs were stretched out, his arms folded across his chest, and his head was tilted back. He was completely, genuinely out cold. At 7:40 p.m., the heavy wooden doors of the dressing room swung open. The silence was instantly shattered by the clattering of 25 pairs of metal studs against the tiled floor, accompanied by the loud, energetic chatter of the returning squad. The sudden noise caused Marcus to jolt awake. He sat up quickly, blinking the sleep from his eyes and running a hand through his hair, looking momentarily disoriented. The players stopped dead in their tracks. Harry Maguire, leading the team in, looked at the manager in sheer disbelief. "Boss? Were you sleeping?" Marcus let out a slow exhale, stretching his neck and offering a goofy, slightly embarrassed smile. "Ah. Yes. I must have dozed off." A few players exchanged bewildered glances. They were 15 minutes away from kicking off against Arsenal in front of 75,000 people, and the manager was taking a nap. "Didn't get much sleep last night, boss?" Donny van de Beek asked, failing to hide a growing smirk. "No," Marcus admitted lazily, standing up. "I started binge-watching a television series last night. The hour slipped away. Before I knew it, it was 4 in the morning. A collective chuckle rolled through the dressing room. Jadon Sancho shook his head, while Bruno Fernandes simply laughed. Over the past week, the squad had quickly learned to interpret the duality of their new manager. They knew he possessed a terrifying intellect for dissecting elite tactical systems. But they also realized that when he wasn't actively orchestrating a trap, he was just a remarkably chilled, slightly eccentric guy. The tension in the room instantly evaporated. The door opened again, and Mike Phelan walked in, clutching a printed sheet of paper. "Official team sheets are in, boss," Phelan announced, handing the paper to Marcus. Marcus took the sheet. The sleepy, goofy demeanor vanished in a fraction of a second. His eyes narrowed, instantly scanning the Arsenal lineup. The players immediately quieted down, sensing the shift. "Arteta has made his choices," Marcus said, his voice dropping into its serious, clinical register. "He is starting Nuno Tavares at left back, not Kieran Tierney. And he is starting Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang up front instead of Lacazette." Marcus walked over to the glowing smartboard, tapping the screen to adjust the digital icons. "You all know the adjustments," Marcus commanded, looking at the squad. "Because Tavares is starting, the trap is active on the touchline. Jadon, you press him the second he receives the ball from Gabriel. Do not let him turn." Sancho gave a sharp nod. "And because Aubameyang is starting, the defensive line drops," Marcus continued, looking directly at Maguire and Lindelof. "Drop 5 yards deeper than our standard mid-block. Aubameyang wants to use his pace in the space behind you. Do not give it to him. Deny the space, force Arsenal to play in front of you." Marcus pocketed the red tactical magnet he had been holding. He looked around the room, making eye contact with the starting 11. The tactical download was complete. The hours of drilling on the training pitch meant there was no need for a Chiquilian speech. He stopped his gaze on the Portuguese forward sitting by his locker. Marcus pointed a single finger directly at Cristiano Ronaldo. "And Cristiano," Marcus said. Ronaldo looked up, his expression focused. "Score," Marcus ordered deadpan. For a second, the room was quiet. Then, Sanch burst out laughing, instantly recognizing the cadence of Captain America telling the Hulk to smash. The rest of the squad quickly caught on, the dressing room filling with genuine, relaxed laughter. Even Ronaldo allowed a wide grin to cross his face, nodding firmly. Marcus with his lazy smile returning said, "I'll see you guys in the tunnel." He slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled out of the dressing room, leaving behind a squad that was completely relaxed, tactically certain, and ready to execute. Up in the television gantry, the Sky Sports broadcast was officially on air. "Welcome to a freezing Old Trafford," the iconic voice of Martin Tyler resonated through the microphones. "The atmosphere here tonight is quite simply staggering. It is Manchester United versus Arsenal. But the narrative is entirely focused on one man. Marcus Vail takes charge of his first home game since Axiom Global Partners completed their historic takeover. It's been an unbelievable week, Martin," Gary Neville added, looking down at the pitch. "We saw the tactical masterclass at Stamford Bridge. We've seen the ruthless transfer activity regarding Paul Pogba. The fans are completely bought in. But tonight is a different tactical test. Mikel Arteta's Arsenal will want to control the ball. They will want to probe. Let's look at the Manchester United lineup," Gary, Tyler noted. Marcus Vail makes 2 changes from the side that beat Chelsea. It looks like a rigid 4-4-2. David De Gea in goal. Diogo Dalot, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire, and Alex Telles across the back. In midfield, Jadon Sancho on the right, Scott McTominay and Bruno Fernandes in the centre, and Donny van de Beek starts on the left. Up front, Marcus Rashford partners Cristiano Ronaldo. "It's a fascinating midfield selection," Neville analysed. Fred drops to the bench. Putting Bruno Fernandes in the centre alongside McTominay, and moving Van de Beek to the left, it suggests Vail wants immense technical security on the ball when they transition. He wants to bypass Arsenal's counter-press with quick, one-touch passing. Down on the pitch, the teams emerged from the tunnel. The roar from the Stretford end was deafening. As Marcus Vail stepped out of the tunnel and into the theatre of dreams for the first time as manager, the noise level shifted. The 75,000 fans erupted, a massive, unified cheer directed entirely at him. He wore his black suit, but the top 2 buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, and his tie hung a little loose. Looking completely unfazed by the reception, Marcus offered a lazy, polite wave to the roaring crowd, shook Mikel Arteta's hand near the dugouts, and slumped down comfortably into his heated seat. The referee blew the whistle. Arsenal took the kickoff. The tactical approach Marcus had implemented took shape within the first 60 seconds. Arsenal's centre-backs, Ben White and Gabriel, held the ball, waiting for the United forwards to press them. Under Solskjær, United would have rushed forward blindly. Tonight, Rashford and Ronaldo stood perfectly still. They conceded the first 40 yards of the pitch entirely. Arteta, standing in his technical area, frowned. His entire build-up system relied on baiting the press to create space behind the midfield. Because United refused to take the bait, Arsenal was forced to pass the ball laterally. When Thomas Partey attempted to drop deep to receive the ball, Bruno Fernandes immediately stepped up, completely shadowing the Ghanaian midfielder. Partey was structurally isolated. "Look at the discipline from Fernandes," Neville pointed out on the broadcast. "He is man-marking Partey completely out of the game." Arsenal cannot progress the ball through the centre. In the 4th minute, Arsenal was forced to pass the ball back to their goalkeeper, Aaron Ramsdale. Ramsdale looked up and clipped a long pass toward Aubameyang. Maguire, following Marcus's instructions perfectly, had dropped the defensive line 5 yards deeper. He easily tracked the flight of the ball and headed it clear. United's first possession came in the 6th minute. De Gea received a back pass from Lindelof. Martin Degaard sprinted forward to press the Spanish goalkeeper. De Gea didn't panic. He looked up, completely ignoring the short passing options. He launched a flat, driven long ball directly toward Ben White on the right side of Arsenal's defence. Rashford backed into White, using his physical leverage to pin the defender. As the ball dropped, Rashford won the aerial duel, flicking a header backward into the midfield space. United bypassed the press entirely, Tyler noted. Rashford wins the header. Donny van de Beek, anticipating the second ball exactly as he had been drilled, darted into the space and collected the loose ball before Albert Sambi Lokonga could react. Donny didn't hold the ball. He played a rapid, one-touch pass backward to Bruno Fernandes in the centre circle. Bruno received the ball on the half-turn. Arsenal's right-back, Takehiro Tomiyasu, had inverted into the midfield to act as an extra pivot, leaving the entire left flank completely exposed. Bruno looked up, saw the vacant green grass, and launched a stunning, 60-yard diagonal pass that sailed beautifully over the Arsenal midfield. Alex Telles, hugging the left touchline, brought the ball down with a flawless touch. The Old Trafford crowd roared as the transition sparked to life. Telles drove forward. Ben White was forced to sprint across to cover the wide area, vacating the centre. As White approached, Telles played a sharp, low pass inside to Donny van de Beek, who had continued his run from the midfield. Donny received the ball just outside the penalty area. Gabriel stepped up to close him down. Donny executed a brilliantly disguised reverse pass. He slipped the ball perfectly between Gabriel and Nuno Tavares, directly into the left half space inside the penalty box. Cristiano Ronaldo, who had spent the entire build-up casually jogging in the blind spot of the Arsenal defence, suddenly exploded into a sprint. He arrived in the half space at the exact millisecond the ball did. Ronaldo didn't even take a touch. He opened his hips and struck a first-time, devastatingly precise low shot that zipped past Ramsdale and crashed into the bottom right corner of the net. Ronaldo! Martin Tyler screamed into the microphone, his voice completely drowned out by the eruption of 75,000 fans. An absolutely clinical move from Manchester United. The switch of play, the combination, and the inevitable finish from Cristiano Ronaldo. Old Trafford is rocking. Ronaldo sprinted to the corner flag, leaping into the air for the Suhoya celebration, immediately swarmed by Donny, Telles, and Bruno. Down in the dugout, Marcus Vale didn't jump. He simply pulled the red magnet from his pocket, flipped it over his knuckles once, and let out a satisfied exhale. That is pure, unadulterated tactical execution, Martin, Neville analysed over the replay. Look at the sequence. De Gea specifically targets Ben White because Gabriel is too strong in the air. Van de Beek gambles entirely on the second ball. Bruno hits the switch because Tomiyasu has vacated the right-back slot. And Ronaldo. Ronaldo does exactly what Vale told the press he would do. He waits, conserves his energy, and scores. Arsenal has been completely undone in 8 minutes. Arteta was furious. He began frantically gesturing to his players, demanding they increase the tempo. Arsenal restarted the game and immediately tried to push higher up the pitch. But as soon as they crossed the halfway line, they ran into the suffocating reality of the 4-4-2 mid-block. In the 12th minute, United demonstrated their transitional threat once again. McTominay won a physical duel in the centre circle, poking the ball loose. Bruno Fernandes latched onto the second ball. Without hesitating, Bruno looked up and spotted Aaron Ramsdale sweeping aggressively high off his line. Bruno struck a first-time, perfectly weighted lob from 40 yards out. The ball sailed over Ramsdale's head and crashed violently against the crossbar, bouncing clear. Arteta, visibly terrified by the near miss, immediately screamed at Ramsdale to drop 5 yards deeper, completely disrupting Arsenal's high-line sweeping system. By the 15th minute, the mid-block was beginning to mentally break Arsenal's core pivot. Thomas Partey, completely isolated by Bruno's shadow marking, received a heavily pressured pass from Ben White. Frustrated by the lack of options, Partey took a heavy touch. McTominay pounced, nicking the ball away to spark a counter. Partey lunged in with a cynical, late tackle, dragging the Scotsman down. The referee immediately produced a yellow card. The Arsenal midfield was cracking. 3 minutes later, in the 18th minute, Gabriel held the ball at the back. Seeing no options centrally, he played a standard pass out to the left touchline for Nuno Tavares. The second the ball left Gabriel's foot, Jadon Sancho sprinted. He didn't run straight at Tavares, he ran in a curved arc, cutting off the passing lane back to Gabriel. Tavares took a heavy first touch. Before he could look up, Sancho was on him. Boxed in completely by Sancho from the front and McTominay cutting off the inside channel, the fullback had nowhere to go. He simply booted the ball straight out of play for a United throw-in. The Old Trafford crowd roared in appreciation of the coordinated defensive work rate. In the 22nd minute, United exploited Arsenal's defensive confusion. Telles drove down the left flank and whipped an in-swinging cross toward the back post. Ronaldo, having maintained his position in the blind spot, made a sudden, aggressive diagonal dart across the box. Ben White and Gabriel both completely lost their spatial orientation trying to track his late run. They crossed paths and physically collided, falling to the turf as the ball flashed just past Ronaldo's outstretched boot. Arsenal continued to dominate the possession, but they were being forced into low-percentage areas. In the 26th minute, Saka managed to isolate Telles on the right wing. He dropped his shoulder, skipped past the Brazilian fullback, and cut inside onto his favoured left foot. From the edge of the penalty area, Saka unleashed a curling, powerful shot aimed at the top left corner. David De Gea sprang across his line, fully extending his right arm, and tipped the ball spectacularly over the crossbar. "Brilliant save from David De Gea!" Tyler shouted. Saka with a moment of individual magic, but the United keeper is equal to it. Seeing Telles struggle in isolation, Arteta quickly signalled for Saka to switch flanks to attack Dalot instead. Marcus, sitting comfortably in his seat, simply pointed a single finger at Jadon Sancho and made a gesture to change his position. Sancho immediately dropped deeper into the midfield line, doubling up with Dalot on the right flank. Arsenal's tactical adjustment was neutralised in less than 10 seconds. Frustration mounted for the visitors. In the 35th minute, Aubameyang attempted a trademark diagonal sprint behind Lindelof to latch onto a through ball from Degaard. The linesman's flag shot up instantly. Aubameyang was caught offside for the third time in the half. He threw his hands up in the air, visibly arguing with the linesman out of sheer exasperation. In the 41st minute, Emile Smith-Rowe attempted to break the deadlock by making a late, untracked run from the midfield directly into the United penalty area as Tierney prepared to cross from the left. It was a classic Arsenal pattern, designed to overload the centre-backs. But Marcus had anticipated it. As Smith-Rowe sprinted into the box, McTominay abandoned his midfield position and dropped directly into the defensive line, effectively turning United's back four into a back five. Tierney whipped the cross in. McTominay, positioned perfectly, cleared the ball easily. In stoppage time of the first half, Aubameyang received the ball on the edge of the box, turned sharply, and hit a low, driven shot through Lindelof's legs. The ball took a slight deflection, skidding awkwardly off the damp turf. De Gea reacted on pure instinct, dropping his right knee to the floor and kicking the ball clear with an outstretched boot. The referee looked at his watch and blew the whistle for half-time. A massive roar of approval rolled down from the Old Trafford stands. The fans had watched their team surrender possession for 45 minutes, but they hadn't seen them surrender control. It was a highly disciplined, completely professional performance. Half-time at Old Trafford, Martin Tyler summarised. Manchester United lead 1-0 thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo's 8th-minute strike. Arsenal have had the lion's share of possession and have forced De Gea into two excellent saves, but Marcus Vale's team has held firm. The players jogged toward the tunnel. Down on the touchline, Marcus stood up from his seat. He slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled casually toward the dressing room. The variables were behaving exactly as predicted. Up in the Sky Sports studio, Dave Jones turned to Roy Keane and Jamie Carragher. "Well, Roy," Jones began, highlighting the first half stats. Arsenal 66% possession, 9 shots. Manchester United 34% possession, 2 shots. But United are the team heading down the tunnel with the lead. Keane nodded, looking extremely satisfied. "It's proper football, Dave. Everyone is obsessed with possession these days. You don't get a trophy for making 500 lateral passes. Arsenal have had the ball, but what have they actually done with it? They've passed it in a U-shape around the United penalty box. Whenever they try to go through the middle, McTominay or Bruno steps in and takes it off them." Carragher leaned forward, tapping his pen. "I still think it's a dangerous way to play at home, Roy. They are inviting a lot of pressure. Saka looks dangerous every time he isolates a fullback. De Gea has had to make 2 world-class saves. Jamie, your goalkeeper is paid £350,000 a week to make saves," Keane fired back bluntly. "That's his job. The difference today is that De Gea isn't making saves because the centre-backs are completely exposed. He's making saves from distance because the defence is forcing Arsenal to shoot from bad angles. It's a massive improvement." Neville, beaming in from the gantry, agreed with his former captain. "Roy is absolutely right," Neville said, pulling up a clip of the goal. "The defensive structure is good, but the goal is the real story. Look at Donny van de Beek. He has been exceptional on that left side. He doesn't have the pace of a winger, but his intelligence to win the second ball, his combination play, and that reverse pass for Ronaldo, it's elite. Vale has clearly told him to be the connective tissue in the transition. And look at Ronaldo," Neville added, pausing the footage as Ronaldo struck the ball. "He just waited in the half space for the ball. If United can maintain this discipline for the next 45 minutes, it's going to be a very frustrating night for Mikel Arteta." Inside the home dressing room, the atmosphere was calm. The players grabbed their water bottles and took their seats, breathing heavily but looking entirely composed. Marcus walked into the room. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't ask for more passion. "The tactics are functioning perfectly," Marcus said quietly. "Arsenal will commit more bodies forward in the second half. They will become desperate. Let them. Maintain the mid-block. We will substitute to lock the centre when the time is right." He paused, a faint, sleepy smile returning to his face. "They can have the ball as much as they want, but when we have it, get ready to pounce on them," Marcus noted breezily. While the players rested, the digital footballing world was already dissecting the first 45 minutes of the Marcus Vale era at Old Trafford. At Statman Dave, United's mid-block is completely suffocating Arsenal's central progression. Bruno man-marking party out of the game has forced Arsenal to rely entirely on fullbacks to progress the ball. Tactical clinic so far. At UTD Faithful, that goal was pure Ajax combination play from Donny and Bruno. The reverse pass to Ronaldo? Absolute poetry. Ole benched Donny for a year to watch McFred pass sideways. At AFC Gunner, Arteta is getting outcoached by a guy in a loose tie who looks like he just woke up from a nap. Aubameyang is miles offside every run, and Tavares looks terrified of Sancho. At Mark Oldbridge, the Tavares trap worked. Did you see Sancho and McTominay box him in? Forced him to kick it into the stands. That is coached pressing, not just running around like headless chickens. At the Man UTD way, Ronaldo is operating on a cheat code. He doesn't have to fight Gabriel with his back to goal, he just arrives late and finishes. Vale's system actually fits the players. At SK Philosophy, Arsenal with 66% possession but only generating an XG of 0.42. United perfectly comfortable defending the low percentage zones and relying on De Gea for shots outside the box. At Chelsea Transfer, I hate to admit it, but this United setup is incredibly rigid. Ben White and Gabriel literally tackled each other trying to track Ronaldo's late run. The spatial manipulation is crazy. At Stretford Paddock, Bruno trying to lob Ramsdale from the halfway line nearly took the roof off Old Trafford. Look at how deep Ramsdale is standing now. At Squawka, Scott McTominay defensive interventions in the first half, 4 interceptions, 3 tackles 1 tactical yellow forced on Thomas Partey. The shield is holding firm.
Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.